Goussiev. It was already dark and would soon be night. Goussiev, a private on long leave, raised himself a little in his hammock and said in a whisper, "Can you hear me, Pavel Ivanitch? A soldier at Souchin told me that their boat ran into an enormous fish and knocked a hole in her bottom." The man of condition unknown whom he addressed, and whom everybody in the hospital ship called Pavel Ivanitch, was silent as if he had not heard. And once more there was silence. The wind whistled through the rigging, the screw buzzed, the waves came washing, the hammocks squeaked, but to all these sounds their ears were long since accustomed, and it seemed as though everything were wrapped in sleep and silence. It was very oppressive. The 3 patient-stew soldiers and a sailor who had played cards all day were now asleep and tossing to and fro. The vessel began to shake. The hammock under Goussiev slowly heaved up and down, as though it were breathing 1, 2, 3. Something crashed on the floor and began to tinkle. The jug must have fallen down. "The wind has broken loose," said Goussiev, listening attentively. This time Pavel Ivanitch coughed and answered irritably. "You spoke just now of a ship colliding with a large fish, and now you talk of the wind breaking loose. Is the wind a dog to break loose?" "That's what people say." "Then people are as ignorant as you, but what do they not say? You should keep a head on your shoulders and think. Silly idiot." Pavel Ivanitch was subject to seasickness. When the ship rolled, he would get very cross, and the least trifle would upset him, though Goussiev could never see anything to be cross about. What was there unusual in his story about the fish, or in his saying that the wind had broken loose? Suppose the fish were as big as a mountain, and its back were as hard as a sturgeon's, and suppose that at the end of the wood there were huge stone walls with the snarling winds chained up to them. If they do not break loose, why then do they rage over the sea as though they were possessed and rush about like dogs? If they are not chained, what happens to them when it is calm? Goussiev thought for a long time of a fish as big as a mountain, and of thick rusty chains. Then he got tired of that, and began to think of his native place whither he was returning after 5 years' service in the Far East. He saw with his mind's eye the great pond covered with snow. On one side of the pond was a brick-built pottery, with a tall chimney belching clouds of black smoke, and on the other side was the village. From the yard of the 5th house from the corner came his brother Alency in a sledge. Behind him sat his little son Vanka in large felt boots, and his daughter Akolka, also in felt boots. Alency is tipsy, Vanka laughs, and Akolka's face is hidden. She is well wrapped up. "The children will catch cold," thought Goussiev. "God grant them," he whispered, "a pure right mind that they may honor their parents and be better than their father and mother." "The boots want soling," cried the sick sailor in a deep voice. "Aye, aye." The thread of Goussiev's thoughts was broken, and instead of the pond, suddenly without rhyme or reason he saw a large bull's head without eyes, and the horse and sledge did not move on, but went round and round in a black mist. But still he was glad he had seen his dear ones. He gasped for joy, and his limbs tingled and his fingers throbbed. "God suffered me to see them," he muttered, and opened his eyes and looked round in the darkness for water. He drank, then lay down again, and once more the sledge skimmed along, and he saw the bull's head without eyes, black smoke, clouds of it, and so on till dawn. 2. At first through the darkness there appeared only a blue circle, the porthole. Then Goussiev began slowly to distinguish the man in the next hammock, Pavel Ivanitch. He was sleeping in a sitting position, for if he lay down he could not breathe. His face was gray, his nose long and sharp, and his eyes were huge because he was so thin. His temples were sunk, his beard scanty, the hair on his head long. By his face it was impossible to tell his class, gentleman, merchant, or peasant. Judging by his appearance and long hair, he looked almost like a recluse, a lay brother, but when he spoke he was not at all like a monk. He was losing strength through his cough and his illness and the suffocating heat, and he breathed heavily and was always moving his dry lips. Noticing that Goussiev was looking at him, he turned toward him and said, "I'm beginning to understand. Yes, now I understand." "What do you understand, Pavel Ivanitch?" "Yes, it was strange to me at first, why you sick men, instead of being kept quiet, should be on this steamer, where the heat is stifling, and stinking, and pitching, and tossing, and must be fatal to you, but now it is all clear to me. Yes, the doctors sent you to the steamer to get rid of you. They got tired of all the trouble you gave them, brutes like you. You don't pay them, you only give a lot of trouble, and if you die, you spoil their reports. Therefore you are just cattle, and there is no difficulty in getting rid of you. They only need to lack conscience and humanity, and to deceive the owners of the steamer. We needn't worry about the first, they are experts by nature. But the second needs a certain amount of practice. In a crowd of 400 healthy soldiers and sailors 5 sick men are never noticed. So you were carried up to the steamer, mixed with a healthy lot who were counted in such a hurry that nothing wrong was noticed. And when the steamer got away, they saw fever-stricken and consumptive men lying helpless on the deck. Goussiev could not make out what Pavel Ivanitch was talking about. Thinking he was being taken to task, he said by way of excusing himself, "I lay on the deck, because when we were taken off the barge I caught a chill." "Shocking," said Pavel Ivanitch. "They know quite well that you can't last out the voyage, and yet they send you here. You may get as far as the Indian Ocean, but what then? It is awful to think of. And that's all the return you get for faithful, unblemished service." Pavel Ivanitch looked very angry, and smote his forehead and gasped. "They ought to be shown up in the papers. There would be an awful row." The 2 sick soldiers and the sailor were already up and had begun to play cards, the sailor propped up in his hammock, and the soldiers squatting uncomfortably on the floor. One soldier had his right arm in a sling, and his wrist was tightly bandaged so that he had to hold the cards in his left hand or in the crook of his elbow. The boat was rolling violently, so that it was impossible to get up or to drink tea or to take medicine. "You were an orderly?" Pavel Ivanitch asked Goussiev. "That's it, an orderly." My God," said Pavel Ivanitch sorrowfully. "To take a man from his native place, drag him 15,000 miles, drive him into consumption, and what for, I ask you? To make him an orderly to some Captain Farthing or Midshipman Hole, where's the sense of it? It's not a bad job, Pavel Ivanitch. You get up in the morning, clean the boots, boil the samovar, tidy up the room, and then there is nothing to do. The lieutenant draws plans all day long, and you can pray to God if you like or read books or go out into the streets. It's a good enough life." "Yes, very good. The lieutenant draws plans, and you stay in the kitchen all day long and suffer from homesickness. Plans don't matter. It's human life that matters. Life doesn't come again. One should be sparing of it." "Certainly, Pavel Ivanitch. A bad man meets no quarter, either at home or in the army, but if you live straight and do as you are told, then no one will harm you. They are educated and they understand. For 5 years now, I've never been in the cells and I've only been thrashed 1 stutch wood." "What was that for?" "Fighting. I have a heavy fist, Pavel Ivanitch. 4 Chinamen came into our yard. They were carrying wood, I think, but I don't remember. Well, I was bored. I went for them and one of them got a bloody nose. The lieutenant saw it through the window and gave me a thick ear." "You poor fool," muttered Pavel Ivanitch. "You don't understand anything." He was completely exhausted with the tossing of the boat and shut his eyes. His head fell back and then flopped forward onto his chest. He tried several times to lie down, but in vain, for he could not breathe. "And why did you go for the 4 Chinamen?" he asked after a while. "For no reason. They came into the yard and I went for them." Silence fell. The gamblers played for a couple of hours, absorbed in cursing, but the tossing of the ship tired even them. They threw the cards away and laid down. Once more Goussiev thought of the big pond, the pottery, the village. Once more the sledges skimmed along, once more Vanka laughed, and that fool of an Akolka opened her fur coat and stretched out her feet. "Look," she seemed to say, "look, poor people, my felt boots are new and not like Vanka's." "She's getting on for 6 and still she has no sense," said Goussiev. "Instead of showing your boots off, why don't you bring some water to your soldier uncle? I'll give you a present." Then came Andrea with his firelock on his shoulder, carrying a hare he had shot, and he was followed by Tsechik the cripple, who offered him a piece of soap for the hare. And there was the black heifer in the yard, and Domna sewing a shirt and crying over something, and there was the eyeless bull's head and the black smoke. Overhead there was shouting, sailors running, the sound of something heavy being dragged along the deck or something had broken. More running. Something wrong? Goussiev raised his head, listened, and saw the 2 soldiers and the sailor playing cards again, Pavel Ivanitch sitting up and moving his lips. It was very close, he could hardly breathe, he wanted a drink, but the water was warm and disgusting. The pitching of the boat was now better. Suddenly something queer happened to one of the soldiers. He called ace of diamonds, lost his reckoning, and dropped his cards. He started and laughed stupidly and looked round. "In a moment, you fellows," he said, and lay down on the floor. All were at a loss. They shouted at him, but he made no reply. "Stepan, are you ill?" asked the other soldier with the bandaged hand. "Perhaps we'd better call the priest, eh?" "Stepan, drink some water," said the sailor. "Here, mate, have a drink." "What's the good of breaking his teeth with the jug?" shouted Goussiev angrily. "Don't you see, you fatheads?" "What? What?" cried Goussiev. "He snuffed it dead, that's what. Good God, what fools!" 3. The rolling stopped and Pavel Ivanitch cheered up. He was no longer peevish. His face had an arrogant, impetuous, and mocking expression. He looked as if he were on the point of saying, "I'll tell you a story that will make you die of laughter." Their porthole was open, and a soft wind blew in on Pavel Ivanitch. Voices could be heard and the splash of oars in the water. Beneath the window, someone was howling in a thin, horrible voice, probably a Chinaman singing. "Yes, we are in harbor," said Pavel Ivanitch, smiling mockingly. "Another month and we shall be in Russia. It's true, my gallant warriors, I shall get to Odessa and thence I shall go straight to Kharkov. At Kharkov I have a friend, a literary man. I shall go to him and I shall say, 'Now, my friend, give up your rotten little love stories and descriptions of nature, and expose the vileness of the human biped. There's a subject for you.'" He thought for a moment, and then he said, "Goussiev, do you know how I swindled them?" "Who, Pavel Ivanitch?" "The lot out there. You see, there's only first and third class on the steamer, and only peasants are allowed to go third. If you have a decent suit and look like a nobleman or a bourgeois at a distance, then you must go first. It may break you, but you have to lay down your 500 rubles. What's the point of such an arrangement?" I asked. "Is it meant to raise the prestige of Russian intellectuals?" "Not a bit," said they. "We don't let you go, simply because it is impossible for a decent man to go third. It is so vile and disgusting." "Yes," said I. "Thanks for taking so much trouble about decent people. Anyhow, bad or no, I haven't got 500 rubles, as I have neither robbed the treasury nor exploited foreigners, nor dealt in contraband, nor flogged anyone to death, and therefore, I think I have a right to go first class and to take rank with the intelligentsia of Russia." But there's no convincing them by logic. I had to try fraud. I put on a peasant's coat and long boots and a drunken, stupid expression and went to the agent and said, "Give me a ticket, Your Honor." "What's your position?" says the agent. "Clerical," said I. My father was an honest priest. He always told the truth to the great ones of the earth, and so he suffered much. Pavel Ivanitch got tired with talking, and his breath failed him, but he went on. "Yes, I always tell the truth straight out. I am afraid of nobody and nothing. There's a great difference between myself and you in that respect. You are dull, blind, stupid, you see nothing, and you don't understand what you do see. You are told that the wind breaks its chain, that you are brutes and worse, and you believe. You are thrashed, and you kiss the hand that thrashes you. A swine in a raccoon pelisse robs you and throws you sixpence for tea, and you say, 'Please, Your Honor, let me kiss your hand.' You are pariahs, skunks? I am different. I live consciously. I see everything as an eagle or a hawk sees when it hovers over the earth, and I understand everything. I am a living protest. I see injustice, I protest. I see bigotry and hypocrisy, I protest. I see swine triumphant, I protest, and I am unconquerable. No Spanish Inquisition can make me hold my tongue. I cut my tongue out. I'll protest by gesture. Shut me up in a dungeon, I'll shout so loud that I shall be heard for a mile round, or I'll starve myself so that there shall be a still heavier weight on their black consciences. Kill me and my ghost will return. All my acquaintances tell me, 'You are a most insufferable man, Pavel Ivanitch.' I am proud of such a reputation. I served 3 years in the Far East and have got bitter memories enough for 100 years. I invade against it all. My friends write from Russia, 'Do not come.' But I'm going to spite them. Yes, that is life, I understand, you can call that life." Goussiev was not listening, but lay looking out of the porthole. On the transparent, lovely turquoise water swung a boat all shining in the shimmering light. A fat Chinaman was sitting in it eating rice with chopsticks. The water murmured softly, and over it lazily soared white seagulls. It would be fun to give that fat fellow one on the back of his neck, thought Goussiev, watching the fat Chinaman and yawning. He dozed, and it seemed to him that all the world was slumbering. Time slipped swiftly away. The day passed imperceptibly. Imperceptibly, the twilight fell. The steamer was still no longer but was moving on. 4. 2 days passed. Pavel Ivanitch no longer sat up but lay full length. His eyes were closed, and his nose seemed to be sharper than ever. Pavel Ivanitch, called Goussiev. Pavel Ivanitch. Pavel Ivanitch opened his eyes and moved his lips. "Aren't you well?" "It's nothing," answered Pavel Ivanitch, breathing heavily. "It's nothing. No, I'm much better. You see, I can lie down now. I'm much better." "Thank God for it, Pavel Ivanitch. When I compare myself with you, I am sorry for you. Poor devils. My lungs are all right. My cough comes from indigestion. I can endure this hell, not to mention the Red Sea. Besides, I have a critical attitude toward my illness as well as to my medicine. But you are ignorant. It's hard lines on you, very hard." The ship was running smoothly. It was calm but still stifling and hot as a Turkish bath. It was hard not only to speak but even to listen without an effort. Goussiev clasped his knees, leaned his head on them, and thought of his native place. My God, in such heat it was a pleasure to think of snow and cold. He saw himself driving on a sledge, and suddenly the horses were frightened and bolted. Heedless of roads, dikes, ditches, they rushed like mad through the village, across the pond, past the works, through the fields. "Hold them in," cried the women and the passers-by. "Hold them in." But why hold them in? Let the cold wind slap your face and cut your hands. Let the lumps of snow thrown up by the horses' hoofs fall on your hat, down your neck and chest. Let the runners of the sledge be buckled, and the traces and harness be torn, and be damned to it. What fun when the sledge topples over and you are flung hard into a snowdrift, with your face slap into the snow, and you get up all white with your mustaches covered with icicles, hatless, gloveless, with your belt undone. People laugh and dogs bark. Pavel Ivanitch, with one eye half open, looked at Goussiev and asked quietly, "Goussiev, did your commander steal?" "How do I know, Pavel Ivanitch? The likes of us don't hear of it." A long time passed in silence. Goussiev thought, dreamed, drank water. It was difficult to speak, difficult to hear, and he was afraid of being spoken to. 1 hour passed, a second, a third. Evening came, then night, but he noticed nothing as he sat dreaming of the snow. He could hear someone coming into the ward. Voices, but 5 minutes passed and all was still. "God rest his soul," said the soldier with the bandaged hand. "He was a restless man." "What?" asked Goussiev. "Who?" "He's dead. He has just been taken upstairs." "Oh, well," muttered Goussiev with a yawn. "God rest his soul." "What do you think, Goussiev?" asked the bandaged soldier after some time. "Will he go to heaven?" "Who?" "Pavel Ivanitch." "He will. He suffered much. Besides, he was a priest's son, and priests have many relations. They will pray for his soul." The bandaged soldier sat down on Goussiev's hammock and said in an undertone, "You won't live much longer, Goussiev. You'll never see Russia." "Did the doctor or the nurse tell you that?" asked Goussiev. "No one told me, but I can see it. You can always tell when a man is going to die soon. You neither eat nor drink, and you have gone very thin and awful to look at. Consumption, that's what it is. I'm not saying this to make you uneasy, but because I thought you might like to have the last sacrament, and if you have any money, you had better give it to the senior officer." "I have not written home," said Goussiev. "I shall die and they will never know." "They will know," said the sailor in his deep voice. "When you die they will put you down in the log, and at Odessa they will give a note to the military governor, and he will send it to your parish or wherever it is." This conversation made Goussiev begin to feel unhappy, and a vague desire began to take possession of him. He drank water, it was not that. He stretched out to the porthole and breathed the hot, moist air, it was not that. He tried to think of his native place, and the snow, it was not that. At last, he felt that he would choke if he stayed a moment longer in the hospital. "I feel poorly, mates," he said. "I want to go on deck. For Christ's sake, take me on deck." Goussiev flung his arms round the soldier's neck, and the soldier held him with his free arm and supported him up the gangway. On deck, there were rows and rows of sleeping soldiers and sailors, so many of them that it was difficult to pick a way through them. "Stand up," said the bandaged soldier gently. "Walk after me slowly and hold on to my shirt." It was dark. There was no light on deck or on the masts or over the sea. In the bows, a sentry stood motionless as a statue, but he looked as if he were asleep. It was as though the steamer had been left to its own sweet will to go where it liked. "They are going to throw Pavel Ivanitch into the sea," said the bandaged soldier. "They will put him in a sack and throw him overboard." "Yes, that's the way they do. But it's better to lie at home in the earth. Then the mother can go to the grave and weep over it." Surely. There was a smell of dung and hay. With heads hanging there were oxen standing by the bulwark, 1, 2, 3, 8 beasts, and there was a little horse. Goussiev put out his hand to pat it, but it shook its head, showed its teeth, and tried to bite his sleeve. "Damn you," said Goussiev angrily. He and the soldier slowly made their way to the bows and stood against the bulwark and looked silently up and down. Above them was the wide sky, bright with stars, peace and tranquility exactly as it was at home in his village, but below darkness and turbulence. Mysterious towering waves. Each wave seemed to strive to rise higher than the rest, and they pressed and jostled each other, and yet others came, fierce and ugly, and hurled themselves into the fray. There is neither sense nor pity in the sea. Had the steamer been smaller and not made of tough iron, the waves would have crushed it remorselessly and all the men in it, without distinction of good and bad. The steamer, too, seemed cruel and senseless. The large-nosed monster pressed forward and cut its way through millions of waves. It was afraid neither of darkness, nor of the wind, nor of space, nor of loneliness. It cared for nothing. And if the ocean had its people, the monster would crush them without distinction of good and bad. "Where are we now?" asked Goussiev. "I don't know, must be the ocean. There's no land in sight." "Why, they say we shan't see land for another 7 days." The two soldiers looked at the white foam gleaming with phosphorescence. Goussiev was the first to break the silence. "Nothing is really horrible," he said. "You feel uneasy, as if you were in a dark forest. Suppose a boat were lowered and I was ordered to go 100 miles out to sea to fish, I would go. Or suppose I saw a soul fall into the water, I would go in after him. I wouldn't go in for a German or a Chinaman, but I'd try to save a Russian. Aren't you afraid to die?" "Yes, I'm afraid. I'm sorry for the people at home. I have a brother at home, you know, and he is not steady. He drinks, beats his wife for nothing at all, and my old father and mother may be brought to ruin. But my legs are giving way, mate, and it is hot here. Let me go to bed." 5. Goussiev went back to the ward and lay down in his hammock. As before, a vague desire tormented him and he could not make out what it was. There was a congestion in his chest, a noise in his head, and his mouth was so dry that he could hardly move his tongue. He dozed and dreamed, and exhausted by the heat, his cough and the nightmares that haunted him, toward morning he fell into a deep sleep. He dreamed he was in barracks, and the bread had just been taken out of the oven, and he crawled into the oven and lathered himself with a birch broom. He slept for 2 days, and on the 3rd day in the afternoon, 2 sailors came down and carried him out of the ward. He was sewn up in sailcloth, and to make him heavier 2 iron bars were sewn up with him. In the sailcloth he looked like a carrot or a radish, broad at the top, narrow at the bottom. Just before sunset he was taken on deck and laid on a board, one end of which lay on the bulwark, the other on a box, raised up by a stool. Round him stood the invalided soldiers. "Blessed is our God," began the priest, "always, now and forever and ever." "Amen," said 3 sailors. The soldiers and the crew crossed themselves and looked askance at the waves. It was strange that a man should be sewn up in sailcloth and dropped into the sea. Could it happen to anyone? The priest sprinkled Goussiev with earth and bowed. A hymn was sung. The guard lifted up the end of the board. Goussiev slipped down it, shot headlong, turned over in the air, then plop. The foam covered him. For a moment it looked as though he was swathed in lace, but the moment passed and he disappeared beneath the waves. He dropped down to the bottom. Would he reach it? The bottom is miles down, they say. He dropped down almost 60 or 70 feet, then began to go slower and slower, swung to and fro as though he were thinking. Then, borne along by the current, he moved more sideways than downward. But soon he met a shoal of pilot fish. Seeing a dark body, the fish stopped dead and sudden, altogether, turned and went back. Less than a minute later, like arrows they darted at Goussiev, zigzagging through the water around him. Later came another dark body, a shark. Gravely and leisurely, as though it had not noticed Goussiev, it swam up under him, and he rolled over on its back. It turned its belly up, taking its ease in the warm, translucent water, and slowly opened its mouth with its 2 rows of teeth. The pilot fish were wildly excited. They stopped to see what was going to happen. The shark played with the body, then slowly opened its mouth under it, touched it with its teeth, and the sailcloth was ripped open from head to foot. One of the bars fell out, frightening the pilot fish and striking the shark on its side, and sank to the bottom. And above the surface, the clouds were huddling up about the setting sun. One cloud was like a triumphal arch, another like a lion, another like a pair of scissors. From behind the clouds came a broad green ray reaching up to the very middle of the sky. A little later, a violet ray was flung alongside this, and then others gold and pink. The sky was soft and lilac, pale and tender. At first, beneath the lovely, glorious sky, the ocean frowned, but soon the ocean also took on color-sweet, joyful, passionate colors, almost impossible to name in human language. My life. The story of a provincial. The director said to me, "I only keep you out of respect for your worthy father, or you would have gone long since." I replied, "You flatter me, Your Excellency, but I suppose I am in a position to go." And then I heard him saying, "Take the fellow away, he is getting on my nerves." 2 days later, I was dismissed. Ever since I had been grown up, to the great sorrow of my father, the municipal architect, I had changed my position 9 times, going from one department to another, but all the departments were as like each other as drops of water. I had to sit and write, listen to inane and rude remarks, and just wait until I was dismissed. When I told my father, he was sitting back in his chair with his eyes shut. His thin, dry face, with a dove-colored tinge where he shaved, his face was like that of an old Catholic organist, wore an expression of meek submission. Without answering my greeting or opening his eyes, he said, "If my dear wife, your mother, were alive, your life would be a constant grief to her. I can see the hand of Providence in her untimely death. Tell me, you unhappy boy," he went on, opening his eyes, "what am I to do with you? When I was younger, my relations and friends knew what to do with me. Some advised me to go into the army as a volunteer. Others were for pharmacy, others for the telegraph service. But now that I was 24 and was going gray at the temples and had already tried the army and pharmacy and the telegraph service, and every possibility seemed to be exhausted, they gave me no more advice, but only sighed and shook their heads. "What do you think of yourself?" my father went on. "At your age, other young men have a good social position, and just look at yourself. A lazy lout, a beggar, living on your father." And, as usual, he went on to say that young men were going to the dogs through want of faith, materialism, and conceit, and that amateur theatricals should be prohibited because they seduce young people from religion and their duty. "Tomorrow we will go together, and you shall apologize to the director and promise to do your work conscientiously," he concluded. "You must not be without a position in society for a single day." "Please listen to me," said I firmly, though I did not anticipate gaining anything by speaking. "What you call a position in society is the privilege of capital and education. But people who are poor and uneducated have to earn their living by hard physical labor, and I see no reason why I should be an exception." "It is foolish and trivial of you to talk of physical labor," said my father with some irritation. "Do try to understand, you idiot, and get it into your brainless head, that in addition to physical strength you have a divine spirit, a sacred fire, by which you are distinguished from an ass or a reptile and bringing you nigh to God. This sacred fire has been kept alight for thousands of years by the best of mankind. Your great-grandfather, General Polignev, fought at Borodino. Your grandfather was a poet, an orator, and a marshal of the nobility. Your uncle was an educationalist, and I, your father, am an architect. Have all the Polignevs kept the sacred fire alight for you to put it out?" "There must be justice," said I. "Millions of people have to do manual labor." "Let them, they can do nothing else. Even a fool or a criminal can do manual labor. It is the mark of a slave and a barbarian, whereas the sacred fire is given only to a few." It was useless to go on with the conversation. My father worshipped himself and would not be convinced by anything unless he said it himself. Besides, I knew quite well that the annoyance with which he spoke of unskilled labor came not so much from any regard for the sacred fire, as from a secret fear that I should become a working man and the talk of the town. But the chief thing was that all my schoolfellows had long ago gone through the university and were making careers for themselves, and the son of the director of the state bank was already a collegiate assessor, while I, an only son, was nothing. It was useless and unpleasant to go on with the conversation, but I still sat there and raised objections in the hope of making myself understood. The problem was simple and clear. How was I to earn my living? But he could not see its simplicity, and kept on talking with sugary rounded phrases about Borodino and the sacred fire, and my uncle, and the forgotten poet who wrote bad, insincere verses, and he called me a brainless fool. But how I longed to be understood. In spite of everything, I loved my father and my sister, and from boyhood I have had a habit of considering them so strongly rooted that I shall probably never get rid of it. Whether I am right or wrong, I am always afraid of hurting them, and go in terror lest my father's thin neck should go red with anger, and he should have an apoplectic fit. It is shameful and degrading for a man of my age to sit in a stuffy room and compete with a typewriting machine, I said. What has that to do with the sacred fire? Still, it is intellectual work, said my father. But that's enough. Let us drop the conversation, and I warn you that if you refuse to return to your office and indulge your contemptible inclinations, then you will lose my love and your sister's. I shall cut you out of my will, that I swear, by God. With perfect sincerity, in order to show the purity of my motives, by which I hope to be guided all through my life, I said, the matter of inheritance does not strike me as important. I renounce any rights I may have. For some unexpected reason, these words greatly offended my father. He went purple in the face. How dare you talk to me like that, you fool? He cried to me in a thin, shrill voice. You scoundrel! And he struck me quickly and dexterously with a familiar movement, once, twice. You forget yourself. When I was a boy and my father struck me, I used to stand bolt upright like a soldier and look him straight in the face. And exactly as if I were still a boy, I stood erect and tried to look into his eyes. My father was old and very thin, but his spare muscles must have been as strong as whipcord, for he hit very hard. I returned to the hall, but there he seized his umbrella and struck me several times over the head and shoulders. At that moment, my sister opened the drawing-room door to see what the noise was, but immediately drew back with an expression of pity and horror, and said not one word in my defense. My intention not to return to the office, but to start a new working life, was unshakable. It only remained to choose the kind of work, and there seemed to be no great difficulty about that, because I was strong, patient, and willing. I was prepared to face a monotonous, laborious life, of semi-starvation, filth, and rough surroundings, always overshadowed with the thought of finding a job and a living. And who knows, returning from work in the great Gentry Street, I might often envy Chekhov, the engineer who lives by intellectual work, but I was happy in thinking of my coming troubles. I used to dream of intellectual activity and to imagine myself a teacher, a doctor, a writer, but my dreams remained only dreams. A liking for intellectual pleasures like the theater and reading grew into a passion with me, but I did not know whether I had any capacity for intellectual work. At school, I had an unconquerable aversion for the Greek language, so that I had to leave when I was in the 4th class. Teachers were got to coach me up for the 5th class, and then I went into various departments, spending most of my time in perfect idleness, and this, I was told, was intellectual work. My activity in the education department or in the municipal office required neither mental effort, nor talent, nor personal ability, nor creative spiritual impulse. It was purely mechanical, and such intellectual work seemed to me lower than manual labor. I despise it, and I do not think that it for a moment justifies an idle, careless life, because it is nothing but a swindle and only a kind of idleness. In all probability, I have never known real intellectual work. It was evening. We lived in Great Gentry Street, the chief street in the town, and our rank and fashion walked up and down it in the evenings, as there were no public gardens. The street was very charming and was almost as good as a garden, for it had 2 rows of poplar trees, which smelt very sweet, especially after rain, and acacias and tall trees and apple trees hung over the fences and hedges. May evenings, the scent of the lilac, the hum of the cockchafers, the warm, still air, how new and extraordinary it all is, though spring comes every year. I stood by the gate and looked at the passers-by. With most of them I had grown up and had played with them, but now my presence might upset them, because I was poorly dressed, in unfashionable clothes, and people made fun of my very narrow trousers and large, clumsy boots and called them macaroni on steamboats. And I had a bad reputation in the town because I had no position and went to play billiards in low caff, and had once been taken up, for no particular offense, by the political police. In a large house opposite, Dollyhikov's, the engineers, someone was playing the piano. It was beginning to get dark and the stars were beginning to shine. And slowly, answering people's salutes, my father passed with my sister on his arm. He was wearing an old top hat with a broad, curly brim. "Look," he said to my sister, pointing to the sky with the very umbrella with which he had just struck me. "Look at the sky. Even the smallest stars are worlds. How insignificant man is in comparison with the universe." And he said this in a tone that seemed to convey that he found it extremely flattering and pleasant to be so insignificant. What an untalented man he was. Unfortunately, he was the only architect in the town, and during the last 15 or 20 years I could not remember one decent house being built. When he had to design a house, as a rule he would draw first the hall and the drawing room. As in olden days, schoolgirls could only begin to dance by the fireplace, so his artistic ideas could only evolve from the hall and drawing room. To them, he would add the dining room, nursery, study, connecting them with doors, so that in the end they were just so many passages, and each room had 2 or 3 doors too many. His houses were obscure, extremely confused, and limited. Every time, as though he felt something was missing, he had recourse to various additions, plastering them one on top of the other. And there would be various lobbies and passages and crooked staircases leading to the entresol, where it was only possible to stand in a stooping position, and where instead of a floor there would be a thin flight of stairs like a Russian bath, and the kitchen would always be under the house with a vaulted ceiling and a brick floor. The front of his houses always had a hard, stubborn expression, with stiff, French lines, low, squat roofs, and fat, pudding-like chimneys surmounted with black cowls and squeaking weathercocks. And somehow all the houses built by my father were like each other, and vaguely reminded me of a top hat and the stiff, obstinate back of his head. In the course of time, the people of the town grew used to my father's lack of talent, which took root and became our style. My father introduced the style into my sister's life. To begin with, he gave her the name of Cleopatra, and he called me Misael. When she was a little girl, he used to frighten her by telling her about the stars and our ancestors, and explained the nature of life and duty to her at great length. And now, when she was 26, he went on in the same way, allowing her to take no one's arm but his own, and somehow imagining that sooner or later an ardent young man would turn up and wish to enter into marriage with her out of admiration for his qualities. And she adored my father, was afraid of him, and believed in his extraordinary intellectual powers. It got quite dark and the street grew gradually empty. In the house opposite, the music stopped. The gate was wide open, and out into the street, careering with all its bells jingling, came a troika. It was the engineer and his daughter going for a drive. Time to go to bed. I had a room in the house, but I lived in the courtyard in a hut, under the same roof as the coach house, which had been built probably as a harness room for. There were big nails in the walls, but now it was not used, and my father for 30 years had kept his newspapers there, which for some reason he had bound half-yearly and then allowed no one to touch. Living there, I was less in touch with my father and his guests, and I used to think that if I did not live in a proper room and did not go to the house every day for meals, my father's reproach that I was living on him lost some of its sting. My sister was waiting for me. She had brought me supper unknown to my father, a small piece of cold veal and a slice of bread. In the family there were sayings, "Money loves an account," or "A kopeck saves a ruble," and so on, and my sister, impressed by such wisdom, did her best to cut down expenses and made us feed rather meagerly. She put the plate on the table, sat on my bed, and began to cry. "Misael," she said, "what are you doing to us?" She did not cover her face, her tears ran down her cheeks and hands, and her expression was sorrowful. She fell on the pillow, gave way to her tears, trembling all over and sobbing. "You have left your work again," she said. "How awful." "Do try to understand, sister," I said, and because she cried I was filled with despair. As though it were deliberately arranged, the paraffin in my little lamp ran out, and the lamp smoked and guttered, and the old hooks in the wall looked terrible and their shadows flickered. "Spare us," said my sister, rising up. "Father is in an awful state and I am ill. I shall go mad. What will become of you?" she asked, sobbing and holding out her hands to me. "I ask you, I implore you, in the name of our dear mother, to go back to your work." "I cannot, Cleopatra," I said, feeling that only a little more would make me give in. "I cannot." "Why?" insisted my sister. "Why? If you have not made it up with your chief, look for another place. For instance, why shouldn't you work on the railway? I have just spoken to Aniuta Blagovo, and she assures me you would be taken on, and she even promised to do what she could for you. For goodness sake, Misael, think it over, I implore you." We talked a little longer, and I gave in. I said that the thought of working on the railway had never come into my head, and that I was ready to try. She smiled happily through her tears and clasped my hand, and still she cried, because she could not stop, and I went into the kitchen for paraffin. 2. Among the supporters of amateur theatricals, charity concerts, and tableau vivants, the leaders were the Azhiguins, who lived in their own house in Great Gentry House the Street. They used to lend their house and assume the necessary trouble and expense. They were a rich landowning family and had about 3,000 Erskines, with a magnificent farm in the neighborhood, but they did not care for village life and lived in the town's summer and winter. The family consisted of a mother, a tall, spare, delicate lady who had short hair, wore a blouse and a plain skirt, Elle Anglais, and 3 daughters who were spoken of not by their names, but as the eldest, the middle, and the youngest. They all had ugly, sharp chins, and they were short-sighted, high-shouldered, dressed in the same style as their mother, had an unpleasant lisp. And yet they always took part in every play and were always doing something for charity acting, reciting, singing. They were very serious and never smiled, and even in burlesque operettas they acted without gaiety and with a business-like air, as though they were engaged in bookkeeping. I loved our plays, especially the rehearsals, which were frequent, rather absurd, and noisy, and we were always given supper after them. Had no part in the selection of the pieces and the casting of the characters. I had to look after the stage. I used to design the scenery and copy out the parts and prompt and make up. And I also had to look after the various effects such as thunder, the singing of a nightingale, and so on. Having no social position, I had no decent clothes, and during rehearsals had to hold aloof from the others in the darkened wings and shyly say nothing. I used to paint the scenery in the Azhiguins' coach house or yard. I was assisted by a house painter, or, as he called himself, a decorating contractor named Andrei Ivanov, a man of about 50, tall and very thin and pale, with a narrow chest, hollow temples, and dark rings under his eyes. He was rather awful to look at. He had some kind of wasting disease, and every spring and autumn he was said to be on the point of death, but he would go to bed for a while and then get up and say with surprise, "I'm not dead this time." In the town he was called Radish, and people said it was his real name. He loved the theater as much as I, and no sooner did he hear that a play was in hand than he gave up all his work and went to the Azhiguins to paint scenery. The day after my conversation with my sister, I worked from morning till night at the Azhiguins. The rehearsal was fixed for 7 o'clock, and an hour before it began all the players were assembled, and the eldest, the middle, and the youngest Miss Azhiguin were reading their parts on the stage. Radish, in a long, brown overcoat with a scarf wound round his neck, was standing, leaning with his head against the wall, looking at the stage with a rapt expression. Mrs. Azhiguin went from guest to guest, saying something pleasant to everyone. She had a way of gazing into one's face and speaking in a hushed voice as though she were telling a secret. "It must be difficult to paint scenery," she said softly, coming up to me. "I was just talking to Mrs. Muffk about prejudice when I saw you come in. Mon Dieu, all my life I have struggled against prejudice. To convince the servants that all their superstitions are nonsense, I always light 3 candles, and I begin all my important business on the 13th. The daughter of Dalihikov, the engineer, was there, a handsome, plump, fair girl, dressed, as people said in our town, in Parisian style. She did not act, but at rehearsals a chair was put for her on the stage, and the plays did not begin until she appeared in the front row to astonish everybody with the brilliance of her clothes. As coming from the metropolis, she was allowed to make remarks during rehearsals, and she did so with an affable, condescending smile, and it was clear that she regarded our plays as a childish amusement. It was said that she had studied singing at the Petersburg Conservatoire and had sung for a winter season in opera. I liked her very much, and during rehearsals or the performance, I never took my eyes off her. I had taken the book and began to prompt when suddenly my sister appeared. Without taking off her coat and hat, she came up to me and said, "Please come." I went. Behind the stage in the doorway stood Aniuta Blagovo, also wearing a hat with a dark veil. She was the daughter of the vice president of the court, who had been appointed to our town years ago, almost as soon as the high court was established. She was tall and had a good figure, and was considered indispensable for the tableau's vivants, and when she represented a fairy or a muse, her face would burn with shame. But she took no part in the plays, and would only look in at rehearsals, on some business, and never enter the hall. And it was evident now that she had only looked in for a moment. "My father has mentioned you," she said dryly, not looking at me and blushing. "Dalihikov has promised to find you something to do on the railway. If you go to his house tomorrow, he will see you." I bowed and thanked her for her kindness. "And you must leave this," she said, pointing to my book. She and my sister went up to Mrs. Azhagwin and began to whisper, looking at me. "Indeed," said Mrs. Azhagwin, coming up to me and gazing into my face. "Indeed, if it takes you from your more serious business," she took the book out of my hands, "then you must hand it over to someone else. Don't worry, my friend, it will be all right." I said goodbye and left in some confusion. As I went downstairs, I saw my sister and Aniuta Blagovo going away. They were talking animatedly, I suppose about my going on the railway, and they hurried away. My sister had never been to a rehearsal before, and she was probably tortured by her conscience and by her fear of my father finding out that she had been to the Azhagwins without permission. The next day I went to see Dalihikov at 1 o'clock. The manservant showed me into a charming room, which was the engineer's drawing room and study. Everything in it was charming and tasteful, and to a man like myself, unused to such things, very strange. Costly carpets, huge chairs, bronzes, pictures in gold and velvet frames, photographs on the walls of beautiful women, clever, handsome faces, and striking attitudes. From the drawing room, a door led straight into the garden by a veranda, and I saw lilac and a table laid for breakfast, rolls, and a bunch of roses. And there was a smell of spring, and good cigars, and happiness, and everything seemed to say, "Here lives a man who has worked and won the highest happiness here on earth." At the table, the engineer's daughter was sitting reading a newspaper. "Do you want my father?" she asked. "He is having a shower bath. He will be down presently. Please take a chair." I sat down. "I believe you live opposite?" she asked after a short silence. "Yes." "When I have nothing to do, I look out of the window. You must excuse me," she added, turning to her newspaper, "and I often see you and your sister. She has such a kind, wistful expression." Dalihikov came in. He was wiping his neck with a towel. "Papa, this is Mr. Polygnev," said his daughter. "Yes, yes," Blagovo spoke to me. He turned quickly to me but did not hold out his hand. "But what do you think I can give you? I'm not bursting with situations. You're queer people," he went on in a loud voice and as though he were scolding me. "I get about 20 people every day as though I were a Department of State. I run a railway, sir. I employ hard labor. I need mechanics, navvies, joiners, well-sinkers, and you can only sit and write. That's all, you are all clerks." And he exhaled the same air of happiness as his carpets and chairs. He was stout, healthy, with red cheeks and a broad chest. He looked clean in his pink shirt and wide trousers, just like a china figure of a post boy. He had a round, bristling beard end, not a single gray hair, and a nose with a slight bridge, and bright, innocent, dark eyes. "What can you do?" he went on. "Nothing. I am an engineer and well-to-do, but before I was given this railway, I worked very hard for a long time. I was an engine driver for 2 years. I worked in Belgium as an ordinary lubricator. Now, my dear man, just think what work can I offer you?" "I quite agree," said I, utterly abashed, not daring to meet his bright, innocent eyes. "Are you any good with the telegraph?" he asked after some thought. "Yes, I have been in the telegraph service." Well, we'll see. Go to Dubechnia. There's a fellow there already, but he is a scamp." "And what will my duties be?" I asked. "We'll see to that later. Go there now. I'll give orders. But please don't drivel and don't bother me with petitions or I'll kick you out." He turned away from me without even a nod. I bowed to him and his daughter, who was reading the newspaper, and went out. I felt so miserable that when my sister asked how the engineer had received me, I could not utter a single word. To go to Dubechnia, I got up early in the morning at sunrise. There was not a soul in the street, the whole town was asleep, and my footsteps rang out with a hollow sound. The dewy poplars filled the air with a soft scent. I was sad and had no desire to leave the town. It seemed so nice and warm. I loved the green trees, the quiet sunny mornings, the ringing of the bells, but the people in the town were alien to me, tiresome, and sometimes even loathsome. I neither liked nor understood them. I did not understand why, or for what purpose those 35,000 people lived. I knew that Kimry made a living by manufacturing boots, that Tula made samovars and guns, that Odessa was a port. But I did not know what our town was or what it did. The people in Great Gentry Street and 2 other clean streets had independent means and salaries paid by the treasury. But how the people lived in the other 8 streets, which stretched parallel to each other for 3 miles, and then were lost behind the hill, that was always an insoluble problem to me. And I am ashamed to think of the way they lived. They had neither public gardens, nor a theater, nor a decent orchestra. The town and club libraries are used only by young Jews, so that books and magazines would lie for months uncut. The rich and the intelligentsia slept in close, stuffy bedrooms, with wooden beds infested with bugs. The children were kept in filthy, dirty rooms called nurseries, and the servants, even when they were old and respectable, slept on the kitchen floor and covered themselves with rags. Except in Lent, all the houses smelt of bortsch, and during Lent of sturgeon fried in sunflower oil. The food was unsavory, the water unwholesome. On the town council, at the governor's, at the archbishop's, everywhere there had been talk for years about there being no good, cheap water supply, and of borrowing 200,000 rubles from the treasury. Even the very rich people, of whom there were about 30 in the town, people who would lose a whole estate at cards, used to drink the bad water and talk passionately about the loan, and I could never understand this. For it seemed to me it would be simpler for them to pay up the 200,000. I did not know a single honest man in the whole town. My father took bribes and imagined they were given to him out of respect for his spiritual qualities. The boys at the high school, in order to be promoted, went to lodge with the masters and paid them large sums. The wife of the military commandant took levies from the recruits during the recruiting and even allowed them to stand her drinks, and once she was so drunk in church that she could not get up from her knees. During the recruiting, the doctors also took bribes, and the municipal doctor and the veterinary surgeon levied taxes on the butcher shops and public houses. The district school did a trade in certificates, which gave certain privileges in the civil service. The provosts took bribes from the clergy and churchwardens whom they controlled, and on the town council and various committees, everyone who came before them was pursued with, "One expects thanks," and thereby 40 kopecks had to change hands. And those who did not take bribes, like the high court officials, were stiff and proud, and shook hands with 2 fingers, and were distinguished by their indifference and narrow-mindedness. They drank and played cards, married rich women, and always had a bad, insidious influence on those round them. Only the girls had any moral purity. Most of them had lofty aspirations and were pure and honest at heart. But they knew nothing of life, and believed that bribes were given to honor spiritual qualities. And when they married, they soon grew old and weak, and were hopelessly lost in the mire of that vulgar, bourgeois existence. 3. A railway was being built in our district. On holidays and thereabouts, the town was filled with crowds of ragamuffins called railies, of whom the people were afraid. I used often to see a miserable wretch with a bloody face, and without a hat, being dragged off by the police, and behind him was the proof of his crime, a samovar or some wet, newly washed linen. The railies used to collect near the public houses and on the squares, and they drank, ate, and swore terribly, and whistled after the town prostitutes. To amuse these ruffians, our shopkeepers used to make the cats and dogs drink vodka, or tie a kerosene tin to a dog's tail, and whistle to make the dog come tearing along the street with the tin clattering after him, and making him squeal with terror, and think he had some frightful monster hard at his heels, so that he would rush out of the town and over the fields until he could run no more. We had several dogs in the town which were left with a permanent shiver, and used to crawl about with their tails between their legs, and people said that they could not stand such tricks and had gone mad. The station was being built 5 miles from the town. It was said that the engineer had asked for a bribe of 50,000 rubles to bring the station nearer, but the municipality would only agree to 40. They would not give in to the extra 10,000, and now the townspeople are sorry because they had to make a road to the station, which cost them more. Sleepers and rails were fixed all along the line, and service trains were running to carry building materials and laborers, and they were only waiting for the bridges upon which Kalashnikov was at work, and here and there the stations were not ready. Dubechnya, the name of our first station, was 17 versts from the town. I went on foot. The winter and spring corn was bright green, shining in the morning sun. The road was smooth and bright, and in the distance I could see and outline the station, the hills, and the remote farmhouses. How good it was out in the open, and how I longed to be filled with the sense of freedom, if only for that morning, to stop thinking of what was going on in the town, or of my needs, or even of eating. Nothing has so much prevented my living as the feeling of acute hunger, which make my finest thoughts get mixed up with thoughts of porridge, cutlets, and fried fish. When I stand alone in the fields and look up at the larks hanging marvelously in the air and bursting with hysterical song, I think, it would be nice to have some bread and butter. Or when I sit in the road and shut my eyes and listen to the wonderful sounds of a May Day, I remember how good hot potatoes smell. Being big and of a strong constitution, I never have quite enough to eat, and so my chief sensation during the day is hunger. And so I can understand why so many people who are working for a bare living can talk of nothing but food. At Dubechnya, the station was being plastered inside, and the upper story of the water tank was being built. It was close and smelt of lime, and the laborers were wandering lazily over piles of chips and rubbish. The signalman was asleep near his box with the sun pouring straight into his face. There was not a single tree. The telephone gave a faint hum, and here and there birds had alighted on it. I wandered over the heaps, not knowing what to do, and remembered how when I asked the engineer what my duties would be, he had replied, "We will see there." But what was there to see in such a wilderness? The plasterers were talking about the foreman and about one Fedot Vasilievich. I could not understand and was filled with physical embarrassment. I felt conscious of my arms and legs and of the whole of my big body and did not know what to do with them or where to go. After walking for at least a couple of hours, I noticed that from the station to the right of the line, there were telegraph poles which after about 1.5 or 2 miles ended in a white stone wall. The laborers said it was the office, and I decided at last that I must go there. It was a very old farmhouse, long unused. The wall of rough, white stone was decayed, and in places had crumbled away, and the roof of the wing, the blind wall of which looked toward the railway, had perished and was patched here and there with tin. Through the gates there was a large yard, overgrown with tall grass, and beyond that an old house with Venetian blinds in the windows and a high roof, brown with rot. On either side of the house, to right and left, were 2 symmetrical wings. The windows of one were boarded up, while by the other, the windows of which were open, there were a number of calves grazing. The last telegraph pole stood in the yard, and the wire went from it to the wing with the blind wall. The door was open and I went in. By the table at the telegraph was sitting a man with a dark, curly head in a canvas coat. He glared at me sternly and askance, but he immediately smiled and said, "How do you do, prophet?" It was Ivan Chekhov, my school friend, who was expelled when he was in the 2nd class for smoking. Once, during the autumn, we were out catching goldfinches, starlings, and hawfinches to sell them in the market early in the morning when our parents were still asleep. We beat up flocks of starlings and shot at them with pellets, and then picked up the wounded, and some died in terrible agony. I can still remember how they moaned at night in my case, and some recovered. And we sold them, and swore black and blue that they were male birds. Once in the market, I had only 1 starling left, which I hawked about and finally sold for a kopeck. A little profit, I said to console myself, and from that time at school I was always known as Little Prophet. And even now, schoolboys and the townspeople sometimes use the name to tease me, though no one but myself remembers how it came about. Chekhov never was strong. He was narrow-chested, round-shouldered, long-legged. His tie looked like a piece of string, he had no waistcoat, and his boots were worse than mine with the heels worn down. He blinked with his eyes and had an eager expression as though he were trying to catch something and he was in a constant fidget. "You wait," he said, bustling about. "Look here, what was I saying just now?" We began to talk. I discovered that the estate had till recently belonged to the Chekhovs, and only the previous autumn had passed to Kalashnikov, who thought it more profitable to keep his money in land than in shares, and had already bought 3 big estates in our district with the transfer of all mortgages. When Chekhov's mother sold, she stipulated for the right to live in one of the wings for another 2 years and got her son a job in the office. "Why shouldn't he buy?" said Chekhov of the engineer. "He gets a lot from the contractors, he bribes them all." Then he took me to dinner, deciding in his emphatic way that I was to live with him in the wing and board with his mother. "She is a screw," he said, "but she will not take much from you." In the small rooms where his mother lived there was a queer jumble. Even the hall and the passage were stacked with furniture, which had been taken from the house after the sale of the estate, and the furniture was old and of redwood. Mrs. Chekhov, a very stout elderly lady, with slanting, Chinese eyes, sat by the window in a big chair, knitting a stocking. She received me ceremoniously. "It is Polygnev, mother," said Chekhov, introducing me. "He is going to work here." "Are you a nobleman?" she asked in a strange, unpleasant voice, as though she had boiling fat in her throat. "Yes," I answered. "Sit down." The dinner was bad. It consisted only of a pie with unsweetened curds and some milk soup. Elena Nikiforovna, my hostess, was perpetually winking, first with one eye, then with the other. She talked and ate, but in her whole aspect there was a death-like quality, and one could almost detect the smell of a corpse. Life hardly stirred in her, yet she had the air of being the lady of the manor, who had once had her serfs, and was the wife of a general, whose servants had to call him Your Excellency. And when these miserable embers of life flared up in her for a moment, she would say to her son, "Ivan, that is not the way to hold your knife." Or she would say, gasping for breath, with the preciseness of a hostess laboring to entertain her guest, "We have just sold our estate, you know. It is a pity, of course, we have got so used to being here, but Kalashnikov promised to make Ivan station master at Dubechnia so that we shan't have to leave. We shall live here on the station, which is the same as living on the estate. The engineer is such a nice man, don't you think him very handsome?" Until recently, the Chekhovs had been very well-to-do, but with the general's death everything changed. Elena Nikiforovna began to quarrel with the neighbors and to go to law, and she did not pay her bailiffs and laborers. She was always afraid of being robbed, and in less than 10 years Dubechnia changed completely. Behind the house there was an old garden run wild, overgrown with tall grass and brushwood. I walked along the terrace, which was still well kept and beautiful. Through the glass door I saw a room with a parquet floor, which must have been the drawing room. It contained an ancient piano, some engravings in mahogany frames on the walls, and nothing else. There was nothing left of the flower garden but peonies and poppies, rearing their white and scarlet heads above the ground. On the paths, all huddled together, were young maples and elm trees, which had been stripped by the cows. The growth was dense and the garden seemed impassable, and only near the house, where there still stood poplars, firs, and some old bricks, were there traces of the former avenues. And further on the garden was being cleared for a hayfield, and here it was no longer allowed to run wild, and one's mouth and eyes were no longer filled with spiders' webs, and a pleasant air was stirring. The further out one went, the more open it was, and there were cherry trees, plum trees, wide-spreading old apple trees, lichened and held up with props, and the pear trees were so tall that it was incredible that there could be pears on them. This part of the garden was let to the marketwomen of our town, and it was guarded from thieves and starlings by a peasant and idiot who lived in a hut. The orchard grew thinner and became a mere meadow running down to the river, which was overgrown with reeds and withy beds. There was a pool by the mill dam, deep and full of fish, and a little mill with a straw roof ground and roared, and the frogs croaked furiously. On the water, which was as smooth as glass, circles appeared from time to time, and water lilies trembled on the impact of a darting fish. The village of Dubechnia was on the other side of the river. The calm, azure pool was alluring with its promise of coolness and rest. And now all this, the pool, the mill, the comfortable banks of the river, belonged to the engineer. And here my new work began. I received and dispatched telegrams. I wrote out various accounts and copied orders, claims, and reports sent into the office by our illiterate foremen and mechanics. But most of the day I did nothing, walking up and down the room waiting for telegrams, or I would tell the boy to stay in the wing and go into the garden until the boy came to say the bell was ringing. I had dinner with Mrs. Chekhov. Meat was served very rarely. Most of the dishes were made of milk, and on Wednesdays and Fridays we had Lenten fare, and the food was served in pink plates, which were called Lenten. Mrs. Chekhov was always blinking. The habit grew on her, and I felt awkward and embarrassed in her presence. As there was not enough work for one, Chekhov did nothing, but slept or went down to the pool with his gun to shoot ducks. In the evenings he got drunk in the village or at the station, and before going to bed he would look in the glass and say, "How are you, Ivan Chekhov?" When he was drunk, he was very pale and used to rub his hands and laugh, or rather nay, he. Out of bravado he would undress himself and run naked through the fields, and he used to eat flies and say they were a bit sour. 4. Once after dinner he came running into the wing, panting, to say, "Your sister has come to see you." I went out and saw a fly standing by the steps of the house. My sister had brought Aniuta Blagovo and a military gentleman in a summer uniform. As I approached, I recognized the military gentleman as Aniuta's brother, the doctor. "We've come to take you for a picnic," he said, "if you've no objection." My sister and Aniuta wanted to ask how I was getting on, but they were both silent and only looked at me. They felt that I didn't like my job, and tears came into my sister's eyes, and Aniuta Blagovo blushed. We went into the orchard, the doctor first, and he said ecstatically, "What air, by Jove, what air!" He was just a boy to look at. He talked and walked like an undergraduate, and the look in his gray eyes was as lively, simple, and frank as that of a nice boy. Compared with his tall, handsome sister, he looked weak and slight, and his little beard was thin, and so was his voice, a thin tenor, though quite pleasant. He was away somewhere with his regiment and had come home on leave, and said that he was going to Petersburg in the autumn to take his M.D. He already had a family, a wife, and 3 children. He had married young, in his 2nd year at the university, and people said he was unhappily married and was not living with his wife. "What is the time?" My sister was uneasy. "We must go back soon, for my father would only let me have until 6 o'clock. "Oh, your father," sighed the doctor. I made tea, and we drank it sitting on a carpet in front of the terrace, and the doctor, kneeling, drank from his saucer and said that he was perfectly happy. Then Chekhov fetched the key and unlocked the glass door, and we all entered the house. It was dark and mysterious and smelled of mushrooms, and our footsteps made a hollow sound as though there were a vault under the floor. The doctor stopped by the piano and touched the keys, and it gave out a faint, tremulous, cracked, but still melodious sound. He raised his voice and began to sing a romance, frowning and impatiently stamping his foot when he touched a broken key. My sister forgot about going home, but walked agitatedly up and down the room and said, "I am happy. I am very, very happy." There was a note of surprise in her voice, as though it seemed impossible to her that she should be happy. It was the first time in my life that I had seen her so gay. She even looked handsome. Her profile was not good. Her nose and mouth somehow protruded and made her look as if she was always blowing, but she had beautiful, dark eyes, a pale, very delicate complexion, and a touching expression of kindness and sadness. And when she spoke, she seemed very charming and even beautiful. Both she and I took after our mother. We were broad-shouldered, strong, and sturdy, but her paleness was a sign of sickness. She often coughed, and in her eyes I often noticed the expression common to people who are ill, but who for some reason conceal it. In her present cheerfulness there was something childish and naïve, as though all the joy which had been suppressed and dulled during our childhood by a strict upbringing had suddenly awakened in her soul and rushed out into freedom. But when evening came and the fly was brought round, my sister became very quiet and subdued, and sat in the fly as though it were a prison van. Soon they were all gone. The noise of the fly died away. I remembered that Aniuta Blagovo had said not a single word to me all day. A wonderful girl, I thought, a wonderful girl. Lent came, and every day we had Lenten dishes. I was greatly depressed by my idleness and the uncertainty of my position, and slothful, hungry, dissatisfied with myself, I wandered over the estate and only waited for an energetic mood to leave the place. Once in the afternoon, when Radish was sitting in our wing, Chekhov entered unexpectedly, very sunburnt and gray with dust. He had been out on the line for 3 days and had come to Dubechnia on a locomotive and walked over. While he waited for the carriage which he had ordered to come out to meet him, he went over the estate with his bailiff, giving orders in a loud voice, and then for a whole hour he sat in our wing and wrote letters. When telegrams came through for him, he himself tapped out the answers, while we stood there stiff and silent. "What a mess," he said, looking angrily through the accounts. "I shall transfer the office to the station in a fortnight, and I don't know what I shall do with you then." "I've done my best, sir," said Chekhov. "Quite so, I can see what your best is, you can only draw your wages." The engineer looked at me and went on. "You rely on getting introductions to make a career for yourself with as little trouble as possible. Well, I don't care about introductions. Nobody helped me. Before I had this line, I was an engine driver. I worked in Belgium as an ordinary lubricator. And what are you doing here, Panteley?" he asked, turning to Radish. "Going out drinking." For some reason or other, he called all simple people Panteley, while he despised men like Chekhov and myself and called us drunkards, beasts, canal. As a rule, he was hard on petty officials and paid and dismissed them ruthlessly without any explanation. At last the carriage came for him. When he left, he promised to dismiss us all in a fortnight, called the bailiff a fool, stretched himself out comfortably in the carriage, and drove away. "Andrei Ivanitch," I said to Radish, "will you take me on as a laborer?" "What? Why?" We went together toward the town, and when the station and the farm were far behind us, I asked, "Andrei Ivanitch, why did you come to Dubechnia?" "Firstly, because some of my men are working on the line, and secondly, to pay interest to Mrs. Chekhov. I borrowed 50 rubles from her last summer, and now I pay her 1 ruble a month." The decorator stopped and took hold of my coat. "Misail Alurik, my friend," he went on, "I take it that if a common man or a gentleman takes interest, he is a wrongdoer. The truth is not in him." Radish, looking thin, pale, and rather terrible, shut his eyes, shook his head, and muttered in a philosophically tone, "The grub eats grass, rust eats iron, lies devour the soul. God save us miserable sinners." 5. Radish was unpractical and he was no businessman. He undertook more work than he could do, and when he came to payment, he always lost his reckoning and so was always out on the wrong side. He was a painter, a glazier, a paper hanger, and would even take on tiling, and I remember how he used to run about for days looking for tiles to make an insignificant profit. He was an excellent workman and would sometimes earn 10 rubles a day, and but for his desire to be a master and to call himself a contractor, he would probably have made quite a lot of money. He himself was paid by contract and paid me and the others by the day between 75 kopecks and a ruble per day. When the weather was hot and dry, he did various outside jobs, chiefly painting roofs. Not being used to it, my feet got hot, as though I were walking over a red-hot oven, and when I wore felt boots my feet swelled. But this was only at the beginning. Later on I got used to it and everything went all right. I lived among the people, to whom work was obligatory and unavoidable, people who worked like dray horses and knew nothing of the moral value of labor, and never even used the word labor in their talk. Among them, I also felt like a dray horse, more and more imbued with the necessity and inevitability of what I was doing, and this made my life easier and saved me from doubt. At first everything amused me, everything was new. It was like being born again. I could sleep on the ground and go barefoot and found it exceedingly pleasant. I could stand in a crowd of simple folks without embarrassing them, and when a cab horse fell down in the street, I used to run and help it up without being afraid of soiling my clothes. But, best of all, I was living independently and was not a burden on anyone. The painting of roofs, especially when we mixed our own paint, was considered a very profitable business, and therefore, even such good workmen as Radish did not shun this rough and tiresome work. In short trousers, showing his lean, muscular legs, he used to prowl over the roof like a stork, and I used to hear him sigh wearily as he worked his brush. Woe, woe to us, miserable sinners! He could walk as easily on a roof as on the ground. In spite of his looking so ill and pale and corpse-like, his agility was extraordinary, Like any young man, he would paint the cupola and the top of the church without scaffolding, using only ladders and a rope. And it was queer and strange when, standing there, far above the ground, he would rise to his full height and cry to the world at large. Grubs eat grass, rust eats iron, lies devour the soul. Or, thinking of something, he would suddenly answer his own thought. Anything may happen, anything may happen. When I went home from work, all the people sitting outside their doors, the shop assistants, dogs, and their masters, used to shout after me and jeer spitefully. And at first it seemed monstrous and distressed me greatly. Little prophet, they used to shout, house painter, yellow ochre. And no one treated me so unmercifully as those who had only just risen above the people and had quite recently had to work for their living. Once in the marketplace, as I passed the ironmonger's, a can of water was spilled over me as if by accident, and once a stick was thrown at me. And once a fishmonger, a gray-haired old man, stood in my way and looked at me morosely and said, "It isn't you I'm sorry for, you fool, it's your father." And when my acquaintances met me, they got confused. Some regarded me as a queer fish and a fool, and they were sorry for me. Others did not know how to treat me, and it was difficult to understand them. Once, in the daytime, in one of the streets off Great Gentry Street, I met Aniuta Blagovo. I was on my way to my work and was carrying 2 long brushes and a pot of paint. When she recognized me, Aniuta blushed. "Please do not acknowledge me in the street," she said nervously, sternly, in a trembling voice, without offering to shake hands with me, and tears suddenly gleamed in her eyes. "If you must be like this, then, so be it, but please avoid me in public." I had left Great Gentry Street and was living in a suburb called Makarivka with my nurse Karpovna, a good-natured but gloomy old woman who was always looking for evil, and was frightened by her dreams, and saw omens and ill in the bees and wasps which flew into her room. And in her opinion, my having become a working man boded no good. "You are lost," she said mournfully, shaking her head. "Lost." With her in her little house lived her adopted son, Prokofy, a butcher, a huge, clumsy fellow of about 30, with ginger hair and scrubby mustache. When he met me in the hall, he would silently and respectfully make way for me, and when he was drunk, he would salute me with his whole hand. In the evenings, he used to have supper, and through the wooden partition I could hear him snorting and snuffling as he drank glass after glass. "Mother," he would say in an undertone. "Well," Karpovna would reply, she was passionately fond of him. "What is it, my son?" "I'll do you a favor, mother. I'll feed you in your old age in this vale of tears, and when you die I'll bury you at my own expense. So I say, and so I'll do." I used to get up every day before sunrise and go to bed early. We painters ate heavily and slept soundly, and only during the night would we have any excitement. I never quarreled with my comrades. All day long there was a ceaseless stream of abuse, cursing, and hearty good wishes, as, for instance, that one's eyes should burst, or that one might be carried off by cholera, but all the same, among ourselves we were very friendly. The men suspected me of being a religious crank and used to laugh at me good-naturedly, saying that even my own father denounced me, and they used to say that they very seldom went to church, and that many of them had not been to confession for 10 years, and they justified their laxness by saying that a decorator is among men like a jackdaw among birds. My mates respected me and regarded me with esteem. They evidently liked my not drinking or smoking and leading a quiet, steady life. They were only rather disagreeably surprised at my not stealing the oil or going with them to ask our employers for a drink. The stealing of the employer's oil and paint was a custom with house painters and was not regarded as theft, and it was remarkable that even so honest a man as Radish would always come away from work with some white lead and oil. And even respectable old men who had their own houses in Makarivka were not ashamed to ask for tips. And when the men, at the beginning or end of a job, made up to some vulgar fool and thanked him humbly for a few pence, I used to feel sick and sorry. With the customers, they behaved like sly courtiers, and almost every day I was reminded of Shakespeare's Polonius. "There will probably be rain," a customer would say, staring at the sky. "It is sure to rain," the painters would agree. "But the clouds aren't rain clouds, perhaps it won't rain." "No, sir, it won't rain sure." Behind their backs, they generally regarded the customers ironically, and when, for instance, they saw a gentleman sitting on his balcony with a newspaper, they would say, He reads newspapers, but he has nothing to eat. I never visited my people. When I returned from work, I often found short, disturbing notes from my sister about my father, how he was very absent-minded at dinner, and then slipped away and locked himself in his study and did not come out for a long time. Such news upset me. I could not sleep, and I would go sometimes at night and walk along Great Gentry Street by our house and look up at the dark windows and try to guess if all was well within. On Sundays, my sister would come to see me, but by stealth, as though she came not to see me, but my nurse. And if she came into my room, she would look pale, with her eyes red, and at once she would begin to weep. "Father cannot bear it much longer," she would say. "If, as God forbid, something were to happen to him, it would be on your conscience all your life. It is awful, Miss Sale. For mother's sake, I implore you to mend your ways." "My dear sister," I replied, "how can I reform when I am convinced that I am acting according to my conscience? Do try to understand me. I know you are obeying your conscience, but it ought to be possible to do so without hurting anybody." "Oh, saints above," the old woman would sigh behind the door. "You are lost. There will be a misfortune, my dear. It is bound to come." 6. On Sunday, Dr. Blagovo came to see me unexpectedly. He was wearing a white summer uniform over a silk shirt and high black boots. "I came to see you," he began, gripping my hand in his hearty undergraduate fashion. "I hear of you every day, and I have long intended to go and see you to have a heart-to-heart, as they say. Things are awfully boring in the town. There is not a living soul worth talking to. How hot it is, by Jove!" he went on, taking off his tunic and standing in his silk shirt. "My dear fellow, let us have a talk." I was feeling bored and longing for other society than that of the decorators. I was really glad to see him. "To begin with," he said, sitting on my bed, "I sympathize with you heartily, and I have a profound respect for your present way of living. In the town you are misunderstood, and there is nobody to understand you, because, as you know, it is full of Gogolian pig faces. But I guessed what you were at the picnic. You are a noble soul, an honest, high-minded man. I respect you and think it an honor to shake hands with you. To change your life so abruptly and suddenly as you did, you must have passed through a most trying spiritual process, and to go on with it now, to live scrupulously by your convictions, you must have to toil incessantly both in mind and in heart. Now, please tell me, don't you think that if you spent all this force of will, intensity, and power on something else, like trying to be a great scholar or an artist, that your life would be both wider and deeper, and altogether more productive? We talked, and when we came to speak of physical labor, I expressed this idea: that it was necessary that the strong should not enslave the weak, and that the minority should not be a parasite on the majority, always sucking up the finest sap. I.e., it was necessary that all without exception, the strong and the weak, the rich and the poor, should share equally in the struggle for existence, every man for himself. And in that respect, there was no better means of leveling than physical labor and compulsory service for all. "You think, then," said the doctor, "that all without exception should be employed in physical labor?" "Yes. But don't you think that if everybody, including the best people, thinkers, and men of science, were to take part in the struggle for existence, each man for himself, and took to breaking stones and painting roofs, it would be a serious menace to progress?" "Where is the danger?" I asked. "Progress consists in deeds of love, in the fulfillment of the moral law. If you enslave no one and are a burden upon no one, what further progress do you want?" "But look here," said Blagovo, suddenly losing his temper and getting up. "I say, if a snail in its shell is engaged in self-perfection in obedience to the moral law, would you call that progress?" "But why?" I was nettled. "If you make your neighbors feed you, clothe you, carry you, defend you from your enemies, their life is built up on slavery, and that is not progress. My view is that that is the most real and perhaps the only possible, the only progress necessary. The limits of universal progress, which is common to all men, are in infinity, and it seems to me strange to talk of a possible progress limited by our needs and temporal conceptions. If the limits of peoples are in infinity, as you say, then it means that its goal is indefinite," I said. "Think of living without knowing definitely what for." "Why not? Your not knowing is not so boring as your knowing. I am walking up a ladder which is called progress, civilization, culture. I go on and on, not knowing definitely where I am going to, but surely it is worth while living for the sake of the wonderful ladder alone. And you know exactly what you are living for, that some should not enslave others, that the artist and the man who mixes his colors for him should dine together. But that is the bourgeois kitchen side of life, and isn't it disgusting only to live for that? If some insects devour others, devil take them, let them. We need not think of them, they will perish and rot. However you save them from slavery, we must think of that great cross which awaits all mankind in the distant future. Blagovo argued hotly with me, but it was noticeable that he was disturbed by some outside thought. Your sister is not coming, he said, consulting his watch. Yesterday she was at our house and said she was going to see you. You go on talking about slavery, he went on, but it is a special question, and all these questions are solved by mankind gradually. We began to talk of evolution. I said that every man decides the question of good and evil for himself, and does not wait for mankind to solve the question by virtue of gradual development. Besides, evolution is a stick with two ends. Side by side with the gradual development of humanitarian ideas, there is the gradual growth of ideas of a different kind. Serfdom is past, and capitalism is growing. And with ideas of liberation at their height, the majority, just as in the days of Beatty, feeds, clothes, and defends the minority, and is left hungry, naked, and defenseless. The state of things harmonizes beautifully with all your tendencies and movements, because the art of enslaving is also being gradually developed. We no longer flog our servants in the stables, but we give slavery more refined forms. At any rate, we are able to justify it in each separate case. Ideas remain ideas with us, but if we could now, at the end of the 19th century, throw upon the working classes all our most unpleasant physiological functions, we should do so, and of course, we should justify ourselves by saying that if the best people, thinkers, and great scholars had to waste their time on such functions, progress would be in serious jeopardy. Just then my sister entered. When she saw the doctor, she was flurried and excited, and at once began to say that it was time for her to go home to her father. Cleopatra Alexeyevna, said Blagovo earnestly, laying his hands on his heart, what will happen to your father if you spend half an hour with your brother and me? He was a simple kind of man and could communicate his cheerfulness to others. My sister thought for a minute and began to laugh, and suddenly got very happy, suddenly, unexpectedly, just as she did at the picnic. We went out into the fields and lay on the grass, and went on with our conversation and looked at the town, where all the windows facing the west looked golden in the setting sun. After that, Blagovo appeared every time my sister came to see me, and they always greeted each other as though their meeting was unexpected. My sister used to listen while the doctor and I argued, and her face was always joyful and rapturous, admiring and curious, and it seemed to me that a new world was slowly being discovered before her eyes, a world which she had not seen before even in her dreams, which now she was trying to divine. When the doctor was not there, she was quiet and sad, and if, as she sat on my bed, she sometimes wept, it was for reasons of which she did not speak. In August, Radish gave us orders to go to the railway. A couple of days before we were driven out of town, my father came to see me. He sat down, and without looking at me, slowly wiped his red face, then took out of his pocket our local paper and read out with deliberate emphasis on each word that a schoolfellow of my own age, the son of the director of the State Bank, had been appointed chief clerk of the Court of the Exchequer. And now look at yourself, he said, folding up the newspaper. You are a beggar, a vagabond, a scoundrel. Even the bourgeoisie and other peasants get education to make themselves decent people, while you, a Polygnive with famous, noble ancestors, go wallowing in the mire. But I did not come here to talk to you. I have given you up already. He went on in a choking voice as he stood up. I came here to find out where your sister is, you scoundrel. She left me after dinner. It is now past 7 o'clock and she is not in. She has been going out lately without telling me, and she has been disrespectful, and I see your filthy, abominable influence at work. Where is she? He had in his hands the familiar umbrella, and I was already taken aback, and I stood stiff and erect, like a schoolboy, waiting for my father to thrash me. But he saw the glance I cast at the umbrella, and this probably checked him. Live as you like, he said, my blessing is gone from you. Good God, muttered my old nurse behind the door. You are lost. Oh, my heart feels some misfortune coming. I can feel it. I went to work on the railway. During the whole of August, there was wind and rain. It was damp and cold. The corn had now been gathered in the fields, and on the big farms where the reaping was done with machines, the wheat lay not in stacks, but in heaps. And I remember how those melancholy heaps grew darker and darker every day, and the grain sprouted. It was hard work. The pouring rains spoiled everything that we succeeded in finishing. We were not allowed either to live or to sleep in the station buildings, and had to take shelter in dirty, damp mud huts where the Rayleighs had lived during the summer. And at night, I could not sleep from the cold and the bugs crawling over my face and hands. And when we were working near the bridges, then the Rayleighs used to come out in a crowd to fight the painters, which they regarded as sport. They used to thrash us, steal our trousers, and to infuriate us and provoke us to a fight. They used to spoil our work, as when they smeared the signal boxes with green paint. To add to all our miseries, Radish began to pay us very irregularly. All the painting on the line was given to one contractor, who subcontracted with another, and he again with Radish, stipulating for 20% commission. The job itself was unprofitable. Then came the rains, time was wasted. We did no work, and Radish had to pay his men every day. The starving painters nearly came to blows with him, called him a swindler, a bloodsucker, a Judas, and he, poor man, sighed and in despair raised his hands to the heavens and was continually going to Mrs. Chekhov to borrow money. 7. Came the rainy, muddy, dark autumn, bringing a slack time, and I used to sit at home 3 days in the week without work, or did various jobs outside painting, such as digging earth for ballast for 20 kopecks a day. Dr. Blagovo had gone to Petersburg. My sister did not come to see me. Radish lay at home ill, expecting to die every day. And my mood was also autumnal. Perhaps because when I became a working man, I saw only the seamy side of the life of our town, and every day made fresh discoveries which brought me to despair. My fellow townsmen, both those of whom I had had a low opinion before, and those whom I had thought fairly decent, now seemed to me base, cruel, and up to any dirty trick. We poor people were tricked and cheated in the accounts, kept waiting for hours in cold passages or in the kitchen, and we were insulted and uncivilly treated. In the autumn, I had to paper the library and 2 rooms at the club. I was paid 7 kopecks apiece, but was told to give a receipt for 12 kopecks, and when I refused to do it, a respectable gentleman in gold spectacles, one of the stewards of the club, said to me, "If you say another word, you scoundrel, I'll knock you down." And when a servant whispered to him that I was the son of Polygnev, the architect, then I got flustered and blushed, but he recovered himself at once and said, "Damn him." In the shops we working men were sold bad meat, musty flour, and coarse tea. In church we were jostled by the police, and in the hospitals we were mulcted by the assistants and nurses, and if we could not give them bribes through poverty, we were given food in dirty dishes. In the post office, the lowest official considered it his duty to treat us as animals and to shout rudely and insolently, "Wait, don't you come pushing your way in here." Even the dogs, even they were hostile to us and hurled themselves at us with a peculiar malignancy. But what struck me most of all in my new position was the entire lack of justice, what the people call forgetting God. Rarely a day went by without some swindle. The shopkeeper, who sold us oil, the contractor, the workmen, the customers themselves, all cheated. It was an understood thing that our rights were never considered, and we always had to pay for the money we had earned, going with our hats off to the back door. I was paper hanging in one of the club rooms, next the library, when one evening as I was on the point of leaving, Dollyhikov's daughter came into the room carrying a bundle of books. I bowed to her. "Ah, how are you?" she said, recognizing me at once and holding out her hand. "I am very glad to see you." She smiled and looked with a curious, puzzled expression at my blouse and the pail of paste and the papers lying on the floor. I was embarrassed, and she also felt awkward. "Excuse my staring at you," she said. "I have heard so much about you, especially from Dr. Blagovo. He is enthusiastic about you. I have met your sister. She is a dear, sympathetic girl, but I could not make her see that there is nothing awful in your simple life. On the contrary, you are the most interesting man in the town." Once more she glanced at the pail of paste and the paper and said, "I asked Dr. Blagovo to bring us together, but he either forgot or had no time. However, we have met now. I should be very pleased if you would call on me. I do so want to have a talk. I am a simple person, she said, holding out her hand, and I hope you will come and see me without ceremony. My father is away in Petersburg. She went into the reading room, with her dress rustling, and for a long time after I got home I could not sleep. During that autumn, some kind soul, wishing to relieve my existence, sent me from time to time presents of tea and lemons, or biscuits, or roast pigeons. Karpovna said the presents were brought by a soldier, though from whom she did not know, and the soldier used to ask if I was well, if I had dinner every day, and if I had warm clothes. When the frost began, the soldier came while I was out and brought a soft knitted scarf, which gave out a soft, hardly perceptible scent, and I guessed who my good fairy had been. For the scarf smelled of lily of the valley, Aniuta Blagovo's favorite scent. Toward winter there was more work and things became more cheerful. Radish came to life again and we worked together in the cemetery church, where we scraped the holy shrine for gilding. It was a clean, quiet, and as our mate said, a specially good job. We could do a great deal in one day, and so time passed quickly, imperceptibly. There was no swearing, nor laughing, nor loud altercations. The place compelled quiet and decency, and disposed one for tranquil, serious thoughts. Absorbed in our work, we stood or sat immovably, like statues. There was a dead silence, very proper to a cemetery, so that if a tool fell down or the oil in the lamp spluttered, the sound would be loud and startling, and we would turn to see what it was. After a long silence, one could hear a humming like that of a swarm of bees. In the porch, in an undertone, the funeral service was being read over a dead baby. Or a painter painting, a moon surrounded with stars on the cupola would begin to whistle quietly, and remembering suddenly that he was in a church, would stop, or Radish would sigh at his own thoughts. Anything may happen, anything may happen. Or above our heads, there would be the slow, mournful tolling of a bell, and the painters would say it must be a rich man being brought to the church. The days I spent in the peace of the little church, and during the evenings I played billiards or went to the gallery of the theater in the new serge suit I had bought with my own hard-earned money. They were already beginning plays and concerts at the Azhagwins, and Radish did the scenery by himself. He told me about the plays and tableaux vivants at the Azhagwins, and I listened to him enviously. I had a great longing to take part in the rehearsals, but I dared not go to the Azhagwins. A week before Christmas, Dr. Blagovo arrived, and we resumed our arguments and played billiards in the evenings. When he played billiards, he used to take off his coat and unfasten his shirt at the neck, and generally try to look like a debauchee. He drank a little, but rowdily, and managed to spend in a cheap tavern like the Volga as much as 20 rubles in an evening. Once more my sister came to see me, and when they met they expressed surprise, but I could see by her happy, guilty face that these meetings were not accidental. One evening when we were playing billiards, the doctor said to me, "I say, why don't you call on Miss Dollyhikov? You don't know Maria Viktorovna. She is a clever, charming, simple creature." I told him how the engineer had received me in the spring. "Nonsense," laughed the doctor. "The engineer is one thing and she is another. Really, my good fellow, you mustn't offend her. Go and see her some time. Let us go tomorrow evening, will you?" He persuaded me. Next evening, I donned my serge suit and with some perturbation set out to call on Miss Dollyhikov. The footman did not seem to me so haughty and formidable, or the furniture so oppressive, as on the morning when I had come to ask for work. Maria Viktorovna was expecting me and greeted me as an old friend and gave my hand a warm, friendly grip. She was wearing a gray dress with wide sleeves and had her hair done in the style which, when it became the fashion a year later in our town, was called dog's ears. The hair was combed back over the ears, and it made Maria Viktorovna's face look broader, and she looked very like her father, whose face was broad and red and rather like a coachman's. She was handsome and elegant, but not young, about 30 to judge by her appearance, though she was not more than 25. "Dear doctor," she said, making me sit down, "how grateful I am to him, but for him you would not have come. I am bored to death. My father has gone and left me alone, and I do not know what to do with myself." Then she began to ask where I was working, how much I got, and where I lived. "Do you only spend what you earn on yourself?" she asked. "Yes." "You are a happy man," she replied. "All the evil in life, it seems to me, comes from boredom and idleness and spiritual emptiness, which are inevitable when one lives at other people's expense. Don't think I'm showing off. I mean it sincerely. It is dull and unpleasant to be rich. Win friends by just riches, they say, because as a rule there is and can be no such thing as just riches. She looked at the furniture with a serious, cold expression, as though she was making an inventory of it, and went on. Ease and comfort possess a magic power. Little by little they seduce even strong-willed people. Father and I used to live poorly and simply, and now you see how we live. Isn't it strange? She said with a shrug. We spend 20,000 rubles a year, in the provinces. Ease and comfort must not be regarded as the inevitable privilege of capital and education, I said. It seems to me possible to unite the comforts of life with work, however hard and dirty it may be. Your father is rich, but as he says, he used to be a mechanic and just a lubricator. She smiled and shook her head thoughtfully. Papa sometimes eats teeria, she said, but only out of caprice. A bell rang and she got up. The rich and the educated ought to work like the rest, she went on, and if there is to be any comfort, it should be accessible to all, there should be no privileges. However, that's enough philosophy. Tell me something cheerful. Tell me about the painters. What are they like? Funny. The doctor came. I began to talk about the painters, but being unused to it, I felt awkward and talked solemnly and ponderously like an ethnographist. The doctor also told a few stories about working people. He rocked to and fro and cried and fell on his knees, and when he was depicting a drunkard, lay flat on the floor. It was as good as a play, and Marya Viktorovna laughed until she cried. Then he played the piano and sang in his high-pitched tenor, and Marya Viktorovna stood by him and told him what to sing and corrected him when he made a mistake. I hear you sing too, said I. Too, cried the doctor. She is a wonderful singer and artist, and you say too, careful, careful. I used to study seriously, she replied, but I have given it up now. She sat on a low stool and told us about her life in Petersburg and imitated famous singers, mimicking their voices and mannerisms. Then she sketched the doctor and myself in her album, not very well, but both were good likenesses. She laughed and made jokes and funny faces, and this suited her better than talking about unjust riches, and it seemed to me that what she had said about riches and comfort came not from herself, but was just mimicry. She was an admirable comedian. I compared her mentally with the girls of our town, and not even the beautiful, serious Aniuta Blagovo could stand up against her. The difference was as vast as that between a wild and a garden rose. We stayed to supper. The doctor and Marya Viktorovna drank red wine, champagne, and coffee with cognac. They touched glasses and drank to friendship, to wit, to progress, to freedom, and never got drunk, but went rather red and laughed for no reason until they cried. To avoid being out of it, I, too, drank red wine. People with talent and with gifted natures, said Miss Dollyhikov, know how to live and go their own way, but ordinary people like myself know nothing and can do nothing by themselves. There is nothing for them but to find some deep social current and let themselves be borne along by it. Is it possible to find that which does not exist? Asked the doctor. It doesn't exist because we don't see it. Is that so? Social currents are the invention of modern literature. They don't exist here. A discussion began. We have no profound social movements, nor have we had them, said the doctor. Modern literature has invented a lot of things, and modern literature invented intellectual working men in village life, but go through all our villages and you will only find Mr. Cheeky Snout in a jacket or black frock coat, who will make 4 mistakes in the word one. Civilized life has not begun with us yet. We have the same savagery, the same slavery, the same nullity as we had 500 years ago. Movements, currents, all that is so wretched and puerile mixed up with such vulgar, catch-penny interests, and one cannot take it seriously. You may think you have discovered a large social movement, and you may follow it and devote your life in the modern fashion to such problems as the liberation of vermin from slavery, or the abolition of meat cutlets, and I congratulate you, madam. But we have to learn, and there will be plenty of time for social movements. We are not up to them yet, and upon my soul, we don't understand anything at all about them. You don't understand, but I do, said Marya Viktorovna. Good heavens, what a bore you are tonight. It is our business to learn, to try and accumulate as much knowledge as possible, because serious social movements come where there is knowledge, and the future happiness of mankind lies in science. Here's to science. One thing is certain. Life must somehow be arranged differently, said Maria Viktorovna after some silence and deep thought, and life as it has been up to now is worthless. Don't let us talk about it. When we left her, the cathedral clock struck 2. Did you like her? Asked the doctor. Isn't she a dear girl? We had dinner at Maria Viktorovna's on Christmas Day, and then we went to see her every day during the holidays. There was nobody besides ourselves, and she was right when she said she had no friends in the town but the doctor and me. We spent most of the time talking, and sometimes the doctor would bring a book or a magazine and read aloud. After all, he was the first cultivated man I had met. I could not tell if he knew much, but he was always generous with his knowledge because he wished others to know too. When he talked about medicine, he was not like any of our local doctors, but he made a new and singular impression, and it seemed to me that if he had wished, he could have become a genuine scientist. And perhaps he was the only person at that time who had any real influence over me. Meeting him and reading the books he gave me, I began gradually to feel a need for knowledge to inspire the tedium of my work. It seemed strange to me that I had not known before such things as that the whole world consisted of 60 elements. I did not know what oil or paint was, and I could do without knowing. My acquaintance with the doctor raised me morally too. I used to argue with him, and though I usually stuck to my opinion, yet through him, I came gradually to perceive that everything was not clear to me, and I tried to cultivate convictions as definite as possible, so that the promptings of my conscience should be precise and have nothing vague about them. Nevertheless, educated and fine as he was, far and away the best man in the town, he was by no means perfect. There was something rather rude and priggish in his ways, and in his trick of dragging talk down to discussion. And when he took off his coat and sat in his shirt and gave the footman a tip, it always seemed to me that culture was just a part of him, with the rest untamed Tartar. After the holidays, he left once more for Petersburg. He went in the morning, and after dinner my sister came to see me. Without taking off her furs, she sat silent, very pale, staring in front of her. She began to shiver and seemed to be fighting against some illness. "You must have caught a cold," I said. Her eyes filled with tears. She rose and went to Karpovna without a word to me, as though I had offended her. And a little later, I heard her speaking in a tone of bitter reproach. "Nurse, what have I been living for up to now? What for? Tell me, haven't I wasted my youth? During the last years, I have had nothing but making up accounts, pouring out tea, counting the kopecks, entertaining guests, without a thought that there was anything better in the world. Nurse, try to understand me. I too have human desires, and I want to live, and they have made a housekeeper of me. It is awful, awful." She flung her keys against the door, and they fell with a clatter in my room. They were the keys of the sideboard, the larder, the cellar, and the tea chest, the keys my mother used to carry. "Oh, oh, saints above," cried my old nurse in terror. "The blessed saints." When she left, my sister came into my room for her keys and said, "Forgive me, something strange has been going on in me lately." 8. One evening, when I came home late from Maria Viktorovna's, I found a young policeman in a new uniform in my room. He was sitting by the table reading. "At last," he said, getting up and stretching himself. "This is the 3rd time I have been to see you. The governor has ordered you to go and see him tomorrow at 9 o'clock sharp. Don't be late." He made me give him a written promise to comply with His Excellency's orders and went away. This policeman's visit and the unexpected invitation to see the governor had a most depressing effect on me. From my early childhood, I have had a dread of gendarmes, police, legal officials, and I was tormented with anxiety as though I had really committed a crime, and I could not sleep. Nurse and Prokofy were also upset and could not sleep. And to make things worse, Nurse had an earache and moaned and more than once screamed out. Hearing that I could not sleep, Prokofy came quietly into my room with a little lamp and sat by the table. "You should have a drop of pepper brandy," he said after some thought. "In this vale of tears, things go on all right when you take a drop, and if Mother had some pepper brandy poured into her ear, she would be much better." About 3, he got ready to go to the slaughterhouse to fetch some meat. I knew I should not sleep until morning, and to use up the time until 9, I went with him. We walked with a lantern, and his boy Nikolka, who was about 13 and had blue spots on his face and an expression like a murderer's, drove behind us in a sledge, urging the horse on with hoarse cries. "You will probably be punished at the governor's," said Prokofy as we walked. "There is a governor's rank, and an archimandrite's rank, and an officer's rank, and a doctor's rank, and every profession has its own rank. You don't keep to yours, and they won't allow it." The slaughterhouse stood behind the cemetery. Until then I had only seen it at a distance. It consisted of 3 dark sheds surrounded by a gray fence, from which, when the wind was in that direction in summer, there came an overpowering stench. Now, as I entered the yard, I could not see the sheds in the darkness. I groped through horses and sledges, both empty and laden with meat, and there were men walking about with lanterns and swearing disgustingly. Prokofy and Nikolka swore as filthily, and there was a continuous hum from the swearing and coughing and the neighing of the horses. The place smelled of corpses and offal. The snow was thawing and already mixed with mud, and in the darkness it seemed to me that I was walking through a pool of blood. When we had filled the sledge with meat, we went to the butcher's shop in the marketplace. Day was beginning to dawn. One after another, the cooks came with baskets and old women in mantles. With an axe in his hand, wearing a white, blood-stained apron, Prokofy swore terrifically and crossed himself, turning toward the church, and shouted so loud that he could be heard all over the market, avowing that he sold his meat at cost price and even at a loss. He cheated in weighing and reckoning. The cooks saw it, but dazed by his shouting, they did not protest, but only called him a gallows bird. Raising and dropping his formidable axe, he assumed picturesque attitudes and constantly uttered the sound, hack, with a furious expression, and I was really afraid of his cutting off someone's head or hand. I stayed in the butcher's shop the whole morning, and when at last I went to the governor's, my fur coat smelled of meat and blood. My state of mind would have been appropriate for an encounter with a bear armed with no more than a staff. I remember a long staircase with a striped carpet and a young official in a frock coat with shining buttons, who silently indicated the door with both hands and went in to announce me. I entered the hall, where the furniture was most luxurious, but cold and tasteless, forming a most unpleasant impression the tall, narrow pier glasses and the bright, yellow hangings over the windows. One could see that, though governors changed, the furniture remained the same. The young official again pointed with both hands to the door and went toward a large, green table, by which stood a general with the Order of Vladimir at his neck. "Mr. Polygnev," he began, holding a letter in his hand and opening his mouth wide so that it made a round O, "I asked you to come to say this to you. Your esteemed father has applied verbally, and in writing to the provincial marshal of nobility, to have you summoned and made to see the incongruity of your conduct with the title of nobleman which you have the honor to bear. His Excellency Alexander Pavlovitch, justly thinking that your conduct may be subversive, and finding that persuasion may not be sufficient without serious intervention on the part of the authorities, has given me his decision as to your case, and I agree with him." He said this quietly, respectfully, standing erect as if I was his superior, and his expression was not at all severe. He had a flabby, tired face, covered with wrinkles, with pouches under his eyes. His hair was dyed, and it was hard to guess his age from his appearance 50 or 60. "I hope," he went on, "that you will appreciate Alexander Pavlovitch's delicacy in applying to me, not officially, but privately. I have invited you unofficially not as a governor, but as a sincere admirer of your father's. And I ask you to change your conduct and to return to the duties proper to your rank, or, to avoid the evil effects of your example, to go to some other place where you are not known and where you may do what you like. Otherwise, I shall have to resort to extreme measures." For half a minute, he stood in silence, staring at me open-mouthed. "Are you a vegetarian?" he asked. "No, Your Excellency, I eat meat." He sat down and took up a document, and I bowed and left. It was not worth while going to work before dinner. I went home and tried to sleep, but could not because of the unpleasant, sickly feeling from the slaughterhouse and my conversation with the governor. And so I dragged through till the evening, and then, feeling gloomy and out of sorts, I went to see Marya Viktorovna. I told her about my visit to the governor, and she looked at me in bewilderment, as if she did not believe me, and suddenly she began to laugh merrily, heartily, stridently, as only good-natured, light-hearted people can. "If I were to tell this in Petersburg," she cried, nearly dropping with laughter, bending over the table. "If I could tell them in Petersburg. Now we saw each other often, sometimes twice a day. Almost every day, after dinner, she drove up to the cemetery and, as she waited for me, read the inscriptions on the crosses and monuments. Sometimes she came into the church and stood by my side and watched me working. The silence, the simple industry of the painters and gilders, Radish's good sense, and the fact that outwardly I was no different from the other artisans and worked as they did, in a waistcoat and old shoes, and that they addressed me familiarly were new to her, and she was moved by it all. Once in her presence, a painter who was working at a door on the roof called down to me, "Misael, fetch me the white lead." I fetched him the white lead, and as I came down the scaffolding, she was moved to tears and looked at me and smiled. "What a dear you are," she said. I have always remembered how, when I was a child, a green parrot got out of its cage in one of the rich people's houses and wandered about the town for a whole month, flying from one garden to another, homeless and lonely. And Maria Viktorovna reminded me of the bird. "Except to the cemetery," she said with a laugh, "I have absolutely nowhere to go. The town bores me to tears. People read, sing, and twitter at the Azhagwins, but I cannot bear them lately. Your sister is shy, Miss Blagovo for some reason hates me. I don't like the theater. What can I do with myself? When I was at her house, I smelled of paint and turpentine, and my hands were stained. She liked that. She wanted me to come to her in my ordinary working clothes, but I felt awkward in them in her drawing room and as if I were in uniform, and so I always wore my new serge suit. She did not like that. You must confess," she said once, "that you have not got used to your new R.E. A working man's suit makes you feel awkward and embarrassed. Tell me, isn't it because you are not sure of yourself and are unsatisfied? Does this work you have chosen, this painting of yours, really satisfy you?" she asked merrily. "I know paint makes things look nicer and wear better, but the things themselves belong to the rich and after all they are a luxury. Besides, you have said more than once that everybody should earn his living with his own hands, and you earn money, not bread. Why don't you keep to the exact meaning of what you say? You must earn bread, real bread. You must plow, sow, reap, thrash, or do something which has to do directly with agriculture, such as keeping cows, digging, or building houses." She opened a handsome bookcase, which stood by the writing table, and said, "I'm telling you all this because I'm going to let you into my secret voile. This is my agricultural library. Here are books on arable land, vegetable gardens, orchard keeping, cattle keeping, beekeeping. I read them eagerly and have studied the theory of everything thoroughly. It is my dream to go to Dubechnia as soon as March begins. It is wonderful there, amazing, isn't it? The first year I shall only be learning the work and getting used to it, and in the second year I shall begin to work thoroughly, without sparing myself. My father promised to give me Dubechnia as a present, and I am to do anything I like with it." She blushed, and with mingled laughter and tears she dreamed aloud of her life at Dubechnia and how absorbing it would be, and I envied her. March would soon be here. The days were drawing out, and in the bright sunny afternoons the snow dripped from the roofs, and the smell of spring was in the air. I too longed for the country. And when she said she was going to live at Dubechnia, I saw at once that I should be left alone in the town, and I felt jealous of the bookcase with her books about farming. I knew and cared nothing about farming, and I was on the point of telling her that agriculture was work for slaves, but I recollected that my father had once said something of the sort, and I held my peace. Lent began. The engineer, Viktor Ivanitch, came home from Petersburg. Had begun to forget his existence. He came unexpectedly, not even sending a telegram. When I went there as usual in the evening, he was walking up and down the drawing room after a bath with his hair cut, looking 10 years younger and talking. His daughter was kneeling by his trunks and taking out boxes, bottles, books, and handing them to Pavel the footman. When I saw the engineer, I involuntarily stepped back, and he held out both his hands and smiled and showed his strong, white, cab driver's teeth. Here he is, here he is. I'm very pleased to see you, Mr. House Painter. Maria told me all about you and sang your praises. I quite understand you and heartily approve." He took me by the arm and went on. "It is much cleverer and more honest to be a decent workman than to spoil state paper and to wear a cockade. I myself worked with my hands in Belgium. I was an engine driver for 5 years." He was wearing a short jacket and comfortable slippers, and he shuffled along like a gouty man, waving and rubbing his hands, humming and buzzing and shrugging with pleasure at being at home again with his favorite shower bath. "There's no denying," he said at supper, "there's no denying that you are kind, sympathetic people, but somehow as soon as you gentlefolk take on manual labor or try to spare the peasants, you reduce it all to sectarianism. You are a sectarian, you don't drink vodka. What is that but sectarianism?" To please him, I drank vodka. I drank wine, too. We ate cheese, sausages, pastries, pickles, and all kinds of dainties that the engineer had brought with him, and we sampled wines sent from abroad during his absence. They were excellent. For some reason, the engineer had wines and cigars sent from abroad duty-free. Somebody sent him caviar and baliki gratis. He did not pay rent for his house because his landlord supplied the railway with kerosene, and generally he and his daughter gave me the impression of having all the best things in the world at their service free of charge. I went on visiting them, but with less pleasure than before. The engineer oppressed me and I felt cramped in his presence. I could not endure his clear, innocent eyes. His opinions bored me and were offensive to me, and I was distressed by the recollection that I had so recently been subordinate to this ruddy, well-fed man, and that he had been mercilessly rude to me. True, he would put his arm round my waist and clap me kindly on the shoulder and approve of my way of living, but I felt that he despised my nullity just as much as before and only suffered me to please his daughter. But I could no longer laugh and talk easily, and I thought myself ill-mannered, and all the time was expecting him to call me Panteley as he did his footman Pavel. How my provincial, bourgeois pride rode up against him. I, a working man, a painter, going every day to the house of rich strangers, whom the whole town regarded as foreigners, and drinking their expensive wines and outlandish dishes. I could not reconcile this with my conscience. When I went to see them, I sternly avoided those whom I met on the way, and looked askance at them like a real sectarian, and when I left the engineer's house, I was ashamed of feeling so well fed. But chiefly I was afraid of falling in love. Whether walking in the street, or working, or talking to my mates, I thought all the time of going to Maria Viktorovna's in the evening, and always had her voice, her laughter, her movements with me. And always as I got ready to go to her, I would stand for a long time in front of the cracked mirror tying my necktie. My serge suit seemed horrible to me, and I suffered, but at the same time, despised myself for feeling so small. When she called to me from another room to say that she was not dressed yet and to ask me to wait a bit, and I could hear her dressing, I was agitated and felt as though the floor was sinking under me. And when I saw a woman in the street, even at a distance, I fell to comparing her figure with hers, and it seemed to me that all our women and girls were vulgar, absurdly dressed, and without manners, and such comparisons roused in me a feeling of pride. Maria Viktorovna was better than all of them. And at night I dreamed of her and myself. Once at supper, the engineer and I ate a whole lobster. When I reached home, I remember that the engineer had twice called me, my dear fellow, and I thought that they treated me as they might have done a big unhappy dog, separated from his master, and that they were amusing themselves with me, and that they would order me away like a dog when they were bored with me. I began to feel ashamed and hurt, went to the point of tears, as though I had been insulted, and, raising my eyes to the heavens, I vowed to put an end to it all. Next day I did not go to the Dolihikovs. Late at night, when it was quite dark and pouring with rain, I walked up and down Great Gentry Street, looking at the windows. At the Azhagwins, everybody was asleep, and the only light was in one of the top windows. Old Mrs. Azhagwin was sitting in her room embroidering by candlelight and imagining herself to be fighting against prejudice. It was dark in our house, and opposite, at the Dolihikovs, the windows were lit up, but it was impossible to see anything through the flowers and curtains. I kept on walking up and down the street. I was soaked through with the cold March rain. I heard my father come home from the club. He knocked at the door. In a minute a light appeared at a window, and I saw my sister walking quickly with her lamp and hurriedly arranging her thick hair. Then my father paced up and down the drawing room, talking and rubbing his hands, and my sister sat still in a corner, lost in thought, not listening to him. But soon they left the room and the light was put out. I looked at the engineer's house, and that too was now dark. In the darkness and the rain I felt desperately lonely, cast out at the mercy of fate, and I felt how, compared with my loneliness, and my suffering, actual and to come, All my work and all my desires and all that I had hitherto thought and read were vain and futile. Alas, the activities and thoughts of human beings are not nearly so important as their sorrows. And not knowing exactly what I was doing, I pulled with all my might at the bell at the Dollyhikovs' gate, broke it, and ran away down the street like a little boy, full of fear, thinking they would rush out at once and recognize me. When I stopped to take breath at the end of the street, I could hear nothing but the falling rain and far away a night watchman knocking on a sheet of iron. For a whole week I did not go to the Dollyhikovs'. I sold my serge suit. I had no work and I was once more half-starved, earning 10 or 20 kopecks a day, when possible, by disagreeable work. Floundering knee-deep in the mire, putting out all my strength, I tried to drown my memories and to punish myself for all the cheeses and pickles to which I had been treated at the engineers. Still, no sooner did I go to bed, wet and hungry, than my untamed imagination set to work to evolve wonderful, alluring pictures, and to my amazement I confessed that I was in love, passionately in love, and I fell sound asleep feeling that the hard life had only made my body stronger and younger. One evening it began, most unseasonably, to snow, and the wind blew from the north, exactly as if winter had begun again. When I got home from work, I found Marya Viktorovna in my room. She was in her furs with her hands in her muff. "Why don't you come to see me?" she asked, looking at me with her bright, sagacious eyes, and I was overcome with joy and stood stiffly in front of her, just as I had done with my father when he was going to thrash me. She looked straight into my face, and I could see by her eyes that she understood why I was overcome. "Why don't you come to see me?" she repeated. "You don't want to come, had to come to you." She got up and came close to me. "Don't leave me," she said, and her eyes filled with tears. "I am lonely, utterly lonely." She began to cry and said, covering her face with her muff, "Alone, life is hard, very hard, and in the whole world I have no one but you. Don't leave me." Looking for her handkerchief to dry her tears, she gave a smile. We were silent for some time, then I embraced and kissed her, and the pin in her hat scratched my face and drew blood. And we began to talk, as though we had been dear to each other for a long, long time. 10. In a couple of days she sent me to Dubechnia, and I was beyond words delighted with it. As I walked to the station, and as I sat in the train, I laughed for no reason and people thought me drunk. There were snow and frost in the mornings still, but the roads were getting dark, and there were rooks cawing above them. At first I thought of arranging the side wing opposite Mrs. Cheprakov's for myself and Masha, but it appeared that doves and pigeons had taken up their abode there, and it would be impossible to cleanse it without destroying a great number of nests. We would have to live willy-nilly in the uncomfortable rooms with Venetian blinds in the big house. The peasants called it a palace. There were more than 20 rooms in it, and the only furniture was a piano and a child's chair, lying in the attic. And even if Masha brought all her furniture from town, we should not succeed in removing the impression of frigid emptiness and coldness. I chose 3 small rooms with windows looking onto the garden, and from early morning till late at night I was at work in them, glazing the windows, hanging paper, blocking up the chinks and holes in the floor. It was an easy, pleasant job. Every now and then I would run to the river to see if the ice was breaking, and all the while I dreamed of the starlings returning. And at night, when I thought of Masha, I would be filled with an inexpressibly sweet feeling of an all-embracing joy to listen to the rats and the wind rattling and knocking above the ceiling. It was like an old hobgoblin coughing in the attic. The snow was deep. There was a heavy fall at the end of March, but it thawed rapidly, as if by magic, and the spring floods rushed down so that by the beginning of April the starlings were already chattering and yellow butterflies fluttered in the garden. The weather was wonderful. Every day toward evening I walked toward the town to meet Masha, and how delightful it was to walk along the soft, drying road with bare feet. Halfway I would sit down and look at the town, not daring to go nearer. The sight of it upset me. I was always wondering how my acquaintances would behave toward me when they heard of my love. What would my father say? I was particularly worried by the idea that my life was becoming more complicated, and that I had entirely lost control of it, and that she was carrying me off like a balloon, God knows whither. I had already given up thinking how to make a living, and I thought indeed, I cannot remember what I thought. Masha used to come in a carriage. I would take a seat beside her and together, happy and free, we used to drive to Dubechnia. Or, having waited till sunset, I would return home, weary and disconsolate, wondering why Masha had not come, and then by the gate or in the garden I would find my darling. She would come by the railway and walk over from the station. What a triumph she had then! In her plain, woolen dress with a simple umbrella, but keeping a trim, fashionable figure and expensive, Parisian boots, she was a gifted actress playing the country girl. We used to go over the house and plan out the rooms and the paths and the vegetable garden and the beehives. We already had chickens and ducks and geese which we loved because they were ours. We had oats, clover, buckwheat, and vegetable seeds all ready for sowing, and we used to examine them all and wonder what the crops would be like. And everything Masha said to me seemed extraordinarily clever and fine. This was the happiest time of my life. Soon after Easter, we were married in the parish church in the village of Kurilovka, 3 miles from Dubechnia. Masha wanted everything to be simple. By her wish, our bridesmen were peasant boys, only one deacon sang, and we returned from the church in a little shaky cart which she drove herself. My sister was the only guest from the town. Masha had sent her a note a couple of days before the wedding. My sister wore a white dress and white gloves. During the ceremony, she cried softly for joy and emotion, and her face had a maternal expression of infinite goodness. She was intoxicated with our happiness and smiled as though she were breathing a sweet perfume, and when I looked at her, I understood that there was nothing in the world higher in her eyes than love, earthly love, and that she was always dreaming of love, secretly, timidly, yet passionately. She embraced Masha and kissed her, and not knowing how to express her ecstasy, she said to her of me, "He is a good man, a very good man." Before she left us, she put on her ordinary clothes and took me into the garden to have a quiet talk. "Father is very hurt that you have not written to him," she said. "You should have asked for his blessing, but at heart he is very pleased. He says that this marriage will raise you in the eyes of society, and that under Maria Viktorovna's influence you will begin to adopt a more serious attitude toward life. In the evening now we talk about nothing but you, and yesterday he even said, 'Armisail.'" I was delighted. He has evidently thought of a plan, and I believe he wants to set you an example of magnanimity, and that he will be the first to talk of reconciliation. It is quite possible that one of these days he will come and see you here. She made the sign of the cross over me and said, "Well, God bless you, be happy. Aniuta Blagovo is a very clever girl. She says of your marriage that God has sent you a new ordeal. Well, married life is not made up only of joy but of suffering as well. It is impossible to avoid it." Masha and I walked about 3 miles with her, and then walked home quietly and silently, as though it were a rest for both of us. Masha had her hand on my arm. We were at peace, and there was no need to talk of love. After the wedding, we grew closer to each other and dearer, and it seemed as though nothing could part us. "Your sister is a dear, lovable creature," said Masha, "but looks as though she had lived in torture. Your father must be a terrible man." I began to tell her how my sister and I had been brought up, and how absurd and full of torture our childhood had been. When she heard that my father had thrashed me quite recently, she shuddered and clung to me. "Don't tell me any more," she said. "It is too horrible." And now she did not leave me. We lived in the big house in 3 rooms, and in the evenings we bolted the door that led to the empty part of the house, as though someone lived there whom we did not know and feared. I used to get up early at dawn and begin working. I repaired the carts, made paths in the garden, dug the beds, painted the roofs. When the time came to sow oats, I tried to plow and harrow, and sow and did it all conscientiously, and did not leave it all to the laborer. I used to get tired, and my face and feet used to burn with the rain and the sharp, cold wind. But work in the fields did not attract me. I knew nothing about agriculture and did not like it, perhaps because my ancestors were not tillers of the soil and pure town blood ran in my veins. I loved nature dearly. I loved the fields and the meadows and the garden, but the peasant who turns the earth with his plow, shouting at his miserable horse, ragged and wet, with bowed shoulders, was to me an expression of wild, rude, ugly force, and as I watched his clumsy movements, I could not help thinking of the long-past legendary life, when men did not yet know the use of fire. The fierce bull which led the herd, and the horses that stampeded through the village, filled me with terror, and all the large creatures, strong and hostile, a ram with horns, a gander, or a watchdog, seemed to me to be symbolical of some rough, wild force. These prejudices used to be particularly strong in me in bad weather, when heavy clouds hung over the black plowlands. But worst of all was that when I was plowing or sowing, and a few peasants stood and watched how I did it, I no longer felt the inevitability and necessity of the work, and it seemed to me that I was trifling my time away. I used to go through the gardens and the meadow to the mill. It was leased by Stepan, a Kurilovka peasant, handsome, swarthy, with a black beard and athletic appearance. He did not care for mill work and thought it tiresome and unprofitable, and he only lived at the mill to escape from home. He was a saddler and always smelled of tan and leather. He did not like talking, was slow and immovable, and used to hum "Ulululu," sitting on the bank or in the doorway of the mill. Sometimes his wife and mother-in-law used to come from Kurilovka to see him. They were both fair, languid, soft, and they used to bow to him humbly and call him Stepan Petrovitch. And he would not answer their greeting with a word or a sign, but would turn where he sat on the bank and hum quietly, "Ulululu." There would be a silence for an hour or two. His mother-in-law and his wife would whisper to each other, get up and look expectantly at him for some time, waiting for him to look at them. And then they would bow humbly and say in sweet, soft voices, "Goodbye, Stepan Petrovitch." And they would go away. After that, Stepan would put away the bundle of cracknels or the shirt they had left for him and sigh and give a wink in their direction and say, "The female sex." The mill was worked with both wheels day and night. I used to help Stepan, I liked it, and when he went away I was glad to take his place. 11. After a spell of warm, bright weather we had a season of bad roads. It rained and was cold all through May. The grinding of the millstones and the drip of the rain induced idleness and sleep. The floor shook, the whole place smelled of flour, and this too made one drowsy. My wife in a short fur coat and high rubber boots used to appear twice a day, and she always said the same thing. Call this summer, it is worse than October. We used to have tea together and cook porridge, or sit together for hours in silence thinking the rain would never stop. Once when Stepan went away to a fair, Masha stayed the night in the mill. When we got up we could not tell what time it was, for the sky was overcast. The sleepy cocks at Dubechnia were crowing, and the corncrakes were trilling in the meadow. It was very, very early. My wife and I walked down to the pool and drew up the bow net that Stepan had put out in our presence the day before. There was one large perch in it, and a crayfish angrily stretched out his claws. "Let them go," said Masha, "let them be happy too." Because we got up very early and had nothing to do, the day seemed very long, the longest in my life. Stepan returned before dusk and I went back to the farmhouse. "Your father came here today," said Masha. "Where is he?" "He has gone, I did not receive him." Seeing my silence and feeling that I was sorry for my father, she said, "We must be logical. I did not receive him and sent a message to ask him not to trouble us again and not to come and see us." In a moment I was outside the gates, striding toward the town to make it up with my father. It was muddy, slippery, cold. For the first time since our marriage I suddenly felt sad, and through my brain, tired with the long day, there flashed the thought that perhaps I was not living as I ought. I got more and more tired and was gradually overcome with weakness, inertia. I had no desire to move or to think, and after walking for some time, I waved my hand and went home. In the middle of the yard stood the engineer in a leather coat with a hood. He was shouting, "Where's the furniture? There was some good Empire furniture, pictures, vases, there's nothing left. Damn it, I bought the place with the furniture." Near him stood Moisey, Mrs. Cheprakov's bailiff, fumbling with his cap, a lank fellow of about 25, with a spotty face and little, impudent eyes. One side of his face was larger than the other, as though he had been lain on. "Yes, right honorable sir, you bought it without the furniture," he said sheepishly. "I remember that clearly." "Silence!" shouted the engineer, going red in the face and beginning to shake, and his shout echoed through the garden. 12. When I was busy in the garden or the yard, Moisey would stand with his hands behind his back and stare at me impertinently with his little eyes. And this used to irritate me to such an extent that I would put aside my work and go away. We learned from Stepan that Moisey had been Mrs. Cheprakov's lover. I noticed that when people went to her for money they used to apply to Moisey first, and once I saw a peasant, a charcoal burner, black all over, grovel at his feet. Sometimes, after a whispered conversation, Moisey would hand over the money himself without saying anything to his mistress, from which I concluded that the transaction was settled on his own account. He used to shoot in our garden, under our very windows, steal food from our larder, borrow our horses without leave, and we were furious, feeling that Dubechnia was no longer ours, and Masha used to go pale and say, "Have we to live another year and a half with these creatures?" Ivan Chekhov, the son, was a guard on the railway. During the winter he got very thin and weak, so that he got drunk on 1 glass of vodka and felt cold out of the sun. He hated wearing his guard's uniform and was ashamed of it, but found his job profitable because he could steal candles and sell them. My new position gave him a mixed feeling of astonishment, envy, and vague hope that something of the sort might happen to him. He used to follow Masha with admiring eyes and to ask me what I had for dinner nowadays, and his ugly, emaciated face used to wear a sweet, sad expression, and he used to twitch his fingers as though he could feel my happiness with them. "I say, little prophet," he would say excitedly, lighting and relighting his cigarette. He always made a mess wherever he stood because he used to waste a whole box of matches on 1 cigarette. "I say, my life is about as beastly as it could be. Every little squirt of a soldier can shout, 'Here, guard, here!' I have such a lot in the trains, and you know, mine's a rotten life. My mother has ruined me. I heard a doctor say in the train, if the parents are loose, their children become drunkards or criminals. That's it." Once he came staggering into the yard. His eyes wandered aimlessly and he breathed heavily. He laughed and cried and said something in a kind of frenzy, and through his thickly uttered words I could only hear, "My mother, where is my mother?" And he wailed like a child crying, because it has lost its mother in a crowd. I led him away into the garden and laid him down under a tree, and all that day and through the night Masha and I took it in turns to stay with him. He was sick and Masha looked with disgust at his pale, wet face and said, "Are we to have these creatures on the place for another year and a half? It is awful, awful." And what a lot of trouble the peasants gave us. How many disappointments we had at the outset in the spring when we so longed to be happy. My wife built a school. I designed the school for 60 boys, and the Zemstvo Council approved the design, but recommended our building the school at Kurilovka, the big village, only 3 miles away. Besides the Kurilovka school, where the children of 4 villages, including that of Dubechnia, were taught, was old and inadequate, and the floor was so rotten that the children were afraid to walk on it. At the end of March, Masha, by her own desire, was appointed trustee of the Kurilovka school, and at the beginning of April, we called 3 parish meetings and persuaded the peasants that the school was old and inadequate, and that it was necessary to build a new one. A member of the Zemstvo Council and the elementary school inspector came down too and addressed them. After each meeting, we were mobbed and asked for a pail of vodka. We felt stifled in the crowd and soon got tired and returned home dissatisfied and rather abashed. At last, the peasants allotted a site for the school and undertook to cart the materials from the town. And as soon as the spring corn was sown, on the very first Sunday, carts set out from Kurilovka and Dubechnia to fetch the bricks for the foundations. They went at dawn and returned late in the evening. The peasants were drunk and said they were tired out. The rain and the cold continued, as though deliberately, all through May. The roads were spoiled and deep in mud. When the carts came from town, they usually drove, to our horror, into our yard. A horse would appear in the gate, straddling its 4 legs with its big belly heaving. Before it came into the yard, it would strain and heave, and after it would come a 10-yard beam in a 4-wheeled wagon, wet and slimy. Alongside it, wrapped up to keep the rain out, never looking where he was going and splashing through the puddles, a peasant would walk with the skirt of his coat tucked up in his belt. Another cart would appear with planks, then a third with a beam, then a fourth. And the yard in front of the house would gradually be blocked up with horses, beams, planks. Peasants, men and women with their heads wrapped up and their skirts tucked up, would stare morosely at our windows, kick up a row and insist on the lady of the house coming out to them, and they would curse and swear. And in a corner Moisey would stand, and it seemed to us that he delighted in our discomfiture. "We won't cart any more," the peasants shouted. "We are tired to death, let her go and cart it herself." Pale and scared, thinking they would any minute break into the house, Masha would send them money for a pail of vodka. After which the noise would die down and the long beams would go jolting out of the yard. When I went to look at the building, My wife would get agitated and say, "The peasants are furious. They might do something to you. No, wait, I'll go with you." We used to drive over to Kurilovka together, and then the carpenters would ask for tips. The framework was ready for the foundations to be laid, but the masons never came, and when at last the masons did come, it was apparent that there was no sand. Somehow it had been forgotten that sand was wanted. Taking advantage of our helplessness, the peasants asked 30 kopecks a load, although it was less than a quarter of a mile from the building to the river where the sand was to be fetched, and more than 500 loads were needed. There were endless misunderstandings, wrangles, and continual begging. My wife was indignant, and the building contractor, Petrov, an old man of 70, took her by the hand and said, "You look here, just get me sand and I'll find 10 men and have the work done in 2 days. Look here." Sand was brought, but 4 days, a week passed, and still there yawned a ditch where the foundations were to be. "I shall go mad," cried my wife furiously. "What wretches they are, what wretches!" During these disturbances, Viktor Ivanitch used to come and see us. He used to bring hampers of wine and dainties and eat for a long time, and then go to sleep on the terrace and snore so that the laborers shook their heads and said, "He's all right." Masha took no pleasure in his visits. She did not believe in him, and yet she used to ask his advice. When, after a sound sleep after dinner, he got up out of humor and spoke disparagingly of our domestic arrangements, and said he was sorry he had ever bought Dubechnia, which had cost him so much, and poor Masha looked miserably anxious and complained to him, he would yawn and say the peasants ought to be flogged. He called our marriage and the life we were living a comedy, and used to say it was a caprice, a whimsy. She did the same sort of thing once before, he told me. She fancied herself as an opera singer and ran away from me. It took me 2 months to find her, and my dear fellow, I wasted 1,000 rubles on telegrams alone. He had dropped calling me a sectarian or the house painter, and no longer approved of my life as a working man, but he used to say, "You are a queer fish, an abnormality. I don't venture to prophesy, but you will end badly." Masha slept poorly at nights and would sit by the window of our bedroom thinking. She no longer laughed and made faces at supper. I suffered, and when it rained, every drop cut into my heart like a bullet, and I could have gone on my knees to Masha and apologized for the weather. When the peasants made a row in the yard, I felt that it was my fault. I would sit for hours in one place, thinking only how splendid and how wonderful Masha was. I loved her passionately, and I was enraptured by everything she did and said. Her taste was for quiet indoor occupation. She loved to read for hours and to study. She, who knew about farm work only from books, surprised us all by her knowledge, and the advice she gave was always useful, and when applied was never in vain. And in addition, she had the fineness, the taste, and the good sense, the very sound sense which only very well-bred people possess. To such a woman, with her healthy, orderly mind, the chaotic environment with its petty cares and dirty tittle-tattle in which we lived was very painful. I could see that, and I, too, could not sleep at night. My brain whirled and I could hardly choke back my tears. I tossed about, not knowing what to do. I used to rush to town and bring Masha books, newspapers, sweets, flowers, and I used to go fishing with Stepan, dragging for hours, neck-deep in cold water in the rain, to catch an eel by way of varying our fare. I used humbly to ask the peasants not to shout, and I gave them vodka, bribed them, promised them anything they asked. And what a lot of other foolish things I did. At last the rain stopped. The earth dried up. I used to get up in the morning and go into the garden, dew shining on the flowers, birds and insects shrilling, not a cloud in the sky, and the garden, the meadow, the river were so beautiful, perfect but for the memory of the peasants and the carts and the engineer. Masha and I used to drive out in a car to see how the oats were coming on. She drove and I sat behind. Her shoulders were always a little hunched, and the wind would play with her hair. "Keep to the right," she shouted to the passers-by. "You are like a coachman," I once said to her. "Perhaps. My grandfather, my father's father, was a coachman. Didn't you know?" she asked, turning round, and immediately she began to mimic the way the coachmen shout and sing. Thank God, I thought as I listened to her. Thank God. And again, I remember the peasants, the carts, the engineer. 13. Dr. Blagovo came over on a bicycle. My sister began to come often. Once more we talked of manual labor and progress, and the mysterious cross awaiting humanity in the remote future. The doctor did not like our life, because it interfered with our discussions, and he said it was unworthy of a free man to plow, and reap, and breed cattle, and that in time all such elementary forms of the struggle for existence would be left to animals and machines, while men would devote themselves exclusively to scientific investigation. And my sister always asked me to let her go home earlier, and if she stayed late, or for the night, she was greatly distressed. "Good gracious, what a baby you are," Masha used to say reproachfully. "It is quite ridiculous." "Yes, it is absurd," my sister would agree. "I admit it is absurd, but what can I do if I have not the power to control myself? It always seems to me that I am doing wrong." During the haymaking, my body, not being used to it, ached all over. Sitting on the terrace in the evening, I would suddenly fall asleep and they would all laugh at me. They would wake me up and make me sit down to supper. I would be overcome with drowsiness and in a stupor saw lights, faces, plates, and heard voices without understanding what they were saying. And I used to get up early in the morning and take my scythe, or go to the school and work there all day. When I was at home on holidays, I noticed that my wife and sister were hiding something from me and even seemed to be avoiding me. My wife was tender with me as always, but she had some new thought of her own which she did not communicate to me. Certainly, her exasperation with the peasants had increased, and life was growing harder and harder for her, but she no longer complained to me. She talked more readily to the doctor than to me, and I could not understand why. It was the custom in our province for the laborers to come to the farm in the evenings to be treated to vodka, even the girls having a glass. We did not keep the custom. The haymakers and the women used to come into the yard and stay until late in the evening, waiting for vodka, and then they went away cursing. And then Masha used to frown and relapse into silence or whisper irritably to the doctor. Savages, barbarians. Newcomers to the villages were received ungraciously, almost with hostility, like new arrivals at a school. At first, we were looked upon as foolish, soft-headed people who had bought the estate because we did not know what to do with our money. We were laughed at. The peasants grazed their cattle in our pasture, and even in our garden, drove our cows and horses into the village, and then came and asked for compensation. The whole village used to come into our yard and declare loudly that in mowing we had cut the border of common land which did not belong to us. And as we did not know our boundaries exactly, we used to take their word for it and pay a fine. But afterward it appeared that we had been in the right. They used to bark the young lime trees in our woods. A Dubechnia peasant, a money-lender, who sold vodka without a license, bribed our laborers to help him cheat us in the most treacherous way. He substituted old wheels for the new on our wagons, stole our plowing yokes, and sold them back to us, and so on. But worst of all was the building at Kurilovka. There the women at night stole planks, bricks, tiles, iron. The bailiff and his assistants made a search. The women were each fined 2 rubles by the village council, and then the whole lot of them got drunk on the money. When Masha found out, she would say to the doctor and my sister, "What beasts, it is horrible, horrible." And more than once I heard her say she was sorry she had decided to build the school. "You must understand," the doctor tried to point out, "that if you build a school or undertake any good work, it is not for the peasants, but for the sake of culture and the future. The worse the peasants are, the more reason there is for building a school. Do understand." There was a loss of confidence in his voice, and it seemed to me that he hated the peasants as much as Masha. Masha used often to go to the mill with my sister, and they would say jokingly that they were going to have a look at Stepan because he was so handsome. Stepan, it appeared, was reserved and silent only with men, and in the company of women was free and talkative. Once when I went down to the river to bathe, I involuntarily overheard a conversation. Masha and Cleopatra, both in white, were sitting on the bank under the broad shade of a willow, and Stepan was standing near with his hands behind his back, saying, "But are peasants human beings? Not they, they are, excuse me, brutes, beasts, and thieves. What does a peasant's life consist of? Eating and drinking, crying for cheaper food, bawling in taverns without decent conversation or behavior or manners. Just an ignorant beast. He lives in filth, his wife and children live in filth. He sleeps in his clothes, takes the potatoes out of the soup with his fingers, drinks down a black beetle with his kvass because he won't trouble to fish it out." "It is because of their poverty," protested my sister. "What poverty? Of course there is want, but there are different kinds of necessity. If a man is in prison or is blind, say, or has lost his legs, then he is in a bad way and God help him. But if he is at liberty and in command of his senses, if he has eyes and hands and strength, then, good God, what more does he want? It is lamentable, my lady, ignorance, but not poverty. If you kind people, with your education, out of charity try to help him, then he will spend your money in drink like the swine he is, or worse still, he will open a tavern and begin to rob the people on the strength of your money. You say poverty. But does a rich peasant live any better? He lives like a pig, too, excuse me, a clodhopper, a blusterer, a big-bellied blockhead, with a swollen red mug makes me want to hit him in the eye, the blackguard. Look at Larian of Dubechnia, he is rich, but all the same he barks the trees in your woods just like the poor, and he is a foul-mouthed brute, and his children are foul-mouthed, and when he is drunk he falls flat in the mud and goes to sleep. They are all worthless, my lady. It is just hell to live with them in the village. The village sticks in my gizzard, and I thank God, the King of Heaven, that I am well fed and clothed, and that I am a free man. I can live where I like. I don't want to live in the village, and nobody can force me to do it. They say, you have a wife. They say, you are obliged to live at home with your wife. Why? I have not sold myself to her. Tell me, Stepan, did you marry for love? Asked Masha. What love is there in a village? Stepan answered with a smile. If you want to know, my lady, it is my second marriage. I do not come from Kurilovka, but from Zailgosh, and I went to Kurilovka when I married. My father did not want to divide the land up between us, there are 5 of us. So I bowed to it and cut adrift and went to another village to my wife's family. My first wife died when she was young. What did she die of? Foolishness. She used to sit and cry. She was always crying for no reason at all, and so she wasted away. She used to drink herbs to make herself prettier, and it must have ruined her inside. And my second wife at Kurilovka, what about her? A village woman, a peasant, that's all. When the match was being made, I was nicely had. I thought she was young, nice to look at, and clean. Her mother was clean enough, drank coffee, and chiefly because they were a clean lot, I got married. Next day we sat down to dinner, and I told my mother-in-law to fetch me a spoon. She brought me a spoon, and I saw her wipe it with her finger. So that, thought I, is their cleanliness. I lived with them for a year and went away. Perhaps I ought to have married a town girl, he went on after a silence. They say a wife is a helpmate to her husband. What do I want with a helpmate? I can look after myself. But you talk to me sensibly and soberly, without giggling all the while. He he he. What is life without a good talk? Stepan suddenly stopped and relapsed into his dreary, monotonous yulu-lulu. That meant that he had noticed me. Masha used often to visit the mill. She evidently took pleasure in her talks with Stepan. He abused the peasants so sincerely and convincingly, and this attracted her to him. When she returned from the mill, the idiot who looked after the garden used to shout after her, "Palashka, hello Palashka," and he would bark at her like a dog, "Bow wow." And she would stop and stare at him, as if she found in the idiot's barking an answer to her thought, and perhaps he attracted her as much as Stepan's abuse. And at home, she would find some unpleasant news awaiting her, as that the village geese had ruined the cabbages in the kitchen garden, or that Larian had stolen the reins, and she would shrug her shoulders with a smile and say, "What can you expect of such people?" She was exasperated, and a fury was gathering in her soul, and I, on the other hand, was getting used to the peasants and more attracted to them. For the most part, they were nervous, irritable, absurd people. They were people with suppressed imaginations, ignorant with a bare, dull outlook, always dazed by the same thought of the gray earth, gray days, black bread. They were people driven to cunning, but like birds, they only hid their heads behind the trees. They could not reason. They did not come to us for the 20 rubles earned by haymaking, but for the half pail of vodka, though they could buy 4 pails of vodka for the 20 rubles. Indeed, they were dirty, drunken, and dishonest, but for all that one felt that the peasant life as a whole was sound at the core. However clumsy and brutal the peasant might look as he followed his antiquated plow, and however he might fuddle himself with vodka, still, looking at him more closely, one felt that there was something vital and important in him, something that was lacking in Masha and the doctor. For instance, namely, that he believes that the chief thing on earth is truth, that his and everybody's salvation lies in truth, and therefore above all else on earth he loves justice. I used to say to my wife that she was seeing the stain on the window, but not the glass itself. And she would be silent, or, like Stepan, she would hum, "Yulu Lulu." when she, good, clever actress that she was, went pale with fury and then harangued the doctor in a trembling voice about drunkenness and dishonesty. Her blindness confounded and appalled me. How could she forget that her father, the engineer, drank heavily, and that the money with which he bought Dubechnia was acquired by means of a whole series of impudent, dishonest swindles? How could she forget? 14. And my sister, too, was living with her own private thoughts which she hid from me. She used often to sit whispering with Masha. When I went up to her, she would shrink away, and her eyes would look guilty and full of entreaty. Evidently, there was something going on in her soul of which she was afraid or ashamed. To avoid meeting me in the garden or being left alone with me, she clung to Masha, and I hardly ever had a chance to talk to her except at dinner. One evening, on my way home from the school, I came quietly through the garden. It had already begun to grow dark. Without noticing me or hearing footsteps, my sister walked round an old wide-spreading apple tree, perfectly noiselessly like a ghost. She was in black and walked very quickly up and down with her eyes on the ground. An apple fell from the tree, she started at the noise, stopped and pressed her hands to her temples. At that moment I went up to her. In an impulse of tenderness, which suddenly came rushing to my heart, with tears in my eyes, somehow remembering our mother and our childhood, I took hold of her shoulders and kissed her. "What is the matter?" I asked. "You are suffering. I have seen it for a long time now. Tell me, what is the matter?" "I am afraid," she murmured with a shiver. "What's the matter with you?" I inquired. "For God's sake, be frank." I will be frank. I will tell you the whole truth. It is so hard, so painful to conceal anything from you. Misael, I am in love," she went on in a whisper. Love, I am happy, but I am afraid." I heard footsteps and Dr. Blagovo appeared among the trees. He was wearing a silk shirt and high boots. Clearly, they had arranged a rendezvous by the apple tree. When she saw him, she flung herself impulsively into his arms with a cry of anguish, as though he was being taken away from her. Vladimir. She clung to him and gazed eagerly at him, and only then I noticed how thin and pale she had become. It was especially noticeable through her lace collar, which I had known for years, for it now hung loosely about her slim neck. The doctor was taken aback, but controlled himself at once and said, as he stroked her hair, "That's enough. Why are you so nervous? You see, I have come." We were silent for a time, bashfully glancing at each other. Then we all moved away, and I heard the doctor saying to me, "Civilized life has not yet begun with us." The old console themselves with saying that, if there is nothing now, there was something in the 40s and the 60s. That is all right for the old ones, but we are young and our brains are not yet touched with senile decay. We cannot console ourselves with such illusions. The beginning of Russia was in 862, and civilized Russia, as I understand it, has not yet begun. But I could not bother about what he was saying. It was very strange, but I could not believe that my sister was in love, that she had just been walking with her hand on the arm of a stranger and gazing at him tenderly. My sister, poor, frightened, timid, downtrodden creature as she was, loved a man who was already married and had children. I was full of pity without knowing why. The doctor's presence was distasteful to me, and I could not make out what was to come of such a love. 15. Masha and I drove over to Kurilovka for the opening of the school. Autumn, said Masha, looking about her. Summer had passed. There were no birds and only the willows were green. Yes, summer had passed. The days were bright and warm, but it was fresh in the mornings. The shepherds went out in their sheepskins, and the dew never dried all day on the asters in the garden. There were continual mournful sounds, and it was impossible to tell whether it was a shutter creaking on its rusty hinges or the cranes flying, and one felt so well and so full of the desire for life. Summer has passed, said Masha. Now we can both make up our accounts. We have worked hard and thought a great deal, and we are the better for a tall honor and praise to us. We have improved ourselves, but have our successes had any perceptible influence on the life around us? Have they been of any use to a single person? No, ignorance, dirt, drunkenness, a terribly high rate of infant mortality, everything is just as it was, and no one is any the better for your having plowed and sown, and my having spent money and read books. Evidently, we have only worked and broadened our minds for ourselves. I was abashed by such arguments, and did not know what to think. From beginning to end we have been sincere, I said, and if a man is sincere, he is right. Who denies that? We have been right, but we have been wrong in our way of setting about it. First of all, are not our very ways of living wrong? You want to be useful to people, but by the mere fact of buying an estate, you make it impossible to be so. Further, if you work, dress, and eat like a peasant, you lend your authority and approval to the clumsy clothes, and their dreadful houses and their dirty beards. On the other hand, suppose you work for a long, long time, all your life, and in the end obtain some practical results. What will your results amount to? What can they do against such elemental forces as wholesale ignorance, hunger, cold, and degeneracy? A drop in the ocean. Other methods of fighting are necessary, strong, bold, quick. If you want to be useful, then you must leave the narrow circle of common activity and try to act directly on the masses. First of all, you need vigorous, noisy propaganda. Why are art and music, for instance, so much alive and so popular and so powerful? Because the musician or the singer influences thousands directly. Art, wonderful art. She looked wistfully at the sky and went on. Art gives wings and carries you far, far away. If you are bored with dirt and pettifogging interests, if you are exasperated and outraged and indignant, rest and satisfaction are only to be found in beauty. As we approached Kurilovka, the weather was fine, clear, and joyous. In the yards, the peasants were thrashing, and there was a smell of corn and straw. Behind the wattled hedges, the fruit trees were reddening, and all around the trees were red or golden. In the church tower, the bells were ringing. The children were carrying icons to the school and singing the litany of the Virgin. And how clear the air was, and how high the doves soared. The Te Deum was sung in the schoolroom. Then the Kurilovka peasants presented Masha with an icon, and the Dubechnia peasants gave her a large cracknel and a gilt salt cellar. And Masha began to weep. And if we have said anything out of the way or have been discontented, please forgive us, said an old peasant, bowing to us both. As we drove home, Masha looked back at the school. The green roof which I had painted glistened in the sun, and we could see it for a long time, and I felt that Masha's glances were glances of farewell. 16. In the evening, she got ready to go to town. She had often been to town lately to stay the night. In her absence, I could not work and felt listless and disheartened. Our big yard seemed dreary, disgusting, and deserted. There were ominous noises in the garden, and without her the house, the trees, the horses were no longer ours. I never went out but sat all the time at her writing table among her books on farming and agriculture, those deposed favorites, wanted no more, which looked out at me so shamefacedly from the bookcase. For hours together, while it struck 7, 8, 9, and the autumn night crept up as black as soot to the windows, I sat brooding over an old glove of hers, or the pen she always used, and her little scissors. I did nothing and saw clearly that everything I had done before, plowing, sowing, and felling trees, had only been because she wanted it. And if she told me to clean out a well, when I had to stand waist-deep in water, I would go and do it, without trying to find out whether the well wanted cleaning or not. And now, when she was away, Dubechnia with its squalor, its litter, its slamming shutters, with thieves prowling about it day and night, seemed to me like a chaos in which work was entirely useless. And why should I work then? Why trouble and worry about the future, when I felt that the ground was slipping away from under me, that my position at Dubechnia was hollow, that, in a word, the same fate awaited me as had befallen the books on agriculture? Oh, what anguish it was at night, in the lonely hours, when I lay listening uneasily, as though I expected some one any minute to call out that it was time for me to go away. I was not sorry to leave Dubechnia. My sorrow was for my love, for which it seemed that autumn had already begun. What a tremendous happiness it is to love and to be loved, and what a horror it is to feel that you are beginning to topple down from that lofty tower. Masha returned from town toward evening on the following day. She was dissatisfied with something, but concealed it and said only, "Why have the winter windows been put in? It will be stifling." I opened 2 of the windows. We did not feel like eating, but we sat down and had supper. "Go and wash your hands," she said. "You smell of putty." She had brought some new illustrated magazines from town, and we both read them after supper. They had supplements with fashion plates and patterns. Masha just glanced at them and put them aside to look at them carefully later on, but one dress, with a wide, bell-shaped skirt and big sleeves, interested her, and for a moment she looked at it seriously and attentively. "That's not bad," she said. "Yes, it would suit you very well," said I, "very well." And I admired the dress, only because she liked it, and went on tenderly. "A wonderful, lovely dress. Lovely, wonderful Masha, my dear Masha." And tears began to drop on the fashion plate. "Wonderful Masha," I murmured, "dear, darling Masha." She went and lay down, and I sat still for an hour and looked at the illustrations. "You should not have opened the windows," she called from the bedroom. "I'm afraid it will be cold. Look how the wind is blowing in." I read the miscellany about the preparation of cheap fish and the size of the largest diamond in the world. Then I chanced on the picture of the dress she had liked, and I imagined her at a ball, with a fan and bare shoulders, a brilliant, dazzling figure, well up in music and painting and literature, and how insignificant and brief my share in her life seemed to be. Our coming together, our marriage, was only an episode, one of many in the life of this lively, highly gifted creature. All the best things in the world, as I have said, were at her service, and she had them for nothing. Even ideas and fashionable intellectual movements served her pleasure, a diversion in her existence, and I was only the coachman who drove her from one infatuation to another. Now I was no longer necessary to her. She would fly away, and I should be left alone. As if in answer to my thoughts, a desperate scream suddenly came from the yard. "Murder!" It was a shrill female voice, and exactly as though it were trying to imitate it, the wind also howled dismally in the chimney. Half a minute passed, and again it came through the sound of the wind, but as though from the other end of the yard. "Murder!" "Miss Sale, did you hear that?" said my wife in a hushed voice. "Did you hear?" She came out of the bedroom in her nightgown, with her hair down, and stood listening and staring out of the dark window. "Somebody is being murdered," she muttered. "It only wanted that." I took my gun and went out. It was very dark outside. A violent wind was blowing so that it was hard to stand up. I walked to the gate and listened. The trees were moaning, the wind went whistling through them, and in the garden the idiot's dog was howling. Beyond the gate it was pitch dark. There was not a light on the railway. And just by the wing, where the offices used to be, I suddenly heard a choking cry. "Murder!" "Who is there?" I called. Two men were locked in a struggle. One had nearly thrown the other, who was resisting with all his might, and both were breathing heavily. "Let go," said one of them, and I recognized Ivan Chekhov. It was he who had cried out in a thin, falsetto voice, "Let go, damn you, or I'll bite your hands." The other man I recognized as Moisey. I parted them and could not resist hitting Moisey in the face twice. He fell down, then got up, and I struck him again. "He tried to kill me," he muttered. I caught him creeping to his mother's drawer. I tried to shut him up in the wing for safety. Chekhov was drunk and did not recognize me. He stood gasping for breath, as though trying to get enough wind to shriek again. I left them and went back to the house. My wife was lying on the bed, fully dressed. I told her what had happened in the yard and did not keep back the fact that I had struck Moisey. "Living in the country is horrible," she said, "and what a long night it is." "Murder!" we heard again a little later. "I'll go and part them," I said. "No, let them kill each other," she said with an expression of disgust. She lay staring at the ceiling, listening, and I sat near her, not daring to speak and feeling that it was my fault that screams of murder came from the yard and the night was so long. We were silent, and I waited impatiently for the light to peep in at the window. And Masha looked as though she had wakened from a long sleep and was astonished to find herself, so clever, so educated, so refined, cast away in this miserable provincial hole, among a lot of petty, shallow people, and to think that she could have so far forgotten herself as to have been carried away by one of them and to have been his wife for more than half a year. It seemed to me that we were all the same to her, myself, Moisey, Chekhov, all swept together into the drunken, wild scream of murder, myself, our marriage, our work, and the muddy roads of autumn. And when she breathed or stirred to make herself more comfortable, I could read in her eyes, "Oh, if the morning would come quicker." In the morning, she went away. I stayed at Dubechnia for another 3 days, waiting for her. Then I moved all our things into one room, locked it, and went to town. When I rang the bell at the engineer's, it was evening, and the lamps were alight in Great Gentry Street. Pavel told me that nobody was at home. Viktor Ivanitch had gone to Petersburg, and Maria Viktorovna must be at a rehearsal at the Azhagwins. I remember the excitement with which I went to the Azhagwins, and how my heart thumped and sank within me as I went upstairs and stood for a long while on the landing, not daring to enter that temple of the muses. In the hall, on the table, on the piano, on the stage, there were candles burning, all in threes, for the first performance was fixed for the 13th, and the dress rehearsal was on Monday, the unlucky day. A fight against prejudice. All the lovers of dramatic art were assembled. The eldest, the middle, and the youngest Miss Azhagwin were walking about the stage, reading their parts. Radish was standing still in a corner all by himself, with his head against the wall, looking at the stage with adoring eyes, waiting for the beginning of the rehearsal. Everything was just the same. I went toward my hostess to greet her, when suddenly everybody began to say SSH and to wave their hands to tell me not to make such a noise. There was a silence. The top of the piano was raised. A lady sat down, screwing up her short-sighted eyes at the music, and Masha stood by the piano, dressed up, beautiful but beautiful in an odd new way, not at all like the Masha who used to come to see me at the mill in the spring. She began to sing. Why do I love thee, straight night? It was the first time since I had known her that I had heard her sing. She had a fine, rich, powerful voice, and to hear her sing was like eating a ripe, sweet-scented melon. She finished the song and was applauded. She smiled and looked pleased, made play with her eyes, stared at the music, plucked at her dress exactly like a bird which has broken out of its cage and preens its wings at liberty. Her hair was combed back over her ears, and she had a sly, defiant expression on her face, as though she wished to challenge us all or to shout at us as though we were horses. Gee up, old things. And at that moment, she must have looked very like her grandfather, the coachman. You here too? She asked, giving me her hand. Did you hear me sing? How did you like it? And without waiting for me to answer, she went on, You arrived very opportunely. I'm going to Petersburg for a short time tonight. May I? At midnight, I took her to the station. She embraced me tenderly, probably out of gratitude, because I did not pester her with useless questions, and she promised to write to me, and I held her hands for a long time and kissed them, finding it hard to keep back my tears and not saying a word. And when the train moved, I stood looking at the receding lights, kissed her in my imagination and whispered, Masha dear, wonderful Masha. I spent the night at Chekhov, at Karpovna's, and in the morning I worked with Radish, upholstering the furniture at a rich merchant's, who had married his daughter to a doctor. 17. On Sunday afternoon, my sister came to see me and had tea with me. I read a great deal now, she said, showing me the books she had got out of the town library on her way. Thanks to your wife and Vladimir, they awakened my self-consciousness. They saved me and have made me feel that I am a human being. I used not to sleep at night for worrying. What a lot of sugar has been wasted during the week. The cucumbers must not be oversalted. I don't sleep now, but I have quite different thoughts. I am tormented with the thought that half my life has passed so foolishly and half-heartedly. I despise my old life. I am ashamed of it, and I regard my father now as an enemy. Oh, how grateful I am to your wife, and Vladimir, he is such a wonderful man, they opened my eyes. It is not good that you can't sleep, I said. You think I am ill? Not a bit. Vladimir sounded me and says I am perfectly healthy, but health is not the point. That doesn't matter so much. Tell me, am I right? She needed moral support. That was obvious. Masha had gone, Dr. Blagovo was in Petersburg, and there was no one except myself in the town who could tell her that she was right. She fixed her eyes on me trying to read my inmost thoughts, and if I were sad in her presence, she always took it upon herself and was depressed. I had to be continually on my guard, and when she asked me if she was right, I hastened to assure her that she was right and that I had a profound respect for her. You know, they have given me a part at the Azhagwins, she went on. I wanted to act. I want to live. I want to drink deep of life. I have no talent whatever, and my part is only 10 lines, but it is immeasurably finer and nobler than pouring out tea 5 times a day and watching to see that the cook does not eat the sugar left over. And most of all, I want to let father see that I too can protest. After tea, she lay down on my bed and stayed there for some time, with her eyes closed, and her face very pale. Just weakness, she said as she got up. Vladimir said all town girls and women are an Ike from lack of work. What a clever man Vladimir is. He is right, wonderfully right. We do need work. 2 days later, she came to rehearsal at the Azhiguins with her part in her hand. She was in black, with a garnet necklace and a brooch that looked at a distance like a pasty, and she had enormous earrings, in each of which sparkled a diamond. I felt uneasy when I saw her. I was shocked by her lack of taste. The others noticed too that she was unsuitably dressed and that her earrings and diamonds were out of place. I saw their smiles and heard someone say jokingly, "Cleopatra of Egypt." She was trying to be fashionable and easy and assured, and she seemed affected and odd. She lost her simplicity and her charm. "I just told father that I was going to a rehearsal," she began, coming up to me, "and he shouted that he would take his blessing from me, and he nearly struck me. Fancy," she added, glancing at her part, "I don't know my part. I'm sure to make a mistake." "Well, the die is cast," she said excitedly. "The die is cast." She felt that all the people were looking at her, and were all amazed at the important step she had taken, and that they were all expecting something remarkable from her. And it was impossible to convince her that nobody took any notice of such small, uninteresting persons as she and I. She had nothing to do until the third act, and her part, a guest, a country gossip, consisted only in standing by the door, as if she were overhearing something, and then speaking a short monologue. For at least an hour and a half before her cue, while the others were walking, reading, having tea, quarreling, she never left me and kept on mumbling her part, and dropping her written copy, imagining that everybody was looking at her and waiting for her to come on, and she patted her hair with a trembling hand and said, "I'm sure to make a mistake. You don't know how awful I feel. I am as terrified as if I were going to the scaffold." At last her cue came. "Cleopatra Alexeyevna cue," said the manager. She walked on to the middle of the stage with an expression of terror on her face. She looked ugly and stiff, and for half a minute was speechless, perfectly motionless, except for her large earrings which wobbled on either side of her face. "You can read your part the first time," said someone. I could see that she was trembling so that she could neither speak nor open her part, and that she had entirely forgotten the words, and I had just made up my mind to go up and say something to her when she suddenly dropped down on her knees in the middle of the stage and sobbed loudly. There was a general stir and uproar, and I stood quite still by the wings, shocked by what had happened, not understanding at all, not knowing what to do. I saw them lift her up and lead her away. I saw Aniuta Blagovo come up to me. I had not seen her in the hall before, and she seemed to have sprung up from the floor. She was wearing a hat and veil, and as usual looked as if she had only dropped in for a minute. "I told her not to try to act," she said angrily, biting out each word with her cheeks blushing. "It is folly, you ought to have stopped her." Mrs. Azhiguin came up in a short jacket with short sleeves. She had tobacco ash on her thin, flat bosom. "My dear, it is too awful," she said, wringing her hands and as usual staring into my face. "It is too awful. Your sister is in a condition. She is going to have a baby. You must take her away at once." In her agitation, she breathed heavily, and behind her stood her 3 daughters, all thin and flat-chested like herself, and all huddled together in their dismay. They were frightened, overwhelmed, just as if a convict had been caught in the house. What a shame! How awful! And this was the family that had been fighting the prejudices and superstitions of mankind all their lives. Evidently, they thought that all the prejudices and superstitions of mankind were to be found in burning 3 candles and in the number 13, or the unlucky day Monday. "I must request," Mrs. Azhiguin kept on saying, compressing her lips and accentuating the quest. "I must request you to take her away." 18. A little later, my sister and I were walking along the street. I covered her with the skirt of my overcoat. We hurried along through by-streets where there were no lamps, avoiding the passers-by, and it was like a flight. She did not weep any more, but stared at me with dry eyes. It was about 20 minutes' walk to Chekhov, whither I was taking her, and in that short time we went over the whole of our lives and talked over everything and considered the position and pondered. We decided that we could not stay in the town, and that when I could get some money, we would go to some other place. In some of the houses, the people were asleep already, and in others they were playing cards. We hated those houses, were afraid of them, and we talked of the fanaticism, callousness, and nullity of these respectable families. These lovers of dramatic art whom we had frightened so much. And I wondered how those stupid, cruel, slothful, dishonest people were better than the drunken and superstitious peasants of Kurilovka, or how they were better than animals, which also lose their heads when some accident breaks the monotony of their lives, which are limited by their instincts. What would happen to my sister if she stayed at home? What moral torture would she have to undergo, talking to my father and meeting acquaintances every day? I imagined it all, and there came into my memory people I had known who had been gradually dropped by their friends and relations, and I remember the tortured dogs which had gone mad, and sparrows plucked alive and thrown into the water, and a whole long series of dull, protracted sufferings which I had seen going on in the town since my childhood. And I could not conceive what the 60,000 inhabitants lived for, why they read the Bible, why they prayed, why they skimmed books and magazines. What good was all that had been written and said if they were in the same spiritual darkness and had the same hatred of freedom as if they were living hundreds and hundreds of years ago? The builder spends his time putting up houses all over the town, and yet would go down to his grave saying gallery for gallery. And the 60,000 inhabitants had read and heard of truth and mercy and freedom for generations. But to the bitter end, they would go on lying from morning to night, tormenting one another, fearing and hating freedom as a deadly enemy. "And so my fate is decided," said my sister when we reached home. "After what has happened, I can never go there again. My God, how good it is! I feel at peace." She lay down at once. Tears shone on her eyelashes, but her expression was happy. She slept soundly and softly, and it was clear that her heart was easy and that she was at rest. For a long, long time she had not slept so well. So we began to live together. She was always singing and said she felt very well, and I took back the books we had borrowed from the library unread, because she gave up reading. She only wanted to dream and to talk of the future. She would hum as she mended my clothes or helped Karpovna with the cooking, or talk of her Vladimir, of his mind, and his goodness, and his fine manners, and his extraordinary learning. And I agreed with her, though I no longer liked the doctor. She wanted to work, to be independent, and to live by herself, and she said she would become a school teacher or a nurse as soon as her health allowed, and she would scrub the floors and do her own washing. She loved her unborn baby passionately, and she knew already the color of his eyes and the shape of his hands and how he laughed. She liked to talk of his upbringing, and since the best man on earth was Vladimir, all her ideas were reduced to making the boy as charming as his father. There was no end to her chatter, and everything she talked about filled her with a lively joy. Sometimes I, too, rejoiced, though I knew not why. She must have infected me with her dreaminess, for I, too, read nothing and just dreamed. In the evenings, in spite of being tired, I used to pace up and down the room with my hands in my pockets, talking about Masha. "When do you think she will return?" I used to ask my sister. "I think she'll be back at Christmas, not later. What is she doing there?" "If she doesn't write to you, it means she must be coming soon." True, I would agree, though I knew very well that there was nothing to make Masha return to our town. I missed her very much, but I could not help deceiving myself and wanted others to deceive me. My sister was longing for her doctor, I for Masha, and we both laughed and talked and never saw that we were keeping Karpovna from sleeping. She would lie on the stove and murmur. "The samovar tinkled this morning. Tinkled, that bodes nobody any good, my merry friends." Nobody came to the house except the postman who brought my sister letters from the doctor, and Prokofy, who used to come in sometimes in the evening and glance secretly at my sister, and then go into the kitchen and say, "Every class has its ways, and if you're too proud to understand that, the worse for you in this vale of tears." He loved the expression vale of tears. And about Christmas time, when I was going through the market, he called me into his shop, and without giving me his hand, declared that he had some important business to discuss. He was red in the face with the frost and with vodka. Near him by the counter stood Nikolka of the murderous face, holding a bloody knife in his hand. "I want to be blunt with you," began Prokofy. "This business must not happen because, as you know, people will neither forgive you nor us for such a vale of tears. Mother, of course, is too dutiful to say anything unpleasant to you herself, and tell you that your sister must go somewhere else because of her condition, but I don't want it either, because I do not approve of her behavior. I understood and left the shop. That very day my sister and I went to Radish's. We had no money for a cab, so we went on foot. I carried a bundle with all our belongings on my back, my sister had nothing in her hands, and she was breathless and kept coughing and asking if we would soon be there. 19. At last there came a letter from Masha. "My dear, kinda May," she wrote, "my brave, sweet angel, as the old painter calls you goodbye. I am going to America with my father for the exhibition. In a few days I shall be on the ocean so far from Dubechnia. It is awful to think of. It is vast and open like the sky, and I long for it and freedom. I rejoice and dance about, and you see how incoherent my letter is. My dear Misael, give me my freedom. Quick, tear the thread which still holds and binds us. My meeting and knowing you was a ray from heaven, which brightened my existence. But you know my becoming your wife was a mistake, and the knowledge of the mistake weighs me down, and I implore you on my knees, my dear, generous friend, quick before I go over the sea wire, that you will agree to correct our mutual mistake. Remove then the only burden on my wings, and my father, who will be responsible for the whole business, has promised me not to overwhelm you with formalities. So then I am free of the whole world, yes. Be happy, God bless you, forgive my wickedness. I am alive and well. I am squandering money on all sorts of follies, and every minute I thank God that such a wicked woman as I am has no children. I am singing and I am a success, but it is not a passing whim, no. It is my haven, my convent cell where I go for rest. King David had a ring with an inscription, "Everything passes." When one is sad, these words make one cheerful, and when one is cheerful, they make one sad. And I have got a ring with the words written in Hebrew, and this talisman will keep me from losing my heart and head. Or does one need nothing but consciousness of freedom, because, when one is free, one wants nothing, nothing, nothing? Snap the thread then. I embrace you and your sister warmly. Forgive and forget your M. My sister had one room. Radish, who had been ill and was recovering, was in the other. Just as I received this letter, my sister went into the painter's room and sat by his side and began to read to him. She read Ostrovsky or Gogol to him every day, and he used to listen, staring straight in front of him, never laughing, shaking his head, and every now and then muttering to himself. Anything may happen, anything may happen. If there was anything ugly in what she read, he would say vehemently, pointing to the book, "There it is, lies, that's what lies do." Stories used to attract him by their contents as well as by their moral and their skillfully complicated plot, and he used to marvel at him, though he never called him by his name. How well he has managed it. Now my sister read a page quickly and then stopped, because her breath failed her. Radish held her hand, and moving his dry lips he said in a hoarse, hardly audible voice, "The soul of the righteous is white and smooth as chalk, and the soul of the sinner is as a pumice stone. The soul of the righteous is clear oil, and the soul of the sinner is coal tar. We must work in sorrow and pity," he went on. "And if a man does not work in sorrow, he will not enter the kingdom of heaven. Woe, woe to the well-fed, woe to the strong, woe to the rich, woe to the usurers. They will not see the kingdom of heaven. Grubs eat grass, rust eats iron." "And lies devour the soul," said my sister, laughing. I read the letter once more. At that moment the soldier came into the kitchen who had brought in twice a week, without saying from whom, tea, French bread, and pigeons, all smelling of scent. I had no work and used to sit at home for days together, and probably the person who sent us the bread knew that we were in want. I heard my sister talking to the soldier and laughing merrily. Then she lay down and ate some bread and said to me, "When you wanted to get away from the office and become a house painter, Aniuta Blagovo and I knew from the very beginning that you were right, but we were afraid to say so. Tell me, what power is it that keeps us from saying what we feel? There's Aniuta Blagovo. She loves you, adores you, and she knows that you are right. She loves me too, like a sister, and she knows that I am right, and in her heart she envies me, but some power prevents her coming to see us. She avoids us. She is afraid." My sister folded her hands across her bosom and said rapturously, "If you only knew how she loves you." She confessed it to me and to no one else, very hesitatingly, in the dark. She used to take me out into the garden, into the dark, and begin to tell me in a whisper how dear you were to her. "You will see that she will never marry because she loves you. Are you sorry for her?" "Yes." It was she sent the bread. She is funny. Why should she hide herself? I used to be silly and stupid, But I left all that, and I am not afraid of anyone, and I think and say aloud what I like, and I am happy. When I lived at home, I had no notion of happiness, and now I would not change places with a queen. Dr. Blagovo came. He had got his diploma and was now living in the town at his father's, taking a rest. After which he said he would go back to Petersburg. He wanted to devote himself to vaccination against typhus and, I believe, cholera. He wanted to go abroad to increase his knowledge and then to become a university professor. He had already left the army and wore serge clothes, with well-cut coats, wide trousers, and expensive ties. My sister was enraptured with his pins and studs and his red silk handkerchief, which out of swagger he wore in his outside breast pocket. Once, when we had nothing to do, she and I fell to counting up his suits and came to the conclusion that he must have at least 10. It was clear that he still loved my sister, but never once, even in joke, did he talk of taking her to Petersburg or abroad with him, and I could not imagine what would happen to her if she lived, or what was to become of her child. But she was happy in her dreams and would not think seriously of the future. She said he could go wherever he liked and even cast her aside, if only he were happy himself, and what had been was enough for her. Usually when he came to see us, he would sound her very carefully and ask her to drink some milk with some medicine in it. He did so now. He sounded her and made her drink a glass of milk, and the room began to smell of creosote. "That's a good girl," he said, taking the glass from her. "You must not talk much, and you have been chattering like a magpie lately. Please be quiet." She began to laugh, and he came into Radish's room, where I was sitting, and tapped me affectionately on the shoulder. "Well, old man, how are you?" he asked, bending over the patient. "Sir," said Radish, only just moving his lips. "Sir, I make so bold. We are all in the hands of God, and we must all die. Let me tell you the truth, sir. You will never enter the kingdom of heaven." And suddenly I lost consciousness and was caught up into a dream. It was winter, at night, and I was standing in the yard of the slaughterhouse with Prokofy by my side, smelling of pepper brandy. I pulled myself together and rubbed my eyes, and then I seemed to be going to the governor's for an explanation. Nothing of the kind ever happened to me, before or after, and I can only explain these strange dreams like memories, by ascribing them to overstrain of the nerves. I lived again through the scene in the slaughterhouse and the conversation with the governor, and at the same time, I was conscious of its unreality. When I came to myself, I saw that I was not at home, but standing with the doctor by a lamp in the street. "It is sad, he was saying with tears running down his cheeks. "She is happy and always laughing and full of hope, but poor darling, her condition is hopeless. Old Radish hates me and keeps trying to make me understand that I have wronged her. In his way he is right, but I have my point of view too, and I do not repent of what has happened. It is necessary to love. We must all love. That's true, isn't it? Without love there would be no life, and a man who avoids and fears love is not free." We gradually passed to other subjects. He began to speak of science and his dissertation, which had been very well received in Petersburg. He spoke enthusiastically and thought no more of my sister, or of his going, or of myself. Life was carrying him away. She has America and a ring with an inscription, I thought, and he has his medical degree and his scientific career, and my sister and I are left with the past. When we parted, I stood beneath the lamp and read my letter again. And I remembered vividly how she came to me at the mill that spring morning and lay down and covered herself with my fur coat pretending to be just a peasant woman. And another time also in the early morning when we pulled the bonet out of the water, and the willows on the bank showered great drops of water on us and we laughed. All was dark in our house in Great Gentry Street. I climbed the fence, and as I used to do in old days, I went into the kitchen by the back door to get a little lamp. There was nobody in the kitchen. On the stove the samovar was singing merrily, all ready for my father. Who pours out my father's tea now? I thought. I took the lamp and went on to the shed and made a bed of old newspapers and lay down. The nails in the wall looked ominous as before and their shadows flickered. It was cold. I thought I saw my sister coming in with my supper, but I remembered at once that she was ill at Radish's, and it seemed strange to me that I should have climbed the fence and be lying in the cold shed. My mind was blurred and filled with fantastic imaginations. A bell rang, sounds familiar from childhood. First the wire rustled along the wall, and then there was a short, melancholy tinkle in the kitchen. It was my father returning from the club. I got up and went into the kitchen. Aksinya, the cook, clapped her hands when she saw me and began to cry. "Oh, my dear," she said in a whisper. "Oh, my dear, my God." And in her agitation, she began to pluck at her apron. On the windowsill were 2 large bottles of berries soaking in vodka. I poured out a cup and gulped it down, for I was very thirsty. Aksinya had just scrubbed the table and the chairs, and the kitchen had the good smell which kitchens always have when the cook is clean and tidy. This smell and the trilling of the cricket used to entice us into the kitchen when we were children, and there we used to be told fairy tales, and we played at kings and queens. "And where is Cleopatra?" asked Aksinya hurriedly, breathlessly. "And where is your hat, sir? And they say your wife has gone to Petersburg." She had been with us in my mother's time, and used to bathe Cleopatra and me in a tub, and we were still children to her, and it was her duty to correct us. In a quarter of an hour or so, she laid bare all her thoughts, which she had been storing up in her quiet kitchen all the time I had been away. She said the doctor ought to be made to marry Cleopatra, would only have to frighten him a bit and make him send in a nicely written application, and then the archbishop would dissolve his first marriage, and it would be a good thing to sell Dubechnia without saying anything to my wife, and to bank the money in my own name. And if my sister and I went on our knees to our father and asked him nicely, then perhaps he would forgive us, and we ought to pray to the Holy Mother to intercede for us. "Now, sir, go and talk to him," she said, when we heard my father's cough. "Go, speak to him and beg his pardon. He won't bite your head off." I went in. My father was sitting at his desk working on the plan of a bungalow with Gothic windows and a stumpy tower like the lookout of a fire station in immensely stiff and inartistic design. As I entered the study, I stood so that I could not help seeing the plan. I did not know why I had come to my father, but I remember that when I saw his thin face, red neck, and his shadow on the wall, I wanted to throw my arms round him and, as Aksinya had bid me, to beg his pardon humbly. But the sight of the bungalow with the Gothic windows and the stumpy tower stopped me. "Good evening," I said. He glanced at me and at once cast his eyes down on his plan. "What do you want?" he asked after a while. "I came to tell you that my sister is very ill. She is dying," I said dully. "Well," my father sighed, took off his spectacles and laid them on the table. "As you have sown, so you must reap. I want you to remember how you came to me 2 years ago, and on this very spot I asked you to give up your delusions, and I reminded you of your honor, your duty, your obligations to your ancestors, whose traditions must be kept sacred. Did you listen to me? You spurned my advice and clung to your wicked opinions. Furthermore, you dragged your sister into your abominable delusions and brought about her downfall and her shame. Now you are both suffering for it. As you have sown, so you must reap." He paced up and down the study as he spoke. Probably he thought that I had come to him to admit that I was wrong, and probably he was waiting for me to ask his help for my sister and myself. I was cold, but I shook as though I were in a fever, and I spoke with difficulty in a hoarse voice. "And I must ask you to remember," I said, "that on this very spot I implored you to try to understand me, to reflect, and to think what we were living for and to what end, and your answer was to talk about my ancestors and my grandfather who wrote verses. Now you are told that your only daughter is in a hopeless condition, and you talk of ancestors and traditions. And you can maintain such frivolity when death is near, and you have only 5 or 10 years left to live. Why did you come here?" asked my father sternly, evidently affronted at my reproaching him with frivolity. "I don't know. I love you. I am more sorry than I can say that we are so far apart. That is why I came. I still love you, but my sister has finally broken with you. She does not forgive you and will never forgive you. Your very name fills her with hatred of her past life." "And who is to blame?" cried my father. You scoundrel." "Yes, say that I am to blame," I said. "I admit that I am to blame for many things, but why is your life, which you have tried to force on us, so tedious and frigid and ungracious? Why are there no people in any of the houses you have built during the last 30 years from whom I could learn how to live and how to avoid such suffering? These houses of yours are infernal dungeons in which mothers and daughters are persecuted, children are tortured. My poor mother, my unhappy sister. One needs to drug oneself with vodka, cards, scandal, cringe, play the hypocrite, and go on year after year designing rotten houses, not to see the horror that lurks in them. Our town has been in existence for hundreds of years, and during the whole of that time, it has not given the country one useful man, not one. You have strangled in embryo everything that was alive and joyous. A town of shopkeepers, publicans, clerks, and hypocrites, an aimless, futile town, and not a soul would be the worse if it were suddenly razed to the ground. I don't want to hear you, you scoundrel, said my father, taking a ruler from his desk. You are drunk, you dare come into your father's presence in such a state. I tell you for the last time, and you can tell this to your strumpet of a sister, that you will get nothing from me. I have torn my disobedient children out of my heart, and if they suffer through their disobedience and obstinacy, I have no pity for them. You may go back where you came from. God has been pleased to punish me through you. I will humbly bear my punishment, and like Job, I find consolation in suffering and unceasing toil. You shall not cross my threshold until you have mended your ways. I am a just man, and everything I say is practical good sense, and if you had any regard for yourself, you would remember what I have said and what I am saying now. I threw up my hands and went out. I do not remember what happened that night or next day. They say that I went staggering through the street without a hat, singing aloud, with crowds of little boys shouting after me. Little prophet, little prophet. 20. If I wanted to order a ring, I would have it inscribed, "Nothing passes." I believe that nothing passes without leaving some trace, and that every little step has some meaning for the present and the future life. What I lived through was not in vain. My great misfortunes, my patience, moved the hearts of the people of the town, and they no longer call me little prophet. They no longer laugh at me and throw water over me as I walk through the market. They got used to my being a working man and see nothing strange in my carrying paint pots and glazing windows. On the contrary, they give me orders, and I am considered a good workman and the best contractor, after Radish, who, though he recovered and still paints the cupolas of the church without scaffolding, is not strong enough to manage the men. And I have taken his place and go about the town touting for orders, and take on and sack the men, and lend money at exorbitant interest. And now that I am a contractor, I can understand how it is possible to spend several days hunting through the town for slaters to carry out a trifling order. People are polite to me, and address me respectfully, and give me tea in the houses where I work, and send the servant to ask me if I would like dinner. Children and girls often come and watch me with curious, sad eyes. Once I was working in the governor's garden, painting the summer house marble. The governor came into the summer house, and having nothing better to do, began to talk to me, and I reminded him how he had once sent for me to caution me. For a moment he stared at my face, opened his mouth like a round O, waved his hands, and said, "I don't remember. I am growing old, taciturn, crotchety, strict. I seldom laugh, and people say I am growing like Radish, and like him, I bore the men with my aimless moralizing. Marya Viktorovna, my late wife, lives abroad, and her father is making a railway somewhere in the eastern provinces and buying land there. Dr. Blagovo is also abroad. Dubechnia has passed to Mrs. Chekhov, who bought it from the engineer after haggling him into a 20% reduction in the price. Moisey walks about in a bowler hat. He often drives into town in a trap and stops outside the bank. People say he has already bought an estate on a mortgage and is always inquiring at the bank about Dubechnia, which he also intends to buy. Poor Ivan Chekhov used to hang about the town, doing nothing and drinking. I tried to give him a job in our business, and for a time he worked with us painting roofs and glazing, and he rather took to it, and like a regular house painter, he stole the oil and asked for tips and got drunk. But it soon bored him. He got tired of it and went back to Dubechnia. And some time later I was told by the peasants that he had been inciting them to kill Moisey one night and rob Mrs. Chekhov. My father has got very old and bent, and just takes a little walk in the evening near his house. When we had the cholera, Prokofy cured the shopkeepers with pepper brandy and tar and took money for it, and as I read in the newspaper, he was flogged for libeling the doctors as he sat in his shop. His boy Nikolka died of cholera. Karpovna is still alive and still loves and fears her Prokofy. Whenever she sees me, she sadly shakes her head and says with a sigh, "Poor thing, you are lost." On weekdays, I am busy from early morning till late at night. And on Sundays and holidays, I take my little niece, my sister expected a boy, but a girl was born, and go with her to the cemetery, where I stand or sit and look at the grave of my dear one and tell the child that her mother is lying there. Sometimes I find Aniuta Blagovo by the grave. We greet each other and stand silently, or we talk of Cleopatra and the child and the sadness of this life. Then we leave the cemetery and walk in silence, and she lags behind on purpose to avoid staying with me. The little girl, joyful, happy, with her eyes half closed against the brilliant sunlight, laughs and holds out her little hands to her, and we stop and together we fondle the darling child. And when we reach the town, Aniuta Blagovo, blushing and agitated, says goodbye and walks on alone, serious and circumspect. And to look at her, none of the passers-by could imagine that she had just been walking by my side and even fondling the child. It was a dark autumn night. The old banker was pacing from corner to corner of his study, recalling to his mind the party he gave in the autumn 15 years ago. There were many clever people at the party and much interesting conversation. They talked among other things of capital punishment. The guests, among them not a few scholars and journalists, for the most part disapproved of capital punishment. They found it obsolete as a means of punishment, unfitted to a Christian state, and immoral. Some of them thought that capital punishment should be replaced universally by life imprisonment. "I don't agree with you," said the host. "I myself have experienced neither capital punishment nor life imprisonment, but if one may judge a priori, then in my opinion capital punishment is more moral and more humane than imprisonment. Execution kills instantly, life imprisonment kills by degrees. Who is the more humane executioner, one who kills you in a few seconds or one who draws the life out of you incessantly, for years?" "They're both equally immoral," remarked one of the guests, "because their purpose is the same, to take away life. The state is not God. It has no right to take away that which it cannot give back if it should so desire." Among the company was a lawyer, a young man of about 25. On being asked his opinion, he said, "Capital punishment and life imprisonment are equally immoral, but if I were offered the choice between them, I would certainly choose the second. It's better to live somehow than not to live at all." There ensued a lively discussion. The banker, who was then younger and more nervous, suddenly lost his temper, banged his fist on the table, and turning to the young lawyer, cried out, "It's a lie. I bet you 2 millions you wouldn't stick in a cell even for 5 years. "If that's serious," replied the lawyer, "then I bet I'll stay not 5 but 15. "15 done," cried the banker. "Gentlemen, I stake 2 millions. "Agreed, you stake 2 millions, I my freedom," said the lawyer. So this wild, ridiculous bet came to pass. The banker, who at that time had too many millions to count, spoiled and capricious, was beside himself with rapture. During supper he said to the lawyer jokingly, "Come to your senses, young man, before it's too late. 2 millions are nothing to me, but you stand to lose 3 or 4 of the best years of your life. I say 3 or 4 because you'll never stick it out any longer. Don't forget either, you unhappy man, that voluntary is much heavier than enforced imprisonment. The idea that you have the right to free yourself at any moment will poison the whole of your life in the cell. I pity you." And now the banker, pacing from corner to corner, recalled all this and asked himself, "Why did I make this bet? What's the good? The lawyer loses 15 years of his life and I throw away 2 millions. Will it convince people that capital punishment is worse or better than imprisonment for life? No, all stuff and rubbish." On my part, it was the caprice of a well-fed man, on the lawyer's pure greed of gold. He recollected further what happened after the evening party. It was decided that the lawyer must undergo his imprisonment under the strictest observation, in a garden wing of the banker's house. It was agreed that during the period he would be deprived of the right to cross the threshold, to see living people, to hear human voices, and to receive letters and newspapers. He was permitted to have a musical instrument, to read books, to write letters, to drink wine and smoke tobacco. By the agreement he could communicate, but only in silence, with the outside world through a little window specially constructed for this purpose. Everything necessary, books, music, wine, he could receive in any quantity by sending a note through the window. The agreement provided for all the minutest details, which made the confinement strictly solitary, and it obliged the lawyer to remain exactly 15 years from 12 o'clock of November 14, 1870, to 12 o'clock of November 14, 1885. The least attempt on his part to violate the conditions, to escape if only for 2 minutes before the time, freed the banker from the obligation to pay him the 2 millions. During the first year of imprisonment, the lawyer, as far as it was possible to judge from his short notes, suffered terribly from loneliness and boredom. From his wing day and night came the sound of the piano. He rejected wine and tobacco. "Wine," he wrote, "excites desires, and desires are the chief foes of a prisoner. Besides, nothing is more boring than to drink good wine alone, and tobacco spoils the air in his room." During the first year, the lawyer was sent books of a light character. Novels with a complicated love interest, stories of crime and fantasy, comedies, and so on. In the second year, the piano was heard no longer, and the lawyer asked only for classics. In the fifth year, music was heard again, and the prisoner asked for wine. Those who watched him said that during the whole of that year he was only eating, drinking, and lying on his bed. He yawned often and talked angrily to himself. Books he did not read. Sometimes at nights he would sit down to write. He would write for a long time and tear it all up in the morning. More than once he was heard to weep. In the second half of the sixth year, the prisoner began zealously to study languages, philosophy, and history. He fell on these subjects so hungrily that the banker hardly had time to get books enough for him. In the space of 4 years, about 600 volumes were bought at his request. It was while that passion lasted that the banker received the following letter from the prisoner. "My dear jailer, I am writing these lines in 6 languages. Show them to experts. Let them read them. If they do not find one single mistake, I beg you to give orders to have a gun fired off in the garden. By the noise, I shall know that my efforts have not been in vain. The geniuses of all ages and countries speak in different languages, but in them all burns the same flame. Oh, if you knew my heavenly happiness now that I can understand them." The prisoner's desire was fulfilled. 2 shots were fired in the garden by the banker's order. Later on, after the 10th year, the lawyer sat immovable before his table and read only the New Testament. The banker found it strange that a man who in 4 years had mastered 600 erudite volumes should have spent nearly a year in reading one book, easy to understand and by no means thick. The New Testament was then replaced by the history of religions and theology. During the last 2 years of his confinement, the prisoner read an extraordinary amount, quite haphazard. Now he would apply himself to the natural sciences, then would read Byron or Shakespeare. Notes used to come from him in which he asked to be sent at the same time a book on chemistry, a textbook of medicine, a novel, and some treatise on philosophy or theology. He read as though he were swimming in the sea among the broken pieces of wreckage, and in his desire to save his life was eagerly grasping one piece after another. Roman 2. The banker recalled all this and thought, "Tomorrow at 12 o'clock he receives his freedom. Under the agreement, I shall have to pay him 2 millions. If I pay, it's all over with me. I am ruined forever." 15 years before he had too many millions to count, but now he was afraid to ask himself which he had more of, money or debts. Gambling on the stock exchange, risky speculation, and the recklessness of which he could not rid himself even in old age, had gradually brought his business to decay. And the fearless, self-confident, proud man of business had become an ordinary banker, trembling at every rise and fall in the market. "That cursed bet," murmured the old man, clutching his head in despair. "Why didn't the man die? He's only 40 years old. He will take away my last farthing, marry, enjoy life, gamble on the exchange, and I will look on like an envious beggar and hear the same words from him every day. I'm obliged to you for the happiness of my life. Let me help you." No, it's too much. The only escape from bankruptcy and disgrace is that the man should die. The clock had just struck 3. The banker was listening. In Ike House everyone was asleep, and one could hear only the frozen trees whining outside the windows. Trying to make no sound, he took out of his safe the key of the door which had not been opened for 15 years, put on his overcoat, and went out of the house. The garden was dark and cold. It was raining. A keen, damp wind hovered howling over all the garden and gave the trees no rest. Though he strained his eyes, the banker could see neither the ground, nor the white statues, nor the garden wing, nor the trees. Approaching the place where the garden wing stood, he called the watchman twice. There was no answer. Evidently the watchman had taken shelter from the bad weather and was now asleep somewhere in the kitchen or the greenhouse. "If I have the courage to fulfill my intention," thought the old man, "the suspicion will fall on the watchman first of all." In the darkness, he groped for the stairs and the door and entered the hall of the garden wing, then poked his way into a narrow passage and struck a match. Not a soul was there. Someone's bed, with no bedclothes on it, stood there, and an iron stove was dark in the corner. The seals on the door that led into the prisoner's room were unbroken. When the match went out, the old man, trembling from agitation, peeped into the little window. In the prisoner's room, a candle was burning dim. The prisoner himself sat by the table. Only his back, the hair on his head, and his hands were visible. On the table, the two chairs, the carpet by the table open books were strewn. 5 minutes passed, and the prisoner never once stirred. 15 years' confinement had taught him to sit motionless. The banker tapped on the window with his finger, but the prisoner gave no movement in reply. Then the banker cautiously tore the seals from the door and put the key into the lock. The rusty lock gave a hoarse groan, and the door creaked. The banker expected instantly to hear a cry of surprise and the sound of steps. 3 minutes passed, and it was as quiet behind the door as it had been before. He made up his mind to enter. Before the table sat a man, unlike an ordinary human being. It was a skeleton, with tight-drawn skin, with a woman's long curly hair and a shaggy beard. The color of his face was yellow, of an earthy shade. The cheeks were sunken, the back long and narrow, and the hand upon which he leaned his hairy head was so lean and skinny that it was painful to look upon. His hair was already silvering with gray, and no one who glanced at the senile emaciation of the face would have believed that he was only 40 years old. On the table, before his bended head, lay a sheet of paper on which something was written in a tiny hand. "Poor devil," thought the banker, "he's asleep and probably seeing millions in his dreams. I have only to take and throw this half-dead thing on the bed, smother him a moment with the pillow, and the most careful examination will find no trace of unnatural death. But first, let us read what he has written here." The banker took the sheet from the table and read. "Tomorrow at 12 o'clock midnight, I shall obtain my freedom and the right to mix with people. But before I leave this room and see the sun, I think it necessary to say a few words to you. On my own clear conscience, and before God who sees me, I declare to you that I despise freedom, life, health, and all that your books call the blessings of the world. For 15 years I have diligently studied earthly life. True, I saw neither the earth nor the people, but in your books I drank fragrant wine, sang songs, hunted deer and wild boar in the forests, loved women, and beautiful women, like clouds ethereal, created by the magic of your poet's genius, visited me by night and whispered me wonderful tales, which made my head drunken. In your books I climbed the summits of Elbrus and Mont Blanc and saw from thence how the sun rose in the morning, and in the evening overflowed the sky, the ocean and the mountain ridges with a purple gold. I saw from thence how above me lightnings glimmered cleaving the clouds. I saw green forests, fields, rivers, lakes, cities. I heard sirens singing and the playing of the pipes of Pan. I touched the wings of beautiful devils who came flying to me to speak of God. In your books I cast myself into bottomless abysses, worked miracles, burned cities to the ground, preached new religions, conquered whole countries. Your books gave me wisdom. All that unwearying human thought created in the centuries is compressed to a little lump in my skull. I know that I am more clever than you all. And I despise your books, despise all worldly blessings and wisdom. Everything is void, frail, visionary, and delusive like a mirage. Though you be proud and wise and beautiful, yet will death wipe you from the face of the earth like the mice underground. And your posterity, your history, and the immortality of your men of genius will be as frozen slag, burnt down together with the terrestrial globe. You are mad and gone the wrong way. You take lie for truth and ugliness for beauty. You would marvel if by certain conditions there should suddenly grow on apple and orange trees, instead of fruit, frogs and lizards, and if roses should begin to breathe the odor of a sweating horse. So do I marvel at you, who have bartered heaven for earth. I do not want to understand you. That I may show you indeed my contempt for that by which you live, I waive the 2 millions of which I once dreamed as of paradise, and which I now despise. That I may deprive myself of my right to them, I shall come out from here 5 minutes before the stipulated term, and thus shall violate the agreement." When he had read, the banker put the sheet on the table, kissed the head of the strange man, and began to weep. He went out of the wing. Never at any other time, not even after his terrible losses on the exchange, had he felt such contempt for himself as now. Coming home, he lay down on his bed, but agitation and tears kept him long from sleep. The next morning the poor watchman came running to him and told him that they had seen the man who lived in the wing climbing through the window into the garden. He had gone to the gate and disappeared. Together with his servants, the banker went instantly to the wing and established the escape of his prisoner. To avoid unnecessary rumors, he took the paper with the renunciation from the table and, on his return, locked it in his safe. A tedious story from an old man's journal. There lives in Russia an emeritus professor, Nikolai Stepanovich, privy councillor and knight. He has so many Russian and foreign orders that when he puts them on the students call him the Holy Picture. His acquaintance is most distinguished. Not a single famous scholar lived or died during the last 25 or 30 years, but he was intimately acquainted with him. Now he has no one to be friendly with, but speaking of the past, the long list of his eminent friends would end with such names as Pirogov, Kavlin, and the poet Nekrasov, who bestowed upon him their warmest and most sincere friendship. He is a member of all the Russian and of 3 foreign universities, etc., etc. All this, and a great deal besides, forms what is known as my name. This name of mine is very popular. It is known to every literate person in Russia. Abroad it is mentioned from professorial chairs with the epithets eminent and esteemed. It is reckoned among those fortunate names which to mention in vain or to abuse in public or in the press is considered a mark of bad breeding. Indeed, it should be so, because with my name is inseparably associated the idea of a famous, richly gifted, and indubitably useful person. I am a steady worker, with the endurance of a camel, which is important. I am also endowed with talent, which is still more important. In passing, I would add that I am a well-educated, modest, and honest fellow. I have never poked my nose into letters or politics, never sought popularity in disputes with the ignorant, and made no speeches either at dinners or at my colleagues' funerals. Altogether, there is not a single spot on my learned name, and it has nothing to complain of. It is fortunate. The bearer of this name, that is myself, is a man of 62, with a bald head, false teeth, and an incurable tic. My name is as brilliant and prepossessing as I myself am dull and ugly. My head and hands tremble from weakness. My neck, like that of one of Turgenev's heroines, resembles the handle of a counterbass. My chest is hollow and my back narrow. When I speak or read, my mouth twists, and when I smile, my whole face is covered with senile, deathly wrinkles. There is nothing imposing in my pitiable face, save that when I suffer from the tic, I have a singular expression which compels anyone who looks at me to think, "This man will die soon, for sure." I can still read pretty well. I can still hold the attention of my audience for 2 hours. My passionate manner, the literary form of my exposition, and my humor make the defects of my voice almost unnoticeable, though it is dry, harsh, and hard like a hypocrite's. But I write badly. The part of my brain which governs the ability to write refused office. My memory has weakened, and my thoughts are too inconsequent, and when I expound them on paper, I always have a feeling that I have lost the sense of their organic connection. The construction is monotonous, and the sentence feeble and timid. I often do not write what I want to, and when I write the end, I cannot remember the beginning. I often forget common words, and in writing a letter, I always have to waste much energy in order to avoid superfluous sentences and unnecessary incidental statements. Both bear clear witness of the decay of my intellectual activity. And it is remarkable that, the simpler the letter, the more tormenting is my effort. When writing a scientific article, I fed much freer and much more intelligent than in writing a letter of welcome or a report. One thing more, it is easier for me to write German or English than Russian. As regards my present life, I must first of all note insomnia, from which I have begun to suffer lately. If I were asked, "What is now the chief and fundamental fact of your existence?" I would answer, insomnia. From habit, I still undress at midnight precisely and get into bed. I soon fall asleep, but wake just after 1 with the feeling that I have not slept at all. I must get out of bed and light the lamp. For an hour or 2 I walk about the room from corner to corner and inspect the long familiar pictures. When I am weary of walking, I sit down to the table. I sit motionless, thinking of nothing, feeling no desires. If a book lies before me, I draw it mechanically towards me and read without interest. Thus, lately in one night, I read mechanically a whole novel with a strange title, of what the swallow sang. Or in order to occupy my attention, I make myself count to 1,000, or I imagine the face of some one of my friends, and begin to remember in what year and under what circumstances he joined the faculty. I love to listen to sounds. Now, 2 rooms away from me, my daughter Lisa will say something quickly, in her sleep. Then my wife will walk through the drawing room with a candle and infallibly drop the box of matches. Then the shrinking wood of the cupboard squeaks, or the burner of the lamp tinkles suddenly, and all these sounds somehow agitate me. Not to sleep of nights confesses one abnormal, and therefore I wait impatiently for the morning and the day, when I have the right not to sleep. Many oppressive hours pass before the cock crows. He is my harbinger of good. As soon as he has crowed, I know that in an hour's time the porter downstairs will awake, and for some reason or other go up the stairs, coughing angrily. And later, beyond the windows, the air begins to pale gradually and voices echo in the street. The day begins with the coming of my wife. She comes into me in a petticoat, with her hair undone, but already washed and smelling of eau de cologne, and looking as though she came in by accident, saying the same thing every time. "Pardon, I came in for a moment. You haven't slept again?" Then she puts the lamp out, sits by the table, and begins to talk. I am not a prophet, but I know beforehand what the subject of conversation will be, every morning the same. Usually, after breathless inquiries after my health, she suddenly remembers our son, the officer, who is serving in Warsaw. On the 20th of each month, we send him 50 rubles. This is our chief subject of conversation. Of course it is hard on us, my wife sighs, but until he is finally settled, we are obliged to help him. The boy is among strangers, the pay is small. But if you like, next month we'll send him 40 rubles instead of 50. What do you think? Daily experience might have convinced my wife that expenses do not grow less by talking of them. But my wife does not acknowledge experience and speaks about our officer punctually every day, about bread, thank heaven, being cheaper and sugar a halfpenny dearer, and all this in a tone as though it were news to me. I listen and agree mechanically, probably because I have not slept during the night. Strange idle thoughts take hold of me. I look at my wife and wonder like a child. In perplexity, I ask myself, this old, stout, clumsy woman, with sordid cares and anxiety about bread and butter written in the dull expression of her face, her eyes tired with eternal thoughts of debts and poverty, who can talk only of expenses and smile only when things are cheap, was this once the slim Varia whom I loved passionately for her fine, clear mind, her pure soul, her beauty, and as Othello loved Desdemona, for her compassion of my science. Is she really the same, my wife Varia, who bore me a son? I gaze intently into the fat, clumsy old woman's face. I seek in her my Varia, but from the past nothing remains but her fear for my health and her way of calling my salary, our salary, and my hat, our hat. It pains me to look at her, and to console her, if only a little, I let her talk as she pleases, and I am silent even when she judges people unjustly, or scolds me because I do not practice and do not publish textbooks. Our conversation always ends in the same way. My wife suddenly remembers that I have not yet had tea and gives a start. "Why am I sitting down?" she says, getting up. "The samovar has been on the table a long while and I sit chatting. How forgetful I am? Good gracious." She hurries away, but stops at the door to say, "We owe Yegor 5 months' wages. Do you realize it? It's a bad thing to let the servants' wages run on. I've said so often. It's much easier to pay 10 rubles every month than 50 for 5. Outside the door she stops again. I pity our poor Lisa more than anybody. The girl studies at the conservatoire. She's always in good society, and the Lord only knows how she's dressed. That fur coat of hers. It's a sin to show yourself in the street in it. If she had a different father, it would do, but everyone knows he is a famous professor, a privy councillor. So, having reproached me for my name and title, she goes away at last. Thus begins my day. It does not improve. When I have drunk my tea, Lisa comes in a fur coat and hat with her music, ready to go to the conservatoire. She is 22. She looks younger. She is pretty, rather like my wife when she was young. She kisses me tenderly on my forehead and my hand. "Good morning, Papa, quite well." As a child she adored ice cream, and I often had to take her to a confectioner's. Ice cream was her standard of beauty. If she wanted to praise me, she used to say, "Papa, you are ice creamy." One finger she called the pistachio, the other the cream, the third the raspberry finger, and so on. And when she came to say good morning, I used to lift her onto my knees and kiss her fingers and say, "The cream one, the pistachio one, the lemon one." And now from force of habit, I kiss Lisa's fingers and murmur, "Pistachio one, cream one, lemon one." But it does not sound the same. I am cold like the ice cream and I feel ashamed. When my daughter comes in and touches my forehead with her lips, I shudder as though a bee had stung my forehead. I smile constrainedly and turn away my face. Since my insomnia began, a question has been driving like a nail into my brain. My daughter continually sees how terribly I, an old man, blush because I owe the servant his wages. She sees how often the worry of small debts forces me to leave my work and to pace the room from corner to corner for hours, thinking, but why hasn't she, even once, come to me without telling her mother and whispered, "Father, here's my watch, bracelets, earrings, dresses. Pawn them all. You need money." Why, seeing how I and her mother try to hide our poverty, out of false pride, why does she not deny herself the luxury of music lessons? I would not accept the watch, the bracelets, or her sacrifices, God forbid. I do not want that. Which reminds me of my son, the Warsaw officer. He is a clever, honest, and sober fellow. But that doesn't mean very much. If I had an old father, and I knew that there were moments when he was ashamed of his poverty, I think I would give up my commission to someone else and hire myself out as a navvy. These thoughts of the children poison me. What good are they? Only a mean and irritable person can take refuge in thinking evil of ordinary people because they are not heroes. But enough of that. At 9:45, I have to go and lecture to my dear boys. I dress myself and walk the road I have known these 30 years. For me, it is a history of its own. Here is a big gray building with a chemist's shop beneath. A tiny house once stood there, and it was a beer shop. In this beer shop, I thought out my thesis and wrote my first love letter to Varia. I wrote it in pencil on a scrap of paper that began Historia Morbi. Here is a grocer's shop. It used to belong to a little Jew who sold me cigarettes on credit, and later on to a fat woman who loved students, because every one of them had a mother. Now a red-headed merchant sits there, a very nonchalant man who drinks tea from a copper teapot. And here are the gloomy gates of the university that have not been repaired for years, a weary porter in a sheepskin coat, a broom, heaps of snow. Such gates cannot produce a good impression on a boy who comes fresh from the provinces and imagines that the temple of science is really a temple. Certainly, in the history of Russian pessimism, the age of university buildings, the dreariness of the corridors, the smoke stains on the walls, the meager light, the dismal appearance of the stairs, the clothes pegs, and the benches hold one of the foremost places in the series of predisposing causes. Here is our garden. It does not seem to have grown any better or any worse since I was a student. I do not like it. It would be much more sensible if tall pine trees and fine oaks grew there instead of consumptive lime trees, yellow acacias, and thin clipped lilac. The student's mood is created mainly by every one of the surroundings in which he studies. Therefore, he must see everywhere before him only what is great and strong and exquisite. Heaven preserve him from starveling trees, broken windows, and drab walls and doors covered with tom oilcloth. As I approach my main staircase, the door is open wide. I am met by my old friend, of the same age and name as I, Nicholas the porter. He grunts as he lets me in. "It's frosty, Your Excellency." Or if my coat is wet, "It's raining a bit, Your Excellency." Then he runs in front of me and opens all the doors on my way. In the study, he carefully takes off my coat and at the same time manages to tell me some university news. Because of the close acquaintance that exists between all the university porters and keepers, he knows all that happens in the 4 faculties, in the registry, in the chancellor's cabinet, and the library. He knows everything. When, for instance, the resignation of the rector or dean is under discussion, I hear him talking to the junior porters, naming candidates and explaining offhand that so and so will not be approved by the minister. So and so will himself refuse the honor. Then he plunges into fantastic details of some mysterious papers received in the registry, of a secret conversation which appears to have taken place between the minister and the curator, and so on. These details apart, he is almost always right. The impressions he forms of each candidate are original, but also true. If you want to know who read his thesis, joined the staff, resigned or died in a particular year, then you must seek the assistance of this veteran's colossal memory. He will not only name you the year, month, and day, but give you the accompanying details of this or any other event. Such memory is the privilege of love. He is the guardian of the university traditions. From the porters before him, he inherited many legends of the life of the university. He added to this wealth much of his own, and if you like, he will tell you many stories, long or short. He can tell you of extraordinary savants who knew everything, of remarkable scholars who did not sleep for weeks on end, of numberless martyrs to science. Good triumphs over evil with him. The weak always conquer the strong, the wise man the fool, the modest the proud, the young the old. There is no need to take all these legends and stories for sterling, but filter them, and you will find what you want in your filter, a noble tradition and the names of true heroes acknowledged by all. In our society, all the information about the learned world consists entirely of anecdotes of the extraordinary absent-mindedness of old professors, and of a handful of jokes, which are ascribed to Guber or to myself or to Babaukin. But this is too little for an educated society. If it loved science, savants and students as Nicholas loves them, it would long ago have had a literature of whole epics, stories, and biographies. But unfortunately, this is yet to be. The news told, Nicholas looks STEM, and we begin to talk business. If an outsider were then to hear how freely Nicholas uses the jargon, he would be inclined to think that he was a scholar, posing as a soldier. By the way, the rumors of the university porter's erudition are very exaggerated. It is true that Nicholas knows more than 100 Latin tags, can put a skeleton together, and on occasion make a preparation, can make the students laugh with a long-learned quotation. But the simple theory of the circulation of the blood is as dark to him now as it was 20 years ago. At the table in my room, bent low over a book or a preparation, sits my dissector, Peter Ignatievich. He is a hardworking, modest man of 35 without any gifts, already bald and with a big belly. He works from morning to night, reads tremendously, and remembers everything he has read. In this respect, he is not merely an excellent man, but a man of gold, but in all others he is a cart horse, or if you like, a learned blockhead. The characteristic traits of a cart horse which distinguish him from a creature of talent are these. His outlook is narrow, absolutely bounded by his specialism. Apart from his own subject, he is as naive as a child. I remember once entering the room and saying, "Think what bad luck, they say Skobilev is dead." Nicholas crossed himself, but Peter Ignatievich turned to me. "Which Skobilev do you mean?" Another time some time earlier I announced that Professor Pirov was dead. That darling Peter Ignatievich asked, "What was his subject?" I imagine that if Patty sang into his ear, or Russia were attacked by hordes of Chinamen, or there was an earthquake, he would not lift a finger, but would go on in the quietest way with his eye screwed over his microscope. In a word, what's Hecuba to him? I would give anything to see how this dry old stick goes to bed with his wife. Another trait, a fanatical belief in the infallibility of science, above all in everything that the Germans write. He is sure of himself and his preparations, knows the purpose of life, is absolutely ignorant of the doubts and disillusionments that turn talent's grey slavish worship of the authorities, and not a shadow of need to think for himself. It is hard to persuade him and quite impossible to discuss with him. Just try a discussion with a man who is profoundly convinced that the best science is medicine, the best men doctors, the best traditions the medical. From the ugly past of medicine, only one tradition has survived, the white necktie that doctors wear still. For a learned, and more generally for an educated person, there can exist only a general university tradition, without any division into traditions of medicine, of law, and so on. But it's quite impossible for Peter Ignatievich to agree with that, and he is ready to argue it with you till doomsday. His future is quite plain to me. During the whole of his life, he will make several hundred preparations of extraordinary purity, will write any number of dry, quite competent essays, will make about 10 scrupulously accurate translations, but he won't invent gunpowder. For gunpowder, imagination is wanted, inventiveness, and a gift for divination, and Peter Ignatievich has nothing of the kind. In short, he is not a master of science but a laborer. Peter Ignatievich, Nicholas, and I whisper together. We are rather strange to ourselves. One feels something quite particular when the audience booms like the sea behind the door. In 30 years, I have not grown used to this feeling, and I have it every morning. I button up my frock coat nervously, ask Nicola's unnecessary questions, get angry. It is as though I were afraid, but it is not fear, but something else which I cannot name nor describe. Unnecessarily, I look at my watch and say, "Well, it's time to go." And we march in this order. Nicola's with the preparations or the atlases in front, myself next, and after me, the cart horse modestly hanging his head, or, if necessary, a corpse on a stretcher in front and behind the corpse Nicola's, and so on. The students rise when I appear, then sit down, and the noise of the sea is suddenly still. Calm begins. I know what I will lecture about, but I know nothing of how I will lecture, where I will begin and where I will end. There is not a single sentence ready in my brain, but as soon as I glance at the audience, sitting around me in an amphitheater, and utter the stereotyped, in our last lecture we ended with, and the sentences fly out of my soul in a long line, then it is full steam ahead. I speak with irresistible speed, and with passion, and it seems as though no earthly power could check the current of my speech. In order to lecture well, that is without being wearisome and to the listener's profit. Besides talent, you must have the knack of it and experience. You must have a clear idea both of your own powers, of the people to whom you are lecturing, and of the subject of your remarks. Moreover, you must be quick in the uptake, keep a sharp eye open, and never for a moment lose your field of vision. When he presents the composer's thought, a good conductor does 20 things at once. He reads the score, waves his baton, watches the singer makes a gesture now towards the drum, now to the double bass, and so on. It is the same with me when lecturing. I have some 150 faces before me, quite unlike each other, and 300 eyes staring me straight in the face. My purpose is to conquer this many-headed hydra. If I have a clear idea how far they are attending and how much they are comprehending every minute while I am lecturing, then the hydra is in my power. My other opponent is within me. This is the endless variety of forms, phenomena, and laws, and the vast number of ideas, whether my own or others, which depend upon them. Every moment I must be skillful enough to choose what is most important and necessary from this enormous material, and just as swiftly as my speech flows to clothe my thought in a form which will penetrate the hydra's understanding and excite its attention. Besides, I must watch carefully to see that my thoughts shall not be presented as they have been accumulated, but in a certain order, necessary for the correct composition of the picture which I wish to paint. Further, I endeavor to make my speech literary, my definitions brief and exact, my sentences as simple and elegant as possible. Every moment I must hold myself in and remember that I have only an hour and 40 minutes to spend. In other words, it is a heavy labor. At one and the same time, you have to be a savant, a schoolmaster, and an orator, and it is a failure if the orator triumphs over the schoolmaster in you or the schoolmaster over the orator. After lecturing for for half an hour, I notice suddenly that the students have begun to stare at the ceiling or Peter Ignatievich. One will feel for his handkerchief, another settle himself comfortably, another smile at his own thoughts. This means their attention is tried. I must take steps. I seize the first opening and make a pun. All the 150 faces have a broad smile, their eyes flash merrily, and for a while you can hear the boom of the sea. I laugh too. Their attention is refreshed, and I can go on. No sport, no recreation, no game ever gave me such delight as reading a lecture. Only in a lecture could I surrender myself wholly to passion and understand that inspiration is not a poet's fiction, but exists indeed. And I do not believe that Hercules, even after the most delightful of his exploits, felt such a pleasant weariness as I experienced every time after a lecture. This was in the past. Now at lectures I experience only torture. Not half an hour passes before I begin to feel an invincible weakness in my legs and shoulders. I sit down in my chair, but I am not used to lecture sitting. In a moment I am up again and lecture standing. Then I sit down again. Inside my mouth is dry, my voice is hoarse, my head feels dizzy. To hide my state from my audience, I drink some water now and then, cough, wipe my nose continually, as though I was troubled by a cold, make inopportune puns, and finally announce the interval earlier than I should. But chiefly I feel ashamed. Conscience and reason tell me that the best thing I could do now is to read my farewell lecture to the boys. Give them my last word, bless them, and give up my place to someone younger and stronger than I, but heaven be my judge, I have not the courage to act up to my conscience. Unfortunately, I am neither philosopher nor theologian. I know quite well I have no more than 6 months to live, and it would seem that now I ought to be mainly occupied with questions of the darkness beyond the grave and the visions which will visit my sleep in the earth. But somehow my soul is not curious of these questions, though my mind grants every atom of their importance. Now before my death it is just as it was 20 or 30 years ago. Only science interests me. When I take my last breath, I shall still believe that science is the most important, the most beautiful, the most necessary thing in the life of man, that she has always been and always will be the highest manifestation of love, and that by her alone will man triumph over nature and himself. This faith is, perhaps, at bottom naive and unfair, but I am not to blame if this and not another is my faith. To conquer this faith within me is for me impossible. But this is beside the point. I only ask that you should incline to my weakness and understand that to tear a man who is more deeply concerned with the destiny of a brain tissue than the final goal of creation away from his rostrum and his students is like taking him and nailing him up in a coffin without waiting until he is dead. Because of my insomnia and the intense struggle with my increasing weakness, a strange thing happens inside me. In the middle of my lecture, tears rise to my throat, my eyes begin to ache, and I have a passionate and hysterical desire to stretch out my hands and moan aloud. I want to cry out that fate has doomed me, a famous man, to death, that in some 6 months here in the auditorium another will be master. I want to cry out that I am poisoned, that new ideas that I did not know before have poisoned the last days of my life and sting my brain incessantly like mosquitoes. At that moment, my position seems so terrible to me that I want all my students to be terrified, to jump from their seats and rush panic-stricken to the door, shrieking in despair. It is not easy to live through. Such moments, Roman 2. After the lecture, I sit at home and work. I read reviews, dissertations, or prepare for the next lecture, and sometimes I write something. I work with interruptions, since I have to receive visitors. The bell rings. It is a friend who has come to talk over some business. He enters with hat and stick. He holds them both in front of him and says, "Just a minute. Sit down, cher confer, only a word or two." First, we try to show each other that we are both extraordinarily polite and very glad to see each other. I make him sit down in the chair, and he makes me sit down, and then we touch each other's waists and put our hands on each other's buttons, as though we were feeling each other and afraid to bum ourselves. We both laugh, though we say nothing funny. Sitting down, we bend our heads together and begin to whisper to each other. We must gild our conversation with such Chinese formalities as, "You remarked most justly," or "I have already had the occasion to say." We must giggle if either of us makes a pun, though it's a bad one. When we have finished with the business, my friend gets up with a rush, waves his hat towards my work, and begins to take his leave. We feel each other once more and laugh. I accompany him down to the hall. There I help my friend on with his coat, but he emphatically declines so great an honor. Then, when Yeager opens the door, my friend assures me that I will catch cold, and I pretend to be ready to follow him into the street. And when I finally return to my study, my face keeps smiling still. It must be from inertia. A little later, another ring. Someone enters the hall, spends a long time taking off his coat, and coughs. Yeager brings me word that a student has come. I tell him to show him up. In a minute, a pleasant-faced young man appears. For a year, we have been on these forced terms together. He sends in abominable answers at examinations, and I mark him gamma. Every year, I have about 7 of these people to whom, to use the students' slang, I give a plow or haul them through. Those of them who fail because of stupidity or illness usually bear their cross in patience and do not bargain with me. Only sanguine temperaments, open natures, bargain with me and come to my house, people whose appetite is spoiled or who are prevented from going regularly to the opera by a delay in their examinations. With the first, I am overindulgent. The second kind I keep on the run for a year. "Sit down," I say to my guest. "What was it you wished to say?" "Forgive me for troubling you, Professor," he begins, stammering and never looking me in the face. "I would not venture to trouble you unless. I was up for my examination before you for the 5th time, and I failed. I implore you to be kind and give me a sottize because." The defense which all idlers make of themselves is always the same. They have passed in every other subject with distinction, and failed only in mine, which is all the more strange because they had always studied my subject most diligently and know it thoroughly. They failed through some inconceivable misunderstanding. Forgive me, my friend, I say to my guest, but I can't give you a sottise impossible. Go and read your lectures again and then come, then we'll see. Pause. I get a desire to torment the student a little, because he prefers beer and the opera to science, and I say with a sigh, in my opinion, the best thing for you now is to give up the faculty of medicine altogether. With your abilities, if you find it impossible to pass the examination, then it seems you have neither the desire nor the vocation to be a doctor. My sanguine friend's face grows grave. Excuse me, Professor, he smiles, but it would be strange, to say the least, on my part, studying medicine for 5 years and suddenly to throw it over. Yes, but it's better to waste 5 years than to spend your whole life afterwards in an occupation which you dislike. Immediately I begin to feel sorry for him and hasten to say, well, do as you please, read a little and come again. When? The idler asks dully. Whenever you like, tomorrow even. And I read in his pleasant eyes, I can come again, but you'll send me away again, you beast. Of course, I say, you won't become more learned because you have to come up to me 15 times for examination, but this will form your character. You must be thankful for that. Silence. I rise and wait for my guest to leave, but he stands there, looking at the window, pulling at his little beard and thinking. It becomes tedious. My sanguine friend has a pleasant, succulent voice, clever, amusing eyes, a good-natured face, rather puffed by assiduity to beer and much resting on the sofa. Evidently, he could tell me many interesting things about the opera, about his love affairs, about the friends he adores, but unfortunately, it is not the thing, and I would so eagerly listen. On my word of honor, Professor, if you give me a sottise, I'll. As soon as it gets to my word of honor, I wave my hands and sit down to the table. The student thinks for a while and says, dejectedly, in that case, goodbye, forgive me. Goodbye, my friend, goodbye. He walks irresolutely into the hall, slowly puts on his coat, and when he goes into the street, probably thinks again for a long while. Having excogitated nothing better than old devil for me, he goes to a cheap restaurant to drink beer and dine, and then home to sleep. Peace be to your ashes, honest laborer. A third ring. Enters a young doctor in a new black suit, gold-rimmed spectacles, and the inevitable white necktie. He introduces himself. I ask him to take a seat and inquire his business. The young priest of science begins to tell me, not without agitation, that he passed his doctor's examination this year and now has only to write his dissertation. He would like to work with me, under my guidance, and I would do him a great kindness if I would suggest a subject for his dissertation. I should be delighted to be of use to you, mon cher confrère, I say, but first of all, let us come to an agreement as to what is a dissertation. Generally, we understand by this, work produced as the result of an independent creative power. Isn't that so? But a work written on another's subject, under another's guidance, has a different name. The aspirant is silent. I fire up and jump out of my seat. Why do you all come to me? I can't understand, I cry out angrily. Do I keep a shop? I don't sell theses across the counter for the 1,000th time I ask you all to leave me alone. Forgive my rudeness, but I've got tired of it at last. The aspirant is silent. Only a tinge of color shows on his cheek. His face expresses his profound respect for my famous name and my erudition, but I see in his eyes that he despises my voice, my pitiable figure, my nervous gestures. When I am angry, I seem to him a very queer fellow. I do not keep a shop, I storm. It's an amazing business. Why don't you want to be independent? Why do you find freedom so objectionable? I say a great deal, but he is silent. At last, by degrees, I grow calm, and of course, surrender. The aspirant will receive a valueless subject from me, will write under my observation a needless thesis, will pass his tedious disputation cum laude, and will get a useless and learned degree. The rings follow in endless succession, but here I confine myself to 4. The 4th ring sounds, and I hear the familiar steps, the rustling dress, the dear voice. 18 years ago, my dear friend, the oculist, died and left behind him a 7-year-old daughter, Katie, and 60,000 rubles. By his will, he made me guardian. Katie lived in my family till she was 10. Afterwards, she was sent to college and lived with me only in her holidays in the summer months. I had no time to attend to her education. I watched only by fits and starts, so that I can say very little about her childhood. The chief thing I remember, the one I love to dwell upon in memory, is the extraordinary confidence which she had when she entered my house, when she had to have the doctorate confidence which was always shining in her darling face. She would sit in a corner somewhere with her face tied up, and would be sure to be absorbed in watching something. Whether she was watching me write and read books, or my wife bustling about, or the cook peeling the potatoes in the kitchen, or the dog playing about, her eyes invariably expressed the same thing. Everything that goes on in this world, everything is beautiful and clever. She was inquisitive and adored to talk to me. She would sit at the table opposite me, watching my movements and asking questions. She is interested to know what I read, what I do at the university, if I'm not afraid of corpses, what I do with my money. Do the students fight at the university? She would ask. They do, my dear. You make them go down on their knees. I do. And it seemed funny to her that the students fought and that I made them go down on their knees, and she laughed. She was a gentle, good, patient child. Pretty often I happened to see how something was taken away from her, or she was unjustly punished, or her curiosity was not satisfied. At such moments, sadness would be added to her permanent expression of confidence, nothing more. I didn't know how to take her part, but when I saw her sadness, I always had the desire to draw her close to me and comfort her in an old nurse's voice. My darling little orphan. I remember, too, she loved to be well dressed and to sprinkle herself with scents. In this she was like me. I also love good clothes and fine scents. I regret that I had neither the time nor the inclination to watch the beginnings and the growth of the passion which had completely taken hold of Katie when she was no more than 14 or 15. I mean her passionate love for the theater. When she used to come from the college for her holidays and live with us, nothing gave her such pleasure and enthusiasm to talk about as plays and actors. She used to tire us with her incessant conversation about the theater. I alone hadn't the courage to deny her my attention. My wife and children did not listen to her. When she felt the desire to share her raptures, she would come to my study and coax, "Nikolai Stepanich, do let me speak to you about the theater." I used to show her the time and say, "I'll give you half an hour, fire away." Later on, she used to bring in pictures of the actors and actresses. She worshipped whole dozens of them. Then several times, she tried to take part in amateur theatricals, and finally when she left college she declared to me she was born to be an actress. I never shared Katie's enthusiasms for the theater. My opinion is that if a play is good, then there's no need to trouble the actors for it to make the proper impression. You can be satisfied merely by reading it. If the play is bad, no acting will make it good. When I was young, I often went to the theater, and nowadays my family takes a box twice a year and carries me off for an airing there. Of course, this is not enough to give me the right to pass verdicts on the theater, but I will say a few words about it. In my opinion, the theater hasn't improved in the last 30 or 40 years. I can't find any more than I did then, a glass of Dean water, either in the corridors or the foyer. Just as they did then, the attendants fine me 6 pence for my coat, though there's nothing illegal in wearing a warm coat in winter. Just as it did then, the orchestra plays quite unnecessarily in the intervals, and adds a new, gratuitous impression to the one received from the play. Just as they did then, men go to the bar in the intervals and drink spirits. If there is no perceptible improvement in little things, it will be useless to look for it in the bigger things. When an actor, hidebound in theatrical traditions and prejudices, tries to read simple, straightforward monologue, to be or not to be, not at all simply, but with an incomprehensible and inevitable hiss and convulsions over his whole body, or when he tries to convince me that Chasky, who is always talking to fools and is in love with a fool, is a very clever man, and that The Sorrows of Knowledge is not a boring play, then I get from the stage a breath of the same old routine that exasperated me 40 years ago when I was regaled with classical lamentation and beating on the breast. Every time I come out of the theater, a more thorough conservative than I went in. It's quite possible to convince the sentimental, self-confident crowd that the theater in its present state is an education. But not a man who knows what true education is would swallow this. I don't know what it may be in 50 or 100 years, but under present conditions, the theater can only be a recreation. But the recreation is too expensive for continual use, and robs the country of thousands of young, healthy, gifted men and women, who if they had not devoted themselves to the theater would be excellent doctors, farmers, schoolmistresses, or officers. It robs the public of its evenings, the best time for intellectual work and friendly conversation. I pass over the waste of money and the moral injuries to the spectator when he sees murder, adultery, or slander wrongly treated on the stage. But Katie's opinion was quite the opposite. She assured me that even in its present state, the theater is above lecture rooms and books, above everything else in the world. The theater is a power that unites in itself all the arts, and the actors are men with a mission. No separate art or science can act on the human soul so strongly and truly as the stage, and therefore it is reasonable that a medium actor should enjoy much greater popularity than the finest scholar or painter. No public activity can give such delight and satisfaction as the theatrical. So one fine day Katie joined a theatrical company and went away, I believe, to Ufa, taking with her a lot of money, a bagful of rainbow hopes, and some very high-class views on the business. Her first letters on the journey were wonderful. When I read them, I was simply amazed that little sheets of paper could contain so much youth, such transparent purity, such divine innocence, and at the same time so many subtle, sensible judgments that would do honor to a sound masculine intelligence. The Volga nature, the towns she visited, her friends, her successes and failures, she did not write about them, she sang. Every line breathed the confidence which I used to see in her face, and with all this a mass of grammatical mistakes and hardly a single stop. Scarce 6 months passed before I received a highly poetical, enthusiastic letter beginning, "I have fallen in love." She enclosed a photograph of a young man with a clean-shaven face, in a broad-brimmed hat, with a plaid thrown over his shoulders. The next letters were just as splendid, but stops already began to appear and the grammatical mistakes to vanish. They had a strong masculine scent. Katie began to write about what a good thing it would be to build a big theater somewhere in the Volga, but on a cooperative basis, and to attract the rich businessmen and shipowners to the undertaking. There would be plenty of money, huge receipts, and the actors would work in partnership. Perhaps all this is really a good thing, but I can't help thinking such schemes could only come from a man's head. Anyhow, for 18 months or a couple of years, everything seemed to be all right. Katie was in love, had her heart in her business, and was happy. But later on I began to notice dear symptoms of a decline in her letters. It began with Katie complaining about her friends. This is the first and most ominous sign. If a young scholar or literateur begins his career by complaining bitterly about other scholars or litterateurs, it means that he is tired already and not fit for his business. Katie wrote to me that her friends would not come to rehearsals and never knew their parts, that they showed an utter contempt for the public in the absurd plays they staged and the manner they behaved. To swell the box office receipts, the only topic of conversation, serious actresses degrade themselves by singing sentimentalities, and tragic actors sing music hall songs, laughing at husbands who are deceived and unfaithful wives who are pregnant. In short, it was amazing that the profession in the provinces was not absolutely dead. The marvel was that it could exist at all with such thin, rotten blood in its veins. In reply, I sent Katie a long and, I confess, a very tedious letter. Among other things I wrote, I used to talk fairly often to actors in the past, men of the noblest character, who honored me with their friendship. From my conversations with them, I understood that their activities were guided rather by the whim and fashion of society than by the free working of their own minds. The best of them in their lifetime had to play in tragedy, in musical comedy, in French farce, and in pantomime, yet all through they considered that they were treading the right path and being useful. You see that this means that you must look for the cause of the evil, not in the actors, but deeper down, in the art itself and the attitude of society towards it. This letter of mine only made Katie cross. You and I are playing in different operas. I didn't write to you about men of the noblest character, but about a lot of sharks who haven't a spark of nobility in them. They are a horde of savages who came on the stage only because they wouldn't be allowed anywhere else. The only ground they have for calling themselves artists is their impudence. Not a single talent among them, but any number of incapables, drunkards, intriguers, and slanderers. I can't tell you how bitterly I feel it that the art I love so much is fallen into the hands of people I despise. It hurts me that the best men should be content to look at evil from a distance and not want to come nearer. Instead of taking an active part, they write ponderous platitudes and useless sermons, and more in the same strain. A little while after I received the following, "I have been inhumanly deceived. I can't go on living anymore. Do as you think fit with my money. I loved you as a father and as my only friend. Forgive me." So it appeared that he too belonged to the horde of savages. Later on, I gathered from various hints that there was an attempt at suicide. Apparently, Katie tried to poison herself. I think she must have been seriously ill afterwards, for I got the following letter from Yalta, where most probably the doctors had sent her. Her last letter to me contained a request that I should send her at Yalta 1,000 rubles, and it ended with the words, "Forgive me for writing such a sad letter. I buried my baby yesterday. After she had spent about a year in the Crimea, she returned home. She had been traveling for about 4 years, and during these 4 years I confess that I occupied a strange and unenviable position in regard to her. When she announced to me that she was going onto the stage, and afterwards wrote to me about her love, when the desire to spend took hold of her, as it did periodically, and I had to send her every now and then 1 or 2,000 rubles at her request, when she wrote that she intended to die, and afterwards that her baby was dead, I was at a loss every time. All my sympathy with her fate consisted in thinking hard and writing long, tedious letters which might as well never have been written. But then I was in loco parentis, and I loved her as a daughter. Katie lives half a mile away from me now. She took a 5-roomed house and furnished it comfortably with the taste that was born in her. If anyone were to undertake to depict her surroundings, then the dominating mood of the picture would be indolence. Soft cushions, soft chairs for her indolent body, carpets for her indolent feet, faded, dim, dull colors for her indolent eyes. For her indolent soul, a heap of cheap fans and tiny pictures on the walls, pictures in which novelty of execution was more noticeable than content. Plenty of little tables and stands, set out with perfectly useless and worthless things, shapeless scraps instead of curtains. All this, combined with a horror of bright colors, of symmetry, and space, betokened a perversion of the natural taste as well as indolence of the soul. For whole days, Katie lies on the sofa and reads books, mostly novels and stories. She goes outside her house but once in the day to come and see me. I work. Katie sits on the sofa at my side. She is silent and wraps herself up in her shawl as though she were cold. Either because she is sympathetic to me, or I because I had got used to her continual visits while she was still a little girl, her presence does not prevent me from concentrating on my work. At long intervals I ask her some question or other mechanically, and she answers very curtly. Or, for a moment's rest, I turn towards her and watch how she is absorbed in looking through some medical review or newspaper. And then I see that the old expression of confidence in her face is there no more. Her expression now is cold, indifferent, distracted, like that of a passenger who has to wait a long while for his train. She dresses as she used well and simply, but carelessly. Evidently her clothes and her hair suffer not a little from the sofas and hammocks on which she lies for days together, and she is not curious anymore. She doesn't ask me questions anymore, as if she had experienced everything in life and did not expect to hear anything new. About 4 o'clock, there is a sound of movement in the hall and the drawing room. It's Lisa come back from the conservatoire, bringing her friends with her. You can hear them playing the piano, trying their voices and giggling. Yeger is laying the table in the dining room and making a noise with the plates. "Goodbye," says Katie. "I shan't go in to see your people. They must excuse me. I haven't time. Come and see me." When I escort her into the hall, she looks me over sternly from head to foot and says in vexation, "You get thinner and thinner. Why don't you take a cure? I'll go to Sergius Fyodorovitch and ask him to come. You must let him see you." "It's not necessary, Katie. I can't understand why your family does nothing. They're a nice lot." She puts on her jacket with her rush. Inevitably, 2 or 3 hairpins fall out of her careless hair onto the floor. It's too much bother to tidy her hair now, Besides, she is in a hurry. She pushes the straggling strands of hair untidily under her hat and goes away. As soon as I come into the dining room, my wife asks, "Was that Katie with you just now? Why didn't she come to see us? It really is extraordinary." "Mama," says Lisa reproachfully, "if she doesn't want to come, that's her affair. There's no need for us to go on our knees." Very well, but it's insulting. To sit in the study for 3 hours without thinking of us, but she can do as she likes. Varya and Lisa both hate Katie. This hatred is unintelligible to me. Probably you have to be a woman to understand it. I'll bet my life on it that you'll hardly find a single one among the 150 young men I see almost every day in my audience, or the 100 old ones I happen to meet every week, who would be able to understand why women hate and abhor Katie's past, her being pregnant and unmarried, and her illegitimate child. Yet at the same time, I cannot bring to mind a single woman or girl of my acquaintance who would not cherish such feelings, either consciously or instinctively. And it's not because women are purer and more virtuous than men. If virtue and purity are not free from evil feeling, there's precious little difference between them and vice. I explain it simply by the backward state of women's development. The sorrowful sense of compassion and the torment of conscience, which the modern man experiences when he sees distress, have much more to tell me about culture and moral development than have hatred and repulsion. The modern woman is as lachrymose and as coarse in heart as she was in the Middle Ages. And in my opinion, those who advise her to be educated like a man have wisdom on their side. But still, my wife does not like Katie, because she was an actress, and for her ingratitude, her pride, her extravagances, and all the innumerable vices one woman can always discover in another. Besides myself and my family, we have 2 or 3 of my daughter's girl friends to dinner, and Alexander Adolfovich Necker, Lisa's admirer and suitor. He is a fair young man, not more than 30 years old, of middle height, very fat, broad-shouldered, with reddish hair round his ears and a little stained mustache, which give his smooth, chubby face the look of a doll's. He wears a very short jacket, a fancy waistcoat, large striped trousers, very full on the hip and very narrow in the leg, and brown boots without heels. His eyes stick out like a lobster's, his tie is like a lobster's tail, and I can't help thinking even that the smell of lobster soup clings about the whole of this young man. He visits us every day, but no one in the family knows where he comes from, where he was educated, or how he lives. He cannot play or sing, but he has a certain connection with music as well as singing, for he is agent for somebody's pianos and is often at the academy. He knows all the celebrities, and he manages concerts. He gives his opinion on music with great authority, and I have noticed that everybody hastens to agree with him. Rich men always have parasites about them. So do the sciences and the arts. It seems that there is no science or art in existence which is free from such foreign bodies as this Mr. Necker. I am not a musician, and perhaps I am mistaken about Necker. Besides, I don't know him very well. But I can't help suspecting the authority and dignity with which he stands beside the piano and listens when anyone is singing or playing. You may be a gentleman and a privy councillor 100 times over. But if you have a daughter, you can't be guaranteed against the pettinesses that are so often brought into your house and into your own humor, by courtings, engagements, and weddings. For instance, I cannot reconcile myself to my wife's solemn expression every time Necker comes to our house, nor to those bottles of Chateau Lafite, port, and sherry which are put on the table only for him, to convince him beyond doubt of the generous luxury in which we live. Nor can I stomach the staccato laughter which Lisa learned at the academy, and her way of screwing up her eyes when men are about the house. Above all, I can't understand why it is that such a creature should come to me every day and have dinner with me, a creature perfectly foreign to my habits, my science, and the whole tenor of my life, a creature absolutely unlike the men I love. My wife and the servants whisper mysteriously that that is the bridegroom, but still, I can't understand why he's there. It disturbs my mind just as much as if a Zulu were put next to me at table. Besides, it seems strange to me that my daughter, whom I used to think of as a baby, should be in love with that necktie, those eyes, those chubby cheeks. Formerly, I either enjoyed my dinner or was indifferent about it. Now it does nothing but bore and exasperate me. Since I was made an excellency and dean of the faculty, For some reason or other, my family found it necessary to make a thorough change in our menu and the dinner arrangements. Instead of the simple food I was used to as a student and a doctor, I am now fed on potage puree, with some sasolki swimming about in it and kidneys in Madeira. The title of general and my renown have robbed me forever of sky and savory pies, and roast goose with apple sauce and bream with kasha. They robbed me as well of my maid-servant Agasha, a funny, talkative old woman, instead of whom I am now waited on by Yeger, a stupid, conceited fellow who always has a white glove in his right hand. The intervals between the courses are short, but they seem terribly long. There is nothing to fill them. We don't have any more of the old good humor, the familiar conversations, the jokes, and the laughter. No more mutual endearments, or the gaiety that used to animate my children, my wife, and myself when we met at the dinner table. For a busy man like me, dinner was a time to rest and meet my friends, and a feast for my wife and children, not a very long feast, to be sure, but a gay and happy one, for they knew that for half an hour I did not belong to science and my students, but solely to them and to no one else. No more chance of getting tipsy on a single glass of wine, no more agasha, no more bream with kasha, no more the old uproar to welcome our little contretemps at dinner, when the cat fought the dog under the table, or Katie's headband fell down her cheek into her soup. Our dinner nowadays is as nasty to describe as to eat. On my wife's face there is pompousness and assumed gravity and the usual anxiety. She eyes our plates nervously. I see you don't like the meat. Honestly, don't you like it? And I must answer, don't worry, my dear, the meat is very good. You're always taking my part, Nikolai Stepanich. You never tell the truth. Why has Alexander Adolfovich eaten so little? And the same sort of conversation for the whole of dinner. Lisa laughs staccato and screws up her eyes. I look at both of them, and at this moment at dinner here, I can see quite clearly that their inner lives have slipped out of my observation long ago. I feel as though once upon a time I lived at home with a real family, but now I am dining as a guest with an unreal wife and looking at an unreal Lisa. There has been an utter change in both of them, while I have lost sight of the long process that led up to the change. No wonder I don't understand anything. What was the reason of the change? I don't know. Perhaps the only trouble is that God did not give my wife and daughter the strength He gave me. From my childhood, I have been accustomed to resist outside influences and have been hardened enough. Such earthly catastrophes as fame, being made general, the change from comfort to living above my means, acquaintance with high society, have scarcely touched me. I have survived safe and sound. But it all fell down like an avalanche on my weak, unhardened wife and Lisa and crushed them. Necker and the girls talk of fugues and counterfugues, singers and pianists, Bach and Brahms, and my wife, frightened of being suspected of musical ignorance, smiles sympathetically and murmurs, "Wonderful. Is it possible? Why?" Necker eats steadily, jokes gravely, and listens condescendingly to the ladies' remarks. Now and then he has the desire to talk bad French, and then he finds it necessary for some unknown reason to address me magnificently, Vater Excellence. And I am morose. Apparently I embarrass them all and they embarrass me. I never had any intimate acquaintance with class antagonism before, but now something of the kind torments me indeed. I try to find only bad traits in Necker. It does not take long, and then I am tormented because one of my friends has not taken his place as bridegroom. In another way, too, his presence has a bad effect upon me. Usually, when I am left alone with myself, or when I am in the company of people I love, I never think of my merits. And if I begin to think about them, they seem as trivial as though I had become a scholar only yesterday. But in the presence of a man like Necker, my merits appear to me like an extremely high mountain, whose summit is lost in the clouds, while Necker's move about the foot, so small as hardly to be seen. After dinner, I go up to my study and light my little pipe, the only one during the whole day, the sole survivor of my old habit of smoking from morning to night. My wife comes into me while I am smoking and sits down to speak to me. Just as in the morning, I know beforehand what the conversation will be. "We ought to talk seriously, Nikolai Stepanovich," she begins. "I mean about Lisa. Why won't you attend?" "Attend to what?" "You pretend you don't notice anything. It's not right. It's not right to be unconcerned. Necker has intentions about Lisa. What do you say to that?" "I can't say he's a bad man, because I don't know him. But I've told you 1,000 times already that I don't like him." But that's impossible, impossible. She rises and walks about in agitation. It's impossible to have such an attitude to a serious matter, she says. When our daughter's happiness is concerned, we must put everything personal aside. I know you don't like him. Very well. But if we refuse him now and upset everything, how can you guarantee that Lisa won't have a grievance against us for the rest of her life? Heaven knows there aren't many young men nowadays. It's quite likely there won't be another chance. He loves Lisa very much and she likes him, evidently. Of course he hasn't a settled position. But what is there to do? Please God, he'll get a position in time. He comes of a good family and he's rich. How did you find that out? He said so himself. His father has a big house in Kharkov and an estate outside. You must certainly go to Kharkov. Why? You'll find out there, you have acquaintances among the professors there. I'd go myself, but I'm a woman, I can't. I will not go to Kharkov, I say morosely. My wife gets frightened. A tormented expression comes over her face. For God's sake, Nikolai Stepanich, she implores, sobbing, for God's sake help me with this burden, it hurts me. It is painful to look at her. Very well, Varya, I say kindly. If you like very well, I'll go to Kharkov and do everything you want. She puts her handkerchief to her eyes and goes to cry in her room. I am left alone. A little later they bring in the lamp. The familiar shadows that have wearied me for years fall from the chairs and the lampshade onto the walls and the floor. When I look at them, it seems that it's night already and the cursed insomnia has begun. I lie down on the bed, then I get up and walk about the room, then lie down again. My nervous excitement generally reaches its highest after dinner, before the evening. For no reason, I begin to cry and hide my head in the pillow. All the while I am afraid somebody may come in. I am afraid I shall die suddenly. I am ashamed of my tears. Altogether, something intolerable is happening in my soul. I feel I cannot look at the lamp or the books or the shadows on the floor or listen to the voices in the drawing room anymore. Some invisible, mysterious force pushes me rudely out of my house. I jump up, dress hurriedly, and go cautiously out into the street so that the household shall not notice me. Where shall I go? The answer to this question has long been there in my brain. To Katie, 3. As usual, she is lying on the Turkish divan or the couch and reading something. Seeing me, she lifts her head languidly, sits down, and gives me her hand. You are always lying down like that, I say after a reposeful silence. It's unhealthy. You'd far better be doing something. You'd far better be doing something, I say. What? A woman can be either a simple worker or an actress. Well, then if you can't become a worker, be an actress. She is silent. You had better marry, I say, half joking. There's no one to marry, and no use if I did. You can't go on living like this. Without a husband, as if that mattered. There are as many men as you like if you only had the will. This isn't right, Katie. What isn't right? What you said just now. Katie sees that I am chagrined and desires to soften the bad impression. Come, let's come here. She leads me into a small room, very cozy, and points to the writing table. There, I made it for you. You'll work here. Come every day and bring your work with you. They only disturb you there at home. Will you work here? Would you like to? In order not to hurt her by refusing, I answer that I shall work with her and that I like the room immensely. Then we both sit down in the cozy room and begin to talk. The warmth, the cozy surroundings, the presence of a sympathetic being rouses in me now not a feeling of pleasure as it used, but a strong desire to complain and grumble. Anyhow, it seems to me that if I moan and complain, I shall feel better. It's a bad business, my dear, I begin with a sigh. Very bad. What is the matter? I'll tell you what is the matter. The best and most sacred right of kings is the right to pardon. And I have always felt myself a king so long as I used this right prodigally. I never judged, I was compassionate, I pardoned everyone right and left. Where others protested and revolted, I only advised and persuaded. All my life I've tried to make my society tolerable to the family of students, friends, and servants. And this attitude of mine towards people I know educated everyone who came into contact with me. But now I am king no more. There's something going on in me which belongs only to slaves. Day and night evil thoughts roam about in my head, and feelings which I never knew before have made their home in my soul. I hate and despise, I'm exasperated, disturbed, and afraid. I've become strict beyond measure, exacting, unkind, and suspicious. Even the things which in the past gave me the chance of making an extra pun now bring me a feeling of oppression. My logic has changed too. I used to despise money alone. Now I cherish evil feelings, not to money, but to the rich as if they were guilty. I used to hate violence and arbitrariness. Now I hate the people who employ violence, as if they alone are to blame and not all of us, who cannot educate one another. What does it all mean? If my new thoughts and feelings come from a change of my convictions, where could the change have come from? Has the world grown worse and I better, or was I blind and indifferent before? But if the change is due to the general decline of my physical and mental powers, I am sick, and losing weight every day, then I'm in a pitiable position. It means that my new thoughts are abnormal and unhealthy, that I must be ashamed of them and consider them valueless. Sickness hasn't anything to do with it, Katie interrupts. Your eyes are open, that's all. You've begun to notice things you didn't want to notice before for some reason. My opinion is that you must break with your family finally first of all and then go away. You're talking nonsense. You don't love them anymore. Then why do you behave unfairly? And is it a family, mere nobodies? If they died today, no one would notice their absence tomorrow. Katie despises my wife and daughter as much as they hate her. It's scarcely possible nowadays to speak of the right of people to despise one another. But if you accept Katie's point of view and own that such a right exists, you will notice that she has the same right to despise my wife and Lisa as they have to hate her. Mere nobodies, she repeats. Did you have any dinner today? It's a wonder they didn't forget to tell you dinner was ready. I don't know how they still remember that you exist. Katie, I say sternly, please be quiet. You don't think it's fun for me to talk about them, do you? I wish I didn't know them at all. You listen to me, dear. Leave everything and go away, go abroad, the quicker the better. What nonsense, what about the university? And the university, too, what is it to you? There's no sense in it all. You've been lecturing for 30 years, and where are your pupils? Have you many famous scholars? Count them up. But to increase the number of doctors who exploit the general ignorance and make hundreds of thousands, there's no need to be a good and gifted man. You aren't wanted. My God, how bitter you are. I get terrified. How bitter you are, be quiet or I'll go away. I can't reply to the bitter things you say. The maid enters and calls us to tea. Thank God, our conversation changes round the samovar. I have made my moan, and now I want to indulge another senile weakness reminiscences. I tell Katie about my past, to my great surprise with details that I never suspected I had kept safe in my memory. And she listens to me with emotion, with pride, holding her breath. I like particularly to tell how I once was a student at a seminary and how I dreamed of entering the university. I used to walk in the seminary garden, I tell her, and the wind would bring the sound of a song and the thrumming of an accordion from a distant tavern, or a troika with bells would pass quickly by the seminary fence. That would be quite enough to fill not only my breast with a sense of happiness, but my stomach, legs, and hands. As I heard the sound of the accordion or the bells fading away, I would see myself a doctor and paint pictures, one more glorious than another. And you see, my dreams came true. There were more things I dared to dream of. I have been a favorite professor 30 years, I have had excellent friends and an honorable reputation. I loved and married when I was passionately in love. I had children. Altogether, when I look back, the whole of my life seems like a nice, clever composition. The only thing I have to do now is not to spoil the finale. For this, I must die like a man. If death is really a danger, then I must meet it as becomes a teacher, a scholar, and a citizen of a Christian state. But I am spoiling the finale. I am drowning, and I run to you and beg for help, and you say, "Drown, it's your duty." At this point, a ring at the bell sounds in the hall. Katie and I both recognize it and say, "That must be Mikhail Fyodorovich." And indeed, in a minute, Mikhail Fyodorovich, my colleague, the philologist, enters. He is a tall, well-built man about 50 years old, clean-shaven, with thick gray hair and black eyebrows. He is a good man and an admirable friend. He belongs to an old aristocratic family, a prosperous and gifted house which has played a notable role in the history of our literature and education. He himself is clever, gifted, and highly educated, but not without his eccentricities. To a certain extent, we are all eccentric, queer fellows, but his eccentricities have an element of the exceptional, not quite safe for his friends. Among the latter, I know not a few who cannot see his many merits clearly because of his eccentricities. As he walks in, he slowly removes his gloves and says in his velvety bass, "How do you do, drinking tea? Just in time, it's hellishly cold." Then he sits down at the table, takes a glass of tea, and immediately begins to talk. What chiefly marks his way of talking is his invariably ironical tone, a mixture of philosophy and jest, like Shakespeare's gravediggers. He always talks of serious matters, but never seriously. His opinions are always acid and provocative, but thanks to his tender, easy, jesting tone, it somehow happens that his acidity and provocativeness don't tire one's ears, and one very soon gets used to it. Every evening, he brings along some half-dozen stories of the university life, and generally begins with them when he sits down at the table. "Oh Lord," he sighs with an amusing movement of his black eyebrows, "there are some funny people in the world." "Who?" asks Katie. "I was coming down after my lecture today, and I met that old idiot N on the stairs. He walks along, as usual pushing out that hoarse jowl of his, looking for someone to bewail his headaches, his wife, and his students who won't come to his lectures. Well, I think to myself, he's seen me. It's all up no hope for, and so on in the same strain. Or he begins like this. Yesterday I was at Z's public lecture. Tell it not in Gath, but I do wonder how our alma mater dares to show the public such an ass, such a double-dyed blockhead as Z. Why, he's a European fool. Good Lord, you won't find one like him in all Europe, not even if you looked in daytime, and with a lantern. Imagine it, he lectures as though he were sucking a stick of barley sugar su-su-su. He gets a fright because he can't make out his manuscript. His little thoughts will only just keep moving, hardly moving, like a bishop riding a bicycle. Above all, you can't make out a word he says. The flies die of boredom, it's so terrific. It can only be compared with the boredom in the great hall at the commemoration when the traditional speech is made. To hell with it. Immediately, an abrupt change of subject. I had to make the speech 3 years ago. Nikolai Stepanovich will remember. It was hot, close. My full uniform was tight under my arms, tight as death. I read for half an hour, an hour and a half, 2 hours. Well, I thought, thank God I've only 10 pages left. And I had 4 pages of peroration that I needn't read at all. Only 6 pages then, I thought. Imagine it. I just gave a glance in front of me and saw sitting next to each other in the front row a general with a broad ribbon and a bishop. The poor devils were bored stiff. They were staring about madly to stop themselves from going to sleep. For all that, they are still trying to look attentive, to make some appearance of understanding what I'm reading, and look as though they like it. Well, I thought, if you like it, then you shall have it. I'll spite you. So I set to and read the 4 pages, every word. When he speaks, only his eyes and eyebrows smile, as it is generally with the ironical. At such moments, there is no hatred or malice in his eyes, but a great deal of acuteness, and that peculiar fox-gunning which you can catch only in very observant people. Further, about his eyes, I have noticed one more peculiarity. When he takes his glass from Katie, or listens to her remarks, or follows her with a glance as she goes out of the room for a little while, then I catch in his look something humble, prayerful, pure. The maid takes the samovar away and puts on the table a big piece of cheese, some fruit, and a bottle of Crimean champagne, a thoroughly bad wine which Katie got to like when she lived in the Crimea. Mikhail Fyodorovich takes 2 packs of cards from the shelves and sets them out for patience. If one may believe his assurances, some games of patience demand a great power of combination and concentration. Nevertheless, while he sets out the cards, he amuses himself by talking continually. Katie follows his cards carefully, helping him more by mimicry than words. In the whole evening, she drinks no more than 2 small glasses of wine. I drink only a quarter of a glass. The remainder of the bottle falls to Mikhail Fyodorovich, who can drink any amount without ever getting drunk. During patience, we solve all kinds of questions, mostly of the lofty order, and our dearest love, science, comes off second best. Science, thank God, has had her day, says Mikhail Fyodorovich very slowly. She has had her swan song. Yees! Mankind has begun to feel the desire to replace her by something else. She was grown from the soil of prejudice, fed by prejudices, and is now the same quintessence of prejudices as were her bygone grandmothers: alchemy, metaphysics, and philosophy. As between European scholars and the Chinese who have no sciences at all, the difference is merely trifling, a matter only of externals. The Chinese had no scientific knowledge, but what have they lost by that? Flies haven't any scientific knowledge either, I say, but what does that prove? It's no use getting angry, Nikolai Stepanich. I say this only between ourselves. I'm more cautious than you think. I shan't proclaim it from the housetops, God forbid. The masses still keep alive a prejudice that science and art are superior to agriculture and commerce, superior to crafts. Our persuasion makes a living from this prejudice. It's not for you and me to destroy it. God forbid. During patience, the younger generation also comes in for it. Our public is degenerate nowadays, Mikhail Fyodorovich sighs. I don't speak of ideals and such things. I only ask that they should be able to work and think decently. Sadly, I look at the men of our time. It's quite true in this connection. Yes, they're frightfully degenerate, Katie agrees. Tell me, had you one single eminent person under you during the last 5 or 10 years? I don't know how it is with the other professors, but somehow I don't recollect that it ever happened to me. In my lifetime, I've seen a great many of your students and young scholars, a great many actors. What happened? I never once had the luck to meet, not a hero or a man of talent, but an ordinarily interesting person. Everything's dull and incapable, swollen and pretentious. All these conversations about degeneracy give me always the impression that I have unwittingly overheard an unpleasant conversation about my daughter. I feel offended because the indictments are made wholesale and are based upon such ancient, hackneyed commonplaces and such penny dreadful notions as degeneracy, lack of ideals, or comparisons with the glorious past. Any indictment, even if it's made in a company of ladies, should be formulated with all possible precision. Otherwise, it isn't an indictment, but an empty calumny, unworthy of decent people. I am an old man and have served for the last 30 years, but I don't see any sign either of degeneracy or the lack of ideals. I don't find it any worse now than before. My porter, Nicholas, whose experience in this case has its value, says that students nowadays are neither better nor worse than their predecessors. If I were asked what was the thing I did not like about my present pupils, I wouldn't say offhand or answer at length, but with a certain precision. I know their defects, and there's no need for me to take refuge in a mist of commonplaces. I don't like the way they smoke and drink spirits and marry late, or the way they are careless and indifferent to the point of allowing students to go hungry in their midst and not paying their debts into the Students' Aid Society. They are ignorant of modern languages and express themselves incorrectly in Russian. Only yesterday my colleague, the hygienist, complained to me that he had to lecture twice as often because of their incompetent knowledge of physics and their complete ignorance of meteorology. They are readily influenced by the most modern writers, and some of those not the best, but they are absolutely indifferent to classics like Shakespeare, Marcus Aurelius, Epictetus, and Pascal. And their worldly unpracticality shows itself mostly in their inability to distinguish between great and small. They solve all difficult questions which have a more or less social character, emigration, for instance, by getting up subscriptions, but not by the method of scientific investigation and experiment, though this is at their full disposal and, above all, corresponds to their vocation. They readily become house doctors, assistant house doctors, clinical assistants, or consulting doctors, and they are prepared to keep these positions until they are 40, though independence, a sense of freedom and personal initiative are quite as necessary in science, as, for instance, in art or commerce. I have pupils and listeners, but I have no helpers or successors. Therefore, I love them and am concerned for them, but I'm not proud of them, and so on. However great the number of such defects may be, it's only in a cowardly and timid person that they give rise to pessimism and distraction. All of them are by nature accidental and transitory, and are completely dependent on the conditions of life. 10 years will be enough for them to disappear or give place to new and different defects, which are quite indispensable, but will in their turn give the timid a fright. Students' shortcomings often annoy me, but the annoyance is nothing in comparison with the joy I have had these 30 years in speaking with my pupils, lecturing to them, studying their relations, and comparing them with people of a different class. Mikhail Fyodorovich is a slanderer. Katie listens, and neither of them notices how deep is the pit into which they are drawn by such an outwardly innocuous recreation as condemning one's neighbors. They don't realize how a simple conversation gradually turns into mockery and derision, or how they both begin even to employ the manners of calumny. There are some queer types to be found, says Mikhail Fyodorovich. Yesterday I went to see our friend Yegor Pyotrovich. There I found a student, one of your medicos, a third-year man, I think. His face, rather in the style of Dobrolyubov, the stamp of profound thought on his brow. We began to talk. My dear fellow, an extraordinary business. I've just read that some German or other can't remember his name has extracted a new alkaloid from the human brain idiotine. Do you know he really believed it, and produced an expression of respect on his face, as much as to say, see, what a power we are. The other day I went to the theater. I sat down. Just in front of me in the next row 2 people were sitting, one of the chosen, evidently a law student, the other a whiskery medico. The medico was as drunk as a cobbler, not an atom of attention to the stage, dozing and nodding. But the moment some actor began to deliver a loud monologue or just raised his voice, my medico thrills, digs his neighbor in the ribs. What's he say? Something noble? Noble, answers the chosen. Bravo, bawls the medico. Nobly, bravo. You see, the drunken blockhead didn't come to the theater for art, but for something noble. He wants nobility. Katie listens and laughs. Her laugh is rather strange. She breathes out in swift, rhythmic, and regular alternation with her inward breathing. It's as though she were playing an accordion. Of her face, only her nostrils laugh. My heart fails me. I don't know what to say. I lose my temper, crimson, jump up from my seat and cry. Be quiet, won't you? Why do you sit here like 2 toads, poisoning the air with your breath? I've had enough. In vain I wait for them to stop their slanders. I prepare to go home, and it's time too, past 10 o'clock. I'll sit here a little longer, says Mikhail Fyodorovich, if you give me leave, Ekaterina Vladimirovna. You have my leave, Katie answers. Benny, in that case, order another bottle, please. Together they escort me to the hall with candles in their hands. While I'm putting on my overcoat, Mikhail Fyodorovich says, You've grown terribly thin and old lately. Nikolai Stepanovich, what's the matter with you? Ill. Yes, a little. And he will not look after himself, Katie puts in sternly. Why don't you look after yourself? How can you go on like this? God helps those who help themselves, my dear man. Give my regards to your family and make my excuses for not coming. One of these days, before I go abroad, I'll come to say goodbye. Without fail, I'm off next week. I came away from Katie's irritated, frightened by the talk about my illness and discontented with myself. And why, I ask myself, shouldn't I be attended by one of my colleagues? Instantly I see how my friend, after sounding me, will go to the window silently, think a little while, turn towards me and say, indifferently, trying to prevent me from reading the truth in his face. At the moment, I don't see anything particular, but still, cher confer, I would advise you to break off your work. And that will take my last hope away. Who doesn't have hopes? Nowadays, when I diagnose and treat myself, I sometimes hope that my ignorance deceives me, that I am mistaken about the albumin and sugar which I find, as well as about my heart, and also about the anasarca which I have noticed twice in the morning. While I read over the therapeutic textbooks again with the eagerness of a hypochondriac, and change the prescriptions every day, I still believe that I will come across something hopeful. How trivial it all is. Whether the sky is cloudy all over or the moon and stars are shining in it, every time I come back home I look at it and think that death will take me soon. Surely at that moment my thoughts should be as deep as the sky, as bright, as striking. But no, I think of myself, of my wife, Lisa, Necker, the students, people in general. My thoughts are not good, they are mean. I juggle with myself, and at this moment my attitude towards life can be expressed in the words the famous Yergunov wrote in one of his intimate letters. All good in the world is inseparably linked to bad, and there is always more bad than good. Which means that everything is ugly, there's nothing to live for, and the 62 years I have lived out must be counted as lost. I surprise myself in these thoughts and try to convince myself they are accidental and temporary and not deeply rooted in me. But I think immediately, if that's true, why am I drawn every evening to those 2 toads? And I swear to myself never to go to Katie anymore, though I know I will go to her again tomorrow. As I pull my doorbell and go upstairs, I feel already that I have no family and no desire to return to it. It is plain my new, Yergunov thoughts are not accidental or temporary in me, but possess my whole being. With a bad conscience, dull, indolent, hardly able to move my limbs, as though I had a 10-ton weight upon me, I lie down in my bed and soon fall asleep. And then insomnia, Roman 4. The summer comes and life changes. One fine morning Lisa comes into me and says in a joking tone, "Come, Your Excellency, it's all ready." They lead my Excellency into the street, put me into a cab and drive me away. For want of occupation, I read the signboards backwards as I go. The word tavern becomes Enrivat. That would do for a baron's name, Baroness Enrivat. Beyond, I drive across the field by the cemetery, which produces no impression upon me whatever, though I'll soon lie there. After a 2 hours' drive, my Excellency is led into the ground floor of the bungalow and put into a small, lively room with a light blue paper. Insomnia at night as before, but I am no more wakeful in the morning and don't listen to my wife, but lie in bed. I don't sleep, but I am in a sleepy state, half forgetfulness, when you know you are not asleep, but have dreams. I get up in the afternoon and sit down at the table by force of habit, but now I don't work anymore but amuse myself with French yellowbacks sent me by Katie. Of course, it would be more patriotic to read Russian authors, but to tell the truth, I'm not particularly disposed to them. Leaving out 2 or 3 old ones, all the modern literature doesn't seem to me to be literature, but a unique home industry which exists only to be encouraged, but the goods are bought with reluctance. The best of these homemade goods can't be called remarkable, and it's impossible to praise it sincerely without a saving, and the same must be said of all the literary novelties I've read during the last 10 or 15 years. Not one remarkable, and you can't dispense with, but they have cleverness, nobility, and no talent, talent, nobility, and no cleverness, or finally, talent, cleverness, but no nobility. I would not say that French books have talent, cleverness, and nobility, nor do they satisfy me. But they are not so boring as the Russian, and it is not rare to find in them the chief constituent of creative genius, the sense of personal freedom, which is lacking to Russian authors. I do not recall one single new book in which from the very first page the author did not try to tie himself up in all manner of conventions and contracts with his conscience. One is frightened to speak of the naked body, another is bound hand and foot by psychological analysis, a third must have a kindly attitude to his fellow men. The fourth heaps up whole pages with descriptions of nature on purpose to avoid any suspicion of a tendency. One desires to be in his books a bourgeois at all costs, another at all costs an aristocrat. Deliberation, cautiousness, cunning, but no freedom, no courage to write as one likes, and therefore no creative genius. All this refers to belles lettres, so-called. As for serious articles in Russian, on sociology, for instance, or art and so forth, I don't read them, simply out of timidity. For some reason in my childhood and youth I had a fear of porters and theater attendants, and this fear has remained with me up till now. Even now I am afraid of them. It is said that only that which one cannot understand seems terrible. And indeed, it is very difficult to understand why hall porters and theater attendants are so pompous and haughty and importantly polite. When I read serious articles, I have exactly the same indefinable fear. Their portentous gravity, their playfulness, like an archbishop's, their overfamiliar attitude to foreign authors, their capacity for talking dignified nonsense, filling a vacuum with emptiness, it is all inconceivable to me and terrifying, and quite unlike the modesty and the calm and gentlemanly tone to which I am accustomed when reading our writers on medicine and the natural sciences. Not only articles. I have difficulty also in reading translations even when they are edited by serious Russians. The presumptuous benevolence of the prefaces, the abundance of notes by the translator, which prevents one from concentrating, the parenthetical queries and six, which are so liberally scattered over the book or the article by the translator seem to me an assault on the author's person, as well as on my independence as a reader. Once I was invited as an expert to the High Court. In the interval, one of my fellow experts called my attention to the rude behavior of the public prosecutor to the prisoners, among whom were 2 women intellectuals. I don't think I exaggerated at all when I replied to my colleague that he was not behaving more rudely than authors of serious articles behave to one another. Indeed, their behavior is so rude that one speaks of them with bitterness. They behave to each other or to the writers whom they criticize either with too much deference, careless of their own dignity, or, on the other hand, they treat them much worse than I have treated Necker, my future son-in-law, in these notes and thoughts of mine. Accusations of irresponsibility, of impure intentions, of any kind of crime even, are the usual adornment of serious articles. And this, as our young medicos love to say in their little articles, quite ultima ratio. Such an attitude must necessarily be reflected in the character of the young generation of writers, and therefore I'm not at all surprised that in the new books which have been added to our Bell's letters in the last 10 or 15 years, the heroes drink a great deal of vodka, and the heroines are not sufficiently chaste. I read French books and look out of the window, which is open. I see the pointed palings of my little garden, 2 or 3 skinny trees, and there, beyond the garden, the road, fields, then a wide strip of young pine forest. I often delight in watching a little boy and girl, both white-haired and ragged, climb on the garden fence and laugh at my baldness. In their shining little eyes I read, "Come out, thou bald head." These are almost the only people who don't care a bit about my reputation or my title. I don't have visitors every day now. I'll mention only the visits of Nicholas and Pyotr Ignatievich. Nicholas comes to me usually on holidays, pretending to come on business, but really to see me. He is very hilarious, a thing which never happens to him in the winter. "Well, what have you got to say?" I ask him, coming out into the passage. "Your Excellency," he says, pressing his hand to his heart and looking at me with a lover's rapture. "Your Excellency, so help me God, God strike me where I stand, gaudimus igitur juvenestis." And he kisses me eagerly on the shoulders, on my sleeves and buttons. "Is everything all right over there?" I ask. "Your Excellency, I swear to God." He never stops swearing, quite unnecessarily, and I soon get bored and send him to the kitchen, where they give him dinner. Pyotr Ignatievich also comes on holidays specially to visit me and communicate his thoughts to me. He usually sits by the table in my room, modest, clean, judicious, without daring to cross his legs or lean his elbows on the table, all the while telling me in a quiet, even voice what he considers very piquant items of news gathered from journals and pamphlets. These items are all alike and can be reduced to the following type. A Frenchman made a discovery. A German exposed him by showing that this discovery had been made as long ago as 1870 by some American. Then, a third also, a German outwitted them both by showing that both of them had been confused, by taking spherules of air under a microscope for dark pigment. Even when he wants to make me laugh, Pyotr Ignatievich tells his story at great length, very much as though he were defending a thesis, enumerating his literary sources in detail, with every effort to avoid mistakes in the dates, the particular number of the journal and the names. Moreover, he does not say Petty simply but inevitably Jean-Jacques Petty. If he happens to stay to dinner, he will tell the same sort of piquant stories and drive all the company to despondency. If Necker and Lisa begin to speak of fugues and counterfugues in his presence, he modestly lowers his eyes, and his face falls. He is ashamed that such trivialities should be spoken of in the presence of such serious men as him and me. In my present state of mind, 5 minutes are enough for him to bore me as though I had seen and listened to him for a whole eternity. I hate the poor man. I wither away beneath his quiet, even voice and his bookish language. His stories make me stupid. He cherishes the kindliest feelings towards me and talks to me only to give me pleasure. I reward him by staring at his face as if I wanted to hypnotize him and thinking, "Go away. Go, go." But he is proof against my mental suggestion and sits. While he sits with me, I cannot rid myself of the idea. When I die, it's quite possible that he will be appointed in my place. Then my poor audience appears to me as an oasis where the stream has dried up, and I am unkind to Pyotr Ignatievich, and silent and morose as if he were guilty of such thoughts, and not I myself. When he begins, as usual, to glorify the German scholars, I no longer jest good-naturedly, but murmur sternly. "They're fools, your Germans." It's like the late Professor Nikita Krylov when he was bathing with Pirogov at Reval. He got angry with the water, which was very cold, and swore about these scoundrelly Germans. I behave badly to Pyotr Ignatievich, and it's only when he is going away and I see through the window his gray hat disappearing behind the garden fence that I want to call him back and say, "Forgive me, my dear fellow." the dinner goes yet more wearily than in winter. The same Necker, whom I now hate and despise, dines with me every day. Before, I used to suffer his presence in silence, but now I say biting things to him, which make my wife and Lisa blush. Carried away by an evil feeling, I often say things that are merely foolish, and don't know why I say them. Thus it happened once that after looking at Necker contemptuously for a long while, I suddenly fired off for no reason at all. Eagles than barnyard fowls may low or bend, but fowls shall never to the heavens ascend. More's the pity that the foul Necker shows himself more clever than the eagle professor. Knowing my wife and daughter are on his side, he maintains these tactics. He replies to my shafts with a condescending silence, the old man's off his head. What's the good of talking to him? Or makes good-humored fun of me. It is amazing to what depths of pettiness a man may descend. During the whole dinner, I can dream how Necker will be shown to be an adventurer, how Lisa and my wife will realize their mistake, and I will tease them ridiculous dreams like these at a time when I have one foot in the grave. Now there occur misunderstandings, of a kind which I formerly knew only by hearsay, though it is painful I will describe one which occurred after dinner the other day. I sit in my room smoking a little pipe. Enters my wife, as usual, sits down and begins to talk. What a good idea it would be to go to Kharkov now, while the weather is warm and there is the time, and inquire what kind of man our Necker is. Very well, I'll go, I agree. My wife gets up, pleased with me, and walks to the door, but immediately returns. By the by, I've one more favor to ask. I know you'll be angry, but it's my duty to warn you. Forgive me, Nikolai, but all our neighbors have begun to talk about the way you go to Katie's continually. I don't deny that she's clever and educated. It's pleasant to spend the time with her. But at your age and in your position, it's rather strange to find pleasure in her society. Besides, she has a reputation enough to. All my blood rushes instantly from my brain. My eyes flash fire. I catch hold of my hair and stamp and cry in a voice that is not mine. Leave me alone, leave me, leave me. My face is probably terrible and my voice strange, for my wife suddenly gets pale and calls aloud with a despairing voice also not her own. At our cries rush in Lisa and Necker, then Jäger. My feet grow numb, as though they did not exist. I feel that I am falling into somebody's arms. Then I hear crying for a little while and sink into a faint which lasts for 2 or 3 hours. Now for Katie. She comes to see me before evening every day, which of course must be noticed by my neighbors and my friends. After a minute she takes me with her for a drive. She has her own horse and a new buggy she bought this summer. Generally, she lives like a princess. She has taken an expensive detached bungalow with a big garden and put into it all her town furniture. She has 2 maids and a coachman. I often ask her, Katie, what will you live on when you've spent all your father's money? We'll see then, she answers. But this money deserves to be treated more seriously, my dear. It was earned by a good man and honest labor. You've told me that before, I know. First we drive by the field, then by a young pine forest, which you can see from my window. Nature seems to me as beautiful as she used, although the devil whispers to me that all these pines and firs, the birds and white clouds in the sky will not notice my absence in 3 or 4 months when I am dead. Katie likes to take the reins, and it is good that the weather is fine and I am sitting by her side. She is in a happy mood and does not say bitter things. You're a very good man, Nikolai, she says. You are a rare bird. There's no actor who could play your part. Mine or Mikkel's, for instance, even a bad actor could manage, but yours there's nobody. I envy you terribly. What am I? What? She thinks for a moment and asks, I'm a negative phenomenon, aren't I? Yes, I answer. Hma, what's to be done then? What answer can I give? It's easy to say work, or give your property to the poor, or know yourself. And because it's so easy to say this, I don't know what to answer. My therapeutist colleagues, when teaching methods of cure, advise one to individualize each particular case. This advice must be followed in order to convince oneself that the remedies recommended in the textbooks as the best and most thoroughly suitable as a general rule are quite unsuitable in particular cases. It applies to moral affections as well. But I must answer something. So I say, you've too much time on your hands, my dear. You must take up something. In fact, why shouldn't you go on the stage again if you have a vocation? I can't. You have the manner and tone of a victim. I don't like it, my dear. You have yourself to blame. Remember, you began by getting angry with people and things in general, but you never did anything to improve either of them. You didn't put up a struggle against the evil. You got tired. You're not a victim of the struggle, but of your own weakness. Certainly you were young then and inexperienced, but now everything can be different. Come on, be an actress. You will work. You will serve in the temple of art. Don't be so clever, Nikolai, she interrupts. Let's agree once for all. Let's speak about actors, actresses, writers, but let us leave art out of it. You're a rare and excellent man, but you don't understand enough about art to consider it truly sacred. You have no flair, no ear for art. You've been busy all your life and you never had time to acquire the flair. Really, I don't love these conversations about art, she continues nervously. I don't love them. They've vulgarized it enough already, thank you. Who's vulgarized it? They vulgarized it by their drunkenness, newspapers by their overfamiliarity, clever people by philosophy. What's philosophy got to do with it? A great deal. If a man philosophizes, it means he doesn't understand. So that it should not come to bitter words, I hasten to change the subject, and then keep silence for a long while. It's not till we come out of the forest and drive towards Katie's bungalow, I return to the subject and ask. Still, you haven't answered me why you don't want to go on the stage. Really, it's cruel, she cries out and suddenly blushes all over. You want me to tell you the truth outright. Very well, if you will have it, I've no talent and much ambition, there you are. After this confession, she turns her face away from me, and to hide the trembling of her hands, tugs at the reins. As we approach her bungalow, from a distance we see Mikhail already, walking about by the gate, impatiently awaiting us. This Fyodorovitch again, Katie says with annoyance. Please take him away from me, I'm sick of him, he's flat, let him go to the deuce. Mikhail Fyodorovitch ought to have gone abroad long ago, but he has postponed his departure every week. There have been some changes in him lately. He's suddenly got thin, begun to be affected by drink, a thing that never happened to him before, and his black eyebrows have begun to get gray. When our buggy stops at the gate, he cannot hide his joy and impatience. Anxiously he helps Katie and me from the buggy, hastily asks us questions, laughs, slowly rubs his hands, and that gentle, prayerful, pure something that I used to notice only in his eyes is now poured over all his face. He is happy and at the same time ashamed of his happiness, ashamed of his habit of coming to Katie's every evening, and he finds it necessary to give a reason for his coming, some obvious absurdity like, I was passing on business, and I thought I'd just drop in for a second. All three of us go indoors. First we drink tea, then our old friends, the 2 packs of cards, appear on the table with a big piece of cheese, some fruit, and a bottle of Crimean champagne. The subjects of conversation are not new, but all exactly the same as they were in the winter. The university, the students, literature, the theater, all of them come in for it. The air thickens with slanders and grows more dose. It is poisoned by the breath, not of 2 toads as in winter, but now by all 3. Besides the velvety, baritone laughter and the accordion-like giggle, the maid who waits upon us hears also the unpleasant, jarring laugh of a musical comedy. General hee-hee-hee, v. There sometimes come fearful nights with thunder, lightning, rain, and wind, which the peasants call sparrow nights. There was one such sparrow night in my own personal life. I wake after midnight and suddenly leap out of bed. Somehow it seems to me that I am going to die immediately. I do not know why, for there is no single sensation in my body which points to a quick end, but a terror presses on my soul as though I had suddenly seen a huge, ill-boding fire in the sky. I light the lamp quickly and drink some water straight out of the decanter. Then I hurry to the window. The weather is magnificent. The air smells of hay and some delicious thing besides. I see the spikes of my garden fence, the sleepy starveling trees by the window, the road, the dark strip of forest. There is a calm and brilliant moon in the sky and not a single cloud. Serenity, not a leaf stirs. To me it seems that everything is looking at me and listening for me to die. Dread seizes me. I shut the window and run to the bed. I feel for my pulse. I cannot find it in my wrist. I seek it in my temples, my chin, my hand again. They are all cold and slippery with sweat. My breathing comes quicker and quicker. My body trembles, all my bowels are stirred, and my face and forehead feel as though a cobweb had settled on them. What shall I do? Shall I call my family? No use. I do not know what my wife and Lisa will do when they come into me. I hide my head under the pillow, shut my eyes and wait. My spine is cold. It almost contracts within me. And I feel that death will approach me only from behind, very quietly. Kivy, kivy, a squeak sounds in the stillness of the night. I do not know whether it is in my heart or in the street. God, how awful. I would drink some more water, but now I dread opening my eyes and fear to raise my head. The terror is unaccountable, animal. I cannot understand why I am afraid. Is it because I want to live, or because a new and unknown pain awaits me? Upstairs, above the ceiling, a moan, then a laugh. I listen. A little after steps sound on the staircase. Someone hurries down, then up again. In a minute, steps sound downstairs again. Someone stops by my door and listens. Who's there? I call. The door opens. I open my eyes boldly and see my wife. Her face is pale and her eyes red with weeping. You're not asleep, Nikolai Stepanovich, she asks. What is it? For God's sake, go down to Lisa. Something is wrong with her. Very well, with pleasure, I murmur, very glad that I am not alone. Very well, immediately. As I follow my wife, I hear what she tells me, and from agitation understand not a word. Bright spots from her candle dance over the steps of the stairs, our long shadows tremble, my feet catch in the skirts of my dressing gown. My breath goes, and it seems to me that someone is chasing me, trying to seize my back. I shall die here on the staircase this second, I think, this second. But we have passed the staircase, the dark hall with the Italian window, and we go into Lisa's room. She sits in bed in her chemise, her bare legs hang down, and she moans. Oh my God, she murmurs, half shutting her eyes from our candles. I can't. Lisa, my child, I say, what's the matter? Seeing me, she calls out and falls on my neck. Papa darling, she sobs. Papa dearest, my sweet, I don't know what it is. It hurts. She embraces me, kisses me, and lisps endearments, which I heard her lisp when she was still a baby. Be calm, my child, God's with you, I say. You mustn't cry, something hurts me too. I try to cover her with the bedclothes. My wife gives her to drink, and both of us jostle in confusion round the bed. My shoulders push into hers, and at that moment, I remember how we used to bathe our children. But help her, my wife implores. Do something, and what can I do? Nothing. There is some weight on the girl's soul, but I understand nothing, know nothing, and can only murmur. It's nothing, it will pass, sleep. As if on purpose, a dog suddenly howls in the yard, at first low and irresolute, then aloud, in two voices. I never put any value on such signs as dogs whining or screeching owls, but now my heart contracts painfully, and I hasten to explain the howling. Nonsense, I think. It's the influence of one organism on another. My great nervous strain was transmitted to my wife, to Lisa, and to the dog. That's all. Such transmissions explain presentiments and provisions. A little later, when I return to my room to write a prescription for Lisa, I no longer think that I shall die soon. My soul simply feels heavy and dull, so that I am even sad that I did not die suddenly. For a long while, I stand motionless in the middle of the room, pondering what I shall prescribe for Lisa. But the moans above the ceiling are silent, and I decide not to write a prescription, but stand there still. There is a dead silence, a silence, as one man wrote, that rings in one's ears. The time goes slowly. The bars of moonshine on the windowsill do not move from their place, as though congealed. The dawn is still far away. But the garden gate creaks. Someone steals in and strips a twig from the starveling trees and cautiously knocks with it on my window. Nikolai Stepanovich, I hear a whisper. Nikolai Stepanovich. I open the window, and I think that I am dreaming. Under the window, close against the wall, stands a woman in a blade dress. She is brightly lighted by the moon and looks at me with wide eyes. Her face is pale, stem and fantastic in the moon, like marble. Her chin trembles. It is I, she says, I'm Katie. In the moon, all women's eyes are big and black. People are taller and paler. Probably that is the reason why I did not recognize her in the first moment. What's the matter? Forgive me, she says. I suddenly felt so dreary, I could not bear it, so I came here. There's a light in your window, and I decided to knock. Forgive me? Ah, if you knew how dreary I felt, what are you doing now? Nothing, insomnia. Her eyebrows lift. Her eyes shine with tears and all her face is illumined as with light, with the familiar but long unseen look of confidence. "Nikolai Stepanovich," she says imploringly, stretching out both her hands to me. "Dear, I beg you, I implore. If you do not despise my friendship and my respect for you, then do what I implore you." "What is it?" "Take my money." "What next? What's the good of your money to me?" "You will go somewhere to be cured. You must cure yourself. You will take it." "Yes, dear, yes." She looks into my face eagerly and repeats, "Yes, you will take it." "No, my dear, I won't take it," I say. "Thank you." She turns her back to me and lowers her head. Probably the tone of my refusal would not allow any further talk of money. "Go home to sleep," I say. "I'll see you tomorrow." "It means you don't consider me your friend?" she asks sadly. "I don't say that, but your money is no good to me." "Forgive me," she says, lowering her voice by a full octave. "I understand you, to be obliged to a person like me, a retired actress, but goodbye." And she walks away so quickly that I have no time even to say goodbye. Roman 6. I am in Kharkov. Since it would be useless to fight against my present mood, and I have no power to do it, I made up my mind that the last days of my life shall be irreproachable, on the formal side. If I am not right with my family, which I certainly admit, I will try at least to do as it wishes. Besides, I am lately become so indifferent that it's positively all the same to me whether I go to Kharkov or Paris or Berdichev. I arrived here at noon and put up at a hotel not far from the cathedral. The train made me giddy, the drafts blew through me, and now I am sitting on the bed with my head in my hands waiting for the tick. I ought to go to my professor friends today, but I have neither the will nor the strength. The old hall porter comes in to ask whether I have brought my own bedclothes. I keep him about 5 minutes asking him questions about Necker, on whose account I came here. The porter happens to be Kharkov born and knows the town inside out, but he doesn't remember any family with the name of Necker. I inquire about the estate. The answer is the same. The clock in the passage strikes 1, 2, 3. The last months of my life, while I wait for death, seem to me far longer than my whole life. Never before could I reconcile myself to the slowness of time as I can now. Before, when I had to wait for a train at the station, or to sit at an examination, a quarter of an hour would seem an eternity. Now I can sit motionless in bed the whole night long, quite calmly thinking that there will be the same long, colorless night tomorrow, and the next day. In the passage, the clock strikes 5, 6, 7. It grows dark. There is dull pain in my cheek the beginning of the tick. To occupy myself with thoughts, I return to my old point of view, when I was not indifferent, and ask, why do I, a famous man, a privy councillor, sit in this little room, on this bed with a strange gray blanket? Why do I look at this cheap tin washstand and listen to the wretched clock jarring in the passage? Is all this worthy of my fame and my high position among people? And I answer these questions with a smile. My naivete seems funny to me, the naivete with which as a young man I exaggerated the value of fame and of the exclusive position which famous men enjoy. I am famous, my name is spoken with reverence. My portrait has appeared in Neva and in the Universal Illustration. I've even read my biography in a German paper, but what of that? I sit lonely, by myself, in a strange city, on a strange bed, rubbing my aching cheek with my palm. Family scandals, the hardness of creditors, the rudeness of railway men, the discomforts of the passport system, the expensive and unwholesome food at the buffets, the general coarseness and roughness of people. All this, and a great deal more that would take too long to put down, concerns me as much as it concerns any bourgeois who is known only in his own little street. Where is the exclusiveness of my position, then? We will admit that I am infinitely famous, that I am a hero of whom my country is proud. All the newspapers give bulletins of my illness. The post is already bringing in sympathetic addresses from my friends, my pupils, and the public. But all this will not save me from dying in anguish on a stranger's bed in utter loneliness. Of course, there is no one to blame for this, but I must confess I do not like my popularity. I feel that it has deceived me. At about 10 I fall asleep, and in spite of the tick sleep soundly, and would sleep for a long while were I not awakened. Just after 1, there is a sudden knock on my door. Who's there? A telegram. You could have brought it tomorrow, I storm, as I take the telegram from the porter. Now I shan't sleep again. I'm sorry, there was a light in your room. I thought you were not asleep. I open the telegram and look first at the signature, my wife's. What does she want? Necker married Lisa secretly yesterday. Return. I read the telegram. For a long while I am not startled. Not Necker's or Lisa's action frightens me, but the indifference with which I receive the news of their marriage. Men say that philosophers and true savants are indifferent. It is untrue. Indifference is the paralysis of the soul, premature death. I go to bed again and begin to ponder with what thoughts I can occupy myself. What on earth shall I think of? I seem to have thought over everything, and now there is nothing powerful enough to rouse my thought. When the day begins to dawn, I sit in bed clasping my knees, and for want of occupation, I try to know myself. Know yourself is good, useful advice, but it is a pity that the ancients did not think of showing us the way to avail ourselves of it. Before, when I had the desire to understand somebody else or myself, I used not to take into consideration actions, wherein everything is conditional but desires. Tell me what you want, and I will tell you what you are. And now I examine myself. What do I want? I want our wives, children, friends, and pupils to love in us, not the name or the firm or the label, but the ordinary human beings. What besides? I should like to have assistants and successors. What more? I should like to wake in 100 years' time and take a look, if only with one eye, at what has happened to science. I should like to live 10 years more. What further? Nothing further. I think a long while and cannot make out anything else. However much I were to think, wherever my thoughts should stray, it is clear to me that the chief, all-important something is lacking in my desires. In my infatuation for science, my desire to live, my sitting here on a strange bed, my yearning to know myself, in all the thoughts, feelings, and ideas I form about anything, there is wanting the something universal which could bind all these together in one whole. Each feeling and thought lives detached in me, and in all my opinions about science, the theater, literature, and my pupils, and in all the little pictures which my imagination paints. Not even the most cunning analyst will discover what is called the general idea or the God of the living man. And if this is not there, then nothing is there. In poverty such as this, a serious infirmity, fear of death, influence of circumstances, and people would have been enough to overthrow and shatter all that I formerly considered as my conception of the world, and all wherein I saw the meaning and joy of my life. Therefore, it is nothing strange that I have darkened the last months of my life by thoughts and feelings worthy of a slave or a savage, and that I am now indifferent and do not notice the dawn. If there is lacking in a man that which is higher and stronger than all outside influences, then verily a good cold in the head is enough to upset his balance, and to make him see each bird an owl and hear a dog's whine in every sound. And all his pessimism or his optimism with their attendant thoughts, great and small, seem then to be merely symptoms and no more. I am beaten, then it's no good going on thinking, no good talking. I shall sit and wait in silence for what will come. In the morning the porter brings me tea and the local paper. Mechanically, I read the advertisements on the first page, the leader, the extracts from newspapers and magazines, the local news. Among other things, I find in the local news an item like this. Our famous scholar, emeritus Professor Nikolai Stepanovich, arrived in Kharkov yesterday by the express and stayed at hotel. Evidently big names are created to live detached from those who bear them. Now my name walks in Kharkov undisturbed. In some 3 months, it will shine as bright as the sun itself, inscribed in letters of gold on my tombstone at a time when I myself will be under the sod. A faint knock at the door. Somebody wants me. Who's there? Come in. The door opens. I step back in astonishment and hasten to pull my dressing gown together. Before me stands Katie. How do you do? She says, panting from running up the stairs. You didn't expect me. I've come too. She sits down and continues, stammering and looking away from me. Why don't you say good morning? I arrived too, today. I found out you were at this hotel and came to see you. I'm delighted to see you, I say, shrugging my shoulders. But I'm surprised. You might have dropped straight from heaven. What are you doing here? I just came. Silence. Suddenly she gets up impetuously and comes over to me. Nikolai Stepanich, she says, growing pale and pressing her hands to her breast. Nikolai Stepanich, I can't go on like this any longer. I can't. For God's sake, tell me now immediately. What shall I do? Tell me, what shall I do? What can I say? I am beaten. I can say nothing. But tell me, I implore you, she continues, out of breath and trembling all over her body. I swear to you, I can't go on like this any longer. I haven't the strength. She drops into a chair and begins to sob. She throws her head back, wrings her hands, stamps with her feet. Her hat falls from her head and dangles by its string. Her hair is loosened. Help me, help, she implores. I can't bear it anymore. She takes a handkerchief out of her little traveling bag, and with it pulls out some letters which fall from her knees to the floor. I pick them up from the floor and recognize on one of them Mikhail Fyodorovich's handwriting and accidentally read part of a word. Passionate. There's nothing that I can say to you, Katie, I say. Help me, she sobs, seizing my hand and kissing it. You're my father, my only friend. You're wise and learned, and you've lived long. You were a teacher. Tell me what to do. I am bewildered and surprised, stirred by her sobbing, and I can hardly stand upright. Let's have some breakfast, Katie, I say with a constrained smile. Instantly, I add in a sinking voice. I shall be dead soon, Katie. Only one word, she weeps and stretches out her hands to me. What shall I do? You're a queer thing, really? I murmur. I can't understand it, such a clever woman and suddenly weeping. Comes silence. Katie arranges her hair, puts on her hat, then crumples her letters and stuffs them in her little bag, all in silence and unhurried. Her face, her bosom, and her gloves are wet with tears, but her expression is dry already, stern. I look at her and am ashamed that I am happier than she. It was but a little while before my death, in the ebb of my life, that I noticed in myself the absence of what our friends, the philosophers, call the general idea. But this poor thing's soul has never known and never will know shelter all her life, all her life. Katie, let's have breakfast, I say. No, thank you, she answers coldly. 1 minute more passes in silence. I don't like Kharkov, I say. It's too gray, a gray city. Yes, ugly. I'm not here for long. On my way, I leave today. For where? For the Crimea, I mean the Caucasus. So, for long. I don't know. Katie gets up and gives me her hand with a cold smile, looking away from me. I would like to ask her, that means you won't be at my funeral? But she does not look at me. Her hand is cold and like a stranger's. I escort her to the door in silence. She goes out of my room and walks down the long passage without looking back. She knows that my eyes are following her, and probably on the landing she will look back. No, she did not look back. The black dress showed for the last time her steps were stilled. Goodbye, my treasure, the fit eye. The medical student Mayer, and Rybnikov, a student at the Moscow School of Painting, Sculpture, and Architecture, came one evening to their friend Vasiliev, law student, and proposed that he should go with them to SV Street. For a long while Vasiliev did not agree, but eventually dressed himself and went with them. Unfortunate women he knew only by hearsay and from books, and never once in his life had he been in the houses where they live. He knew there were immoral women who were forced by the pressure of disastrous circumstances, environment, bad upbringing, poverty, and the like to sell their honor for money. They do not know pure love, have no children and no legal rights. Mothers and sisters mourn them for dead, science treats them as an evil, men are familiar with them. But notwithstanding all this, they do not lose the image and likeness of God. They all acknowledge their sin and hope for salvation. They are free to avail themselves of every means of salvation. True, society does not forgive people their past, but with God Mary of Egypt is not lower than the other saints. Whenever Vasiliev recognized an unfortunate woman in the street by her costume or her manner, or saw a picture of one in a comic paper, there came into his mind every time a story he once read somewhere. A pure and heroic young man falls in love with an unfortunate woman and asks her to be his wife, but she, considering herself unworthy of such happiness, poisons herself. Vasiliev lived in one of the streets off the Tversky Boulevard. When he and his friends came out of the house, it was about 11 o'clock. The first snow had just fallen, and all nature was under the spell of this new snow. The air smelt of snow, the snow cracked softly underfoot, the earth, the roofs, the trees, the benches on the boulevards all were soft, white, and young. Owing to this, the houses had a different look from yesterday, the lamps burned brighter, the air was more transparent. The clatter of the cabs was dulled, and there entered into the soul with the fresh, easy, frosty air a feeling like the white, young, feathery snow. To these sad shores unknowing, the medico began to sing in a pleasant tenor. An unknown power entices. Behold the mill, the painter's voice took him up, it is now fallen to ruin. Behold the mill, it is now fallen to ruin, the medico repeated, raising his eyebrows and sadly shaking his head. He was silent for a while, passed his hand over his forehead trying to recall the words, and began to sing in a loud voice and so well that the passers-by looked back. Here long ago came free love to me. All three went into a restaurant, and without taking off their coats they each had 2 thimblefuls of vodka at the bar. Before drinking the second, Vassiliev noticed a piece of cork in his vodka, lifted the glass to his eye, looked at it for a long while with a short-sighted frown. The medico misunderstood his expression and said, "Well, what are you staring at? No philosophy, please. Vodka's made to be drunk, caviar to be eaten, women to sleep with, snow to walk on, live like a man for one evening." "Well, I've nothing to say," said Vassiliev laughingly. "I'm not refusing." The vodka warmed his breast. He looked at his friends, admired and envied them. How balanced everything is in these healthy, strong, cheerful people. Everything in their minds and souls is smooth and rounded off. They sing, have a passion for the theater, paint, talk continually, and drink, and they never have a headache the next day. They are romantic and dissolute, sentimental and insolent. They can work and go on the loose and laugh at nothing and talk rubbish. They are hot-headed, honest, heroic, and as human beings not a bit worse than Vassiliev, who watches his every step and word, who is careful, cautious, and able to give the smallest trifle the dignity of a problem. And he made tip his mind if only for one evening to live like his friends, to let himself go, and be free from his own control. Must he drink vodka? He'll drink even if his head falls to pieces tomorrow. Must he be taken to women? He'll go. He'll laugh, play the fool, and give a joking answer to disapproving passers-by. He came out of the restaurant laughing. He liked his friend's one in a battered hat with a wide brim who aped aesthetic disorder, the other in a sealskin cap, not very poor, with a pretense of learned bohemia. He liked the snow, the paleness, the lamplights, the dear black prints which the passers' feet left on the snow. He liked the air, and above all the transparent, tender, naive, virgin tone which can be seen in nature only twice in the year. When everything is covered in snow, on the bright days in spring, and on moonlight nights when the ice breaks on the river. To these sad shores unknowing, he began to sing sotto voce, an unknown power entices. And all the way for some reason or other, he and his friends had this melody on their lips. All three hummed it mechanically out of time with each other. Vassiliev imagined how in about 10 minutes he and his friends would knock at a door, how they would stealthily walk through the narrow little passages and dark rooms to the women, how he would take advantage of the dark, suddenly strike a match, and see lit up a suffering face and a guilty smile. There he will surely find a fair or a dark woman in a white nightgown with her hair loose. She will be frightened of the light, dreadfully confused, and say, "Good God, what are you doing? Blow it out." All this was frightening, but curious and novel, Roman too. The friends turned out of Trubnoy Square into the Grachovka, and soon arrived at the street which Vassiliev knew only from hearsay. Seeing 2 rows of houses with brightly lighted windows and wide open doors, and hearing the gay sound of pianos and fiddle sounds which flew out of all the doors and mingled in a strange confusion, as if somewhere in the darkness over the rooftops an unseen orchestra were tuning, Vassiliev was bewildered and said, "What a lot of houses." "What's that?" said the medico. "There are 10 times as many in London. There are 100,000 of these women there." The cabmen sat on their boxes quiet and indifferent as in other streets. On the pavement walked the same passers-by. No one was in a hurry. No one hid his face in his collar. No one shook his head reproachfully. And in this indifference, in the confused sound of the pianos and fiddles in the bright windows and wide-open doors, something very free, impudent, bold, and daring could be felt. It must have been the same as this in the old times on the slave markets, as gay and as noisy. People looked and walked with the same indifference. "Let's begin right at the beginning," said the painter. The friends walked into a narrow little passage lighted by a single lamp with a reflector. When they opened the door, a man in a black jacket rose lazily from the yellow sofa in the hall. He had an unshaven lackey's face and sleepy eyes. The place smelt like a laundry and a vinegar. From the hall, a door led into a brightly lighted room. The medico and the painter stopped in the doorway, stretched out their necks, and peeped into the room together. Buonasera, Signor Regolto Huguenot Traviata. The painter began, making a theatrical bow. Havana Blackbeat Lano Pistolto, said the medico, pressing his hat to his heart and bowing low. Vassiliev kept behind them. He wanted to bow theatrically too and say something silly. But he only smiled, felt awkward and ashamed, and awaited impatiently what was to follow. In the door appeared a little fair girl of 17 or 18, with short hair, wearing a short blue dress with a white bow on her breast. "What are you standing in the door for?" she said. "Take off your overcoats and come into the salon." The medico and the painter went into the salon, still speaking Italian. Vassiliev followed them irresolutely. "Gentlemen, take off your overcoats," said the lackey stiffly. "You're not allowed in as you are." Besides the fair girl, there was another woman in the salon, very stout and tall, with a foreign face and bare arms. She sat by the piano, with a game of patience spread on her knees. She took no notice of the guests. "Where are the other girls?" asked the medico. "They're drinking tea," said the fair one. "Stepan," she called out, "go and tell the girls some students have come." A little later, a third girl entered, in a bright red dress with blue stripes. Her face was thickly and unskillfully painted. Her forehead was hidden under her hair. She stared with dull, frightened eyes. As she came, she immediately began to sing in a strong hoarse contralto. After her, a fourth girl. After her, a fifth. In all this, Vassiliev saw nothing new or curious. It seemed to him that he had seen before, and more than once, this salon, piano, cheap gilt mirror, the white bow, the dress with blue stripes, and the stupid, indifferent faces. But of darkness, quiet, mystery, and guilty Smilov, all he had expected to meet here, and which frightened him, he did not see even a shadow. Everything was commonplace, prosaic, and dull. Only one thing provoked his curiosity a little. That was the terrible, as it were intentional, lack of taste, which was seen in the overmantels, the absurd pictures, the dresses, and the white bow. In this lack of taste, there was something characteristic and singular. "How poor and foolish it all is," thought Vassiliev. "What is there in all this rubbish to tempt a normal man, to provoke him into committing a frightful sin, to buy a living soul for a ruble? I can understand anyone sinning for the sake of splendor, beauty, grace, passion, but what is there here? What tempts people here? But it's no good thinking. Whiskers, stand me champagne." The fair one turned to him. Vassiliev suddenly blushed. "With pleasure," he said, bowing politely. "But excuse me if I don't drink with you, I don't drink." 5 minutes after, the friends were off to another house. "Why did you order drinks?" stormed the medico. "What a millionaire, flinging 6 rubles into the gutter like that for nothing at all." "Why shouldn't I give her pleasure if she wants it?" said Vassiliev, justifying himself. "You didn't give her any pleasure. Madame got that. It's Madame who tells them to ask the guests for drinks. She makes by it. Behold the mill," the painter began to sing, "now fallen to ruin." When they came to another house, the friends stood outside in the vestibule, but did not enter the salon. As in the first house, a figure rose up from the sofa in the hall, in a black jacket with a sleepy lackey's face. As he looked at this lackey, at his face and shabby jacket, Vassiliev thought, "What must an ordinary simple Russian go through before fate casts him up here? Where was he before, and what was he doing? What awaits him? Is he married? Where's his mother? And does she know he's a lackey here?" Thenceforward, in every house, Vassiliev involuntarily turned his attention to the lackey first of all. In one of the houses, it seemed to be the fourth, the lackey was a dry little, puny fellow with a chain across his waistcoat. He was reading a newspaper and took no notice of the guests at all. Glancing at his face, Vassiliev had the idea that a fellow with a face like that could steal and murder and perjure. And indeed the face was interesting. A big forehead, gray eyes, a flat little nose, small close-set teeth, and the expression on his face dull and impudent at once, like a puppy hard on a hare. Vassiliev had the thought that he would like to touch this lackey's hair. Is it rough or soft? It must be rough. Like a dog's, Roman 3. Because he had had 2 glasses, the painter suddenly got rather drunk, and unnaturally lively. "Let's go to another place," he added, waving his hands. "I'll introduce you to the best." When he had taken his friends into the house which was according to him the best, he proclaimed a persistent desire to dance a quadrille. The medico began to grumble that they would have to pay the musicians a ruble, but agreed to be his vis-a-vis. The dance began. It was just as bad in the best house as in the worst. Just the same mirrors and pictures were here, the same coiffures and dresses. Looking round at the furniture and the costumes, Vassiliev now understood that it was not lack of taste, but something that might be called the particular taste and style of SV Street, quite impossible to find anywhere else. Something complete, not accidental, evolved in time. After he had been to 8 houses, he no longer wondered at the color of the dresses or the long trains, or at the bright bows, or the sailor dresses, or the thick, violent painting of the cheeks. He understood that all this was in harmony, that if only one woman dressed herself humanly, or one decent print hung on the wall, then the general tone of the whole street would suffer. How badly they manage the business. Can't they really understand that vice is only fascinating when it is beautiful and secret, hidden under the cloak of virtue? Modest black dresses, pale faces, sad smiles, and darkness act more strongly than this clumsy tinsel. Idiots! If they don't understand it themselves, their guests ought to teach them. A girl in a polished costume trimmed with white fur came up close to him and sat down by his side. "Why don't you dance, my brown-haired darling?" she asked. "What are you fed so bored about?" "Because it is boring." "Stand me a Chateau Lafitte, then you won't be bored." Vassiliev made no answer. For a little while he was silent, then he asked, "What time do you go to bed as a rule?" "6. "When do you get up?" "Sometimes 2, sometimes 3. "And after you get up, what do you do?" "We drink coffee, we have dinner at 7. "And what do you have for dinner?" "Soup or sky as a rule, beefsteak, dessert. Our madame keeps the girls well. But what are you asking all this for?" "Just to have a talk." Vassiliev wanted to ask about all sorts of things. He had a strong desire to find out where she came from, were her parents alive, and did they know she was here, how she got into the house. Was she happy and contented, or gloomy and depressed with dark thoughts? Does she ever hope to escape? But he could not possibly think how to begin, or how to put his questions without seeming indiscreet. He thought for a long while and asked, "How old are you?" 80, joked the girl, looking and laughing at the tricks the painter was doing with his hands and feet. She suddenly giggled and uttered a long, filthy expression, aloud, so that everyone could hear. Vassiliev, terrified, not knowing how to look, began to laugh uneasily. He alone smiled. All the others, his friends, the musicians, and the women paid no attention to his neighbor. They might never have heard. "Stand me a Lafitte," said the girl again. Vassiliev was suddenly repelled by her white trimming and her voice and left her. It seemed to him close and hot. His heart began to beat slowly and violently, like a hammer. 1, 2, 3. "Let's get out of here," he said, pulling the painter's sleeve. "Wait, let's finish it." While the medico and the painter were finishing their quadrille, Vassiliev, in order to avoid the women, eyed the musicians. The pianist was a nice old man with spectacles, with a face like Marshall Basin. The fiddler, a young man with a short, fair beard dressed in the latest fashion. The young man was not stupid or starved. On the contrary, he looked clever, young, and fresh. He was dressed with a touch of originality and played with emotion. Problem: how did he and the decent old man get here? Why aren't they ashamed to sit here? What do they think about when they look at the women? If the piano and the fiddle were played by ragged, hungry, gloomy, drunken creatures, with thin, stupid faces, then their presence would perhaps be intelligible. As it was, Vassiliev could understand nothing. Into his memory came the story that he had read about the unfortunate woman, and now he found that the human figure with the guilty smile had nothing to do with this. It seemed to him that they were not unfortunate women that he saw, but they belonged to another, utterly different world, foreign and inconceivable to him. If he had seen this world on the stage or read about it in a book, he would never have believed it. The girl with the white trimming giggled again and said something disgusting aloud. He felt sick, blushed, and went out. "Wait, we're coming too," cried the painter, Roman 4. "I had a talk with my mamselle while we were dancing," said the medico when all 3 came into the street. The subject was her first love. He was a bookkeeper in Smolensk with a wife and 5 children. She was 17 and lived with her pa and ma, who kept a soap and candle shop. How did he conquer her heart? Asked Vassiliev. He bought her 50 rubles worth of underclothes, Lord knows what. However could he get her love story out of his girl? Thought Vassiliev. I can't, my dear chaps, I'm off home, he said. Why? Because I don't know how to get on here. I'm bored and disgusted. What is there amusing about it? If they were only human beings, but they are savages and beasts. I'm going, please. Grisha, darling, please, the painter said with a sob in his voice, pressing close to Vassiliev. Let's go to one more then, to hell with them. Do come, Grigor. They prevailed on Vassiliev and led him up a staircase. The carpet and the gilded balustrade, the porter who opened the door, the panels which decorated the hall, were still in the same SV street style, but here it was perfected and imposing. Really, I'm going home, said Vassiliev, taking off his overcoat. Darling, please, please, said the painter and kissed him on the neck. Don't be so fatty, Grigory, be a pal. Together we came, together we go. What a beast you are, though. I can wait for you in the street. My God, it's disgusting here. Please, please, you just look on, see, just look on. One should look at things objectively, said the medico seriously. Vassiliev entered the salon and sat down. There were many more guests besides him and his friends, 2 infantry officers, a gray, bald-headed gentleman with gold spectacles, 2 young, clean-shaven men from the Surveyor's Institute, and a very drunk man with an actor's face. All the girls were looking after these guests and took no notice of Vassiliev. Only one of them, dressed like Aida, glanced at him sideways, smiled at something, and said with a yawn, "So the dark ones come." Vassiliev's heart was beating and his face was burning. He felt ashamed for being there, disgusted and tormented. He was tortured by the thought that he, a decent and affectionate man, so he considered himself up till now, despised these women and felt nothing towards them but repulsion. He could not feel pity for them, or for the musicians, or the lackeys. It's because I don't try to understand them, he thought. They're all more like beasts than human beings, but all the same they are human beings. They've got souls. One should understand them first, then judge them. Grisha, don't go away, wait for us, called the painter, and he disappeared somewhere. Soon the medico disappeared also. Yes, one should try to understand. It's no good otherwise, thought Vassiliev, and he began to examine intently the face of each girl, looking for the guilty smile. But whether he could not read faces, or because none of these women felt guilty, he saw in each face only a dull look of common, vulgar boredom and satiety. Stupid eyes, stupid smiles, harsh, stupid voices, impudent gestures, and nothing else. Evidently, every woman had in her past a love romance with a bookkeeper and 50 rubles worth of underclothes. And in the present, the only good things in life were coffee, a 3-course dinner, wine, quadrilles, and sleeping till 2 in the afternoon. Finding not one guilty smile, Vassiliev began to examine them to see if even one looked clever, and his attention was arrested by one pale, rather tired face. It was that of a dark woman, no longer young, wearing a dress scattered with spangles. She sat in a chair, staring at the floor and thinking of something. Vassiliev paced up and down, and then sat down beside her as if by accident. One must begin with something trivial, he thought, and gradually pass on to serious conversation. What a beautiful little dress you have on, he said, and touched the gold fringe of her scarf with his finger. It's all right, said the dark woman. Where do you come from? I a long way, from Chernigov. It's a nice part. It always is, where you don't happen to be. What a pity I can't describe nature, thought Vassiliev. I'd move her by descriptions of Chernigov. She must love it if she was born there. Do you feel lonely here? He asked. Of course I'm lonely. Why don't you go away from here, if you're lonely? Where shall I go to? Start begging, eh? It's easier to beg than to live here. Where did you get that idea? Have you been a beggar? I begged when I hadn't enough to pay my university fees, and even if I hadn't begged, it's easy enough to understand. A beggar is a free man, at any rate, and you're a slave. The dark woman stretched herself, and followed with sleepy eyes the lackey who carried a tray of glasses and soda water. Stand us a champagne, she said, and yawned again. Champagne, said Vassiliev. What would happen if your mother or your brother suddenly came in? What would you say? And what would they say? You would say champagne then. Suddenly the noise of crying was heard. From the next room where the lackey had carried the soda water, a fair man rushed out with a red face and angry eyes. He was followed by the tall, stout madame, who screamed in a squeaky voice. "No one gave you permission to slap the girls in the face. Better class than you come here and never slap a girl, you bounder." Followed an uproar. Vassiliev was scared and went white. In the next room someone wept, sobbing sincerely as only the insulted weep. And he understood that indeed human beings lived here, actually human beings, who get offended, suffer, weep, and ask for help. The smoldering hatred, the feeling of repulsion, gave way to an acute sense of pity and anger against the wrongdoer. He rushed into the room from which the weeping came. Through the rows of bottles which stood on the marble tabletop, he saw a suffering, tear-stained face, stretched out his hands towards this face, stepped to the table, and instantly gave a leap back in terror. The sobbing woman was dead drunk. As he made his way through the noisy crowd, gathered round the fair man, his heart failed him, he lost his courage like a boy, and it seemed to him that in this foreign, inconceivable world, they wanted to run after him, to beat him, to abuse him with foul words. He tore down his coat from the peg and rushed headlong down the stairs. Pressing Dose to the fence, he stood near to the house and waited for his friends to come out. The sounds of the pianos and fiddles, gay, bold, impudent, and sad, mingled into chaos in the air, and this confusion was, as before, as if an unseen orchestra were tuning in the dark over the rooftops. If he looked up towards the darkness, then all the background was scattered with white, moving points. It was snowing. The flakes, coming into the light, spun lazily in the air like feathers, and still more lazily fell. Flakes of snow crowded whirling about Vassiliev and hung on his beard, his eyelashes, his eyebrows. The cabmen, the horses, and the passers-by, all were white. How dare the snow fall in this street, thought Vassiliev, a curse on these houses. Because of his headlong rush down the staircase, his feet failed him from weariness. He was out of breath as if he had climbed a mountain. His heart beat so loud that he could hear it. A longing came over him to get out of this street as soon as possible and go home, but still stronger was his desire to wait for his friends and to vent upon them his feeling of heaviness. He had not understood many things in the houses. The souls of the perishing women were to him a mystery as before, but it was dear to him that the business was much worse than one would have thought. If the guilty woman who poisoned herself was called a prostitute, then it was hard to find a suitable name for all these creatures who danced to the muddling music and said long, disgusting phrases. They were not perishing, they were already done for. Vice is here, he thought, but there is neither confession of sin nor hope of salvation. They are bought and sold, drowned in wine and torpor, and they are dull and indifferent as sheep and do not understand. My God, my God. It was so dear to him that all that which is called human dignity, individuality, the image and likeness of God, was here dragged down to the gutter, as they say of drunkards, and that not only the street and the stupid women were to blame for it. A crowd of students white with snow, talking and laughing gaily, passed by. One of them, a tall, thin man, peered into Vassiliev's face and said drunkenly, "He's one of ours." "Logged, old man? Aha, my lad. Never mind, walk up, never say die, uncle." He took Vassiliev by the shoulders and pressed his cold, wet mustaches to his cheek, then slipped, staggered, brandished his arms, and cried out, "Steady there, don't fall." Laughing, he ran to join his comrades. Through the noise, the painter's voice became audible. "You dare beat women, I won't have it. Go to hell, you're regular swine." The medico appeared at the door of the house. He glanced round and on seeing Vassiliev, said in alarm, "Is that you? My God, it's simply impossible to go anywhere with Yeger. I can't understand a chap like that. He kicked up a row, can't you hear, Yeger?" he called from the door. "Yeger. I won't have you hitting women." The painter's shrill voice was audible again from upstairs. Something heavy and bulky tumbled down the staircase. It was the painter coming head over heels. He had evidently been thrown out. He lifted himself up from the ground, dusted his hat, and with an angry, indignant face, shook his fist at the upstairs. "Scoundrels, butchers, bloodsuckers, I won't have you hitting a weak, drunken woman. Ah, you." Yeger, the medico began to implore, "I give my word I'll never go out with you again. Upon my honor, I won't." The painter gradually calmed, and the friends went home. To these sad shores unknowing, the medico began an unknown power entices. "Behold the mill, the painter sang with him after a pause, now fallen into ruin. How the snow is falling, most holy mother. Why did you go away, Grisha? You're a coward, you're only an old woman. Vassiliev was walking behind his friends. He stared at their backs and thought, one of two things. Either prostitution only seems to us an evil and we exaggerate it, or if prostitution is really such an evil as is commonly thought, these charming friends of mine are just as much slavers, violators, and murderers as the inhabitants of Syria and Cairo whose photographs appear in the field. They're singing, laughing, arguing soundly now, but haven't they just been exploiting starvation, ignorance, and stupidity? They have, I saw them at it. Where does their humanity, their science, and their painting come in then? The science, art, and lofty sentiments of these murderers remind me of the lump of fat in the story. Two robbers killed a beggar in a forest. They began to divide his clothes between themselves and found in his bag a lump of pork fat. In the nick of time, said one of them. Let's have a bite. How can you? The other cried in terror. Have you forgotten today's Friday? So they refrained from eating. After having cut the man's throat, they walked out of the forest confident that they were pious fellows. These two are just the same. When they've paid for women, they go and imagine they're painters and scholars. Listen, you two, he said angrily and sharply. Why do you go to those places? Can't you understand how horrible they are? Your medicine tells you every one of these women dies prematurely from consumption or something else. Your arts tell you that she died morally still earlier. Each of them dies because during her lifetime she accepts on an average, let us say, 500 men. Each of them is killed by 500 men, and you're amongst the 500. Now if each of you comes here, and to places like this 250 times in his lifetime, then it means that between you you have killed one woman. Can't you understand that? Isn't it horrible? Isn't this awful, my God? There, I knew it would end like this, said the painter, frowning. We oughtn't to have had anything to do with this fool of a blockhead. I suppose you think your head's full of great thoughts and great ideas now. Devil knows what they are, but they're not ideas. You're staring at me now with hatred and disgust, but if you want my opinion, you'd better build 20 more of the houses than look like that. There's more vice in your look than in the whole street. Let's steer out, Volodya, damn him. He's a fool. He's a blockhead, and that's all he is. Human beings are always killing each other, said the medico. That is immoral, of course, but philosophy won't help you. Goodbye. The friends parted at Trubnoy Square and went their way. Left alone, Vassiliev began to stride along the boulevard. He was frightened of the dark, frightened of the snow, which fell to the earth in little flakes, but seemed to long to cover the whole world. He was frightened of the street lamps, which glimmered faintly through the clouds of snow. An inexplicable faint-hearted fear possessed his soul. Now and then people passed him, but he gave a start and stepped aside. It seemed to him that from everywhere there came and stared at him women, only women. It's coming on, he thought, I'm going. To have a fit, Roman 6. At home, he lay on his bed and began to talk, shivering all over his body. Live women live, my God, they're alive. He sharpened the edge of his imagination in every possible way. Now he was the brother of an unfortunate, now her father. Now he was himself a fallen woman with painted cheeks, and all this terrified him. It seemed to him somehow that he must solve this question immediately, at all costs, and that the problem was not strange to him, but was his own. He made a great effort, conquered his despair, and sitting on the side of the bed, his head clutched in his hands, he began to think. How could all the women he had seen that night be saved? The process of solving a problem was familiar to him as to a learned person, and notwithstanding all his excitement, he kept strictly to this process. He recalled to mind the history of the question, its literature, and just after 3 o'clock, he was pacing up and down, trying to remember all the experiments which are practiced nowadays for the salvation of women. He had a great many good friends who lived in furnished rooms, Faltzfein, Galyashkin, Nechayev, Yechkin. Not a few among them were honest and self-sacrificing, and some of them had attempted to save these women. All these few attempts, thought Vassiliev, rare attempts, may be divided into 3 groups. Some, having rescued a woman from a brothel, hired a room for her, bought her a sewing machine, and she became a dressmaker. And the man who saved her kept her for his mistress, openly or otherwise, but later when he had finished his studies and was going away, he would hand her over to another decent fellow. So the fallen woman remained fallen. Others, after having bought her out, also hired a room for her, bought the inevitable sewing machine, and started her off reading and writing and preached at her. The woman sits and sews as long as it is novel and amusing, but later, when she is bored, she begins to receive men secretly, or runs back to where she can sleep till 3 in the afternoon, drink coffee, and eat till she is full. Finally, the most ardent and self-sacrificing take a bold, determined step. They marry, and when the impudent, self-indulgent, stupefied creature becomes a wife, a lady of the house, and then a mother, her life and outlook are utterly changed, and in the wife and mother it is hard to recognize the unfortunate woman. Yes, marriage is the best. It may be the only resource. But it's impossible, Vassiliev said aloud and threw himself down on his bed. First of all, I could not marry one. One would have to be a saint to be able to do it, unable to hate, not knowing disgust. But let us suppose that the painter, the medico, and I got the better of our feelings and married, that all these women got married. What is the result? What kind of effect follows? The result is that while the women get married here in Moscow, the Smolensk bookkeeper seduces a fresh lot, and these will pour into the empty places, together with women from Saratov, Nizhny Novgorod, Warsaw. And what happens to the 100,000 in London? What can be done with those in Hamburg? The oil in the lamp was used up, and the lamp began to smell. Vassiliev did not notice it. Again, he began to pace up and down, thinking. Now he put the question differently. What can be done to remove the demand for fallen women? For this, it is necessary that the men who buy and kill them should at once begin to feel all the immorality of their role of slave owners, and this should terrify them. It is necessary to save the men. Science and art apparently won't do, thought Vassiliev. There is only one way out to be an apostle. And he began to dream how he would stand tomorrow evening at the corner of the street and say to each passerby, "Where are you going and what for? Fear God." He would turn to the indifferent cabmen and say to them, "Why are you standing here? Why don't you revolt? You do believe in God, don't you? And you do know that this is a crime and that people will go to hell for this. Why do you keep quiet then? True, the women are strangers to you, but they have fathers and brothers exactly the same as you." Some friend of Vassiliev's once said of him that he was a man of talent. There is a talent for writing, for the theater, for painting, but Vassiliev's was peculiar, a talent for humanity. He had a fine and noble flair for every kind of suffering. As a good actor reflects in himself the movement and voice of another, so Vassiliev could reflect in himself another's pain. Seeing tears, he wept. With a sick person, he himself became sick and moaned. If he saw violence done, it seemed to him that he was the victim. He was frightened like a child and, frightened, ran for help. Another's pain roused him, excited him, threw him into a state of ecstasy. Whether the friend was right I do not know, but what happened to Vassiliev when it seemed to him that the question was solved was very much like an ecstasy. He sobbed, laughed, said aloud the things he would say tomorrow, felt a burning love for the men who would listen to him and stand by his side at the corner of the street, preaching. He sat down to write to them, he made vows. All this was the more like an ecstasy in that it did not last. Vassiliev was soon tired. The London women, the Hamburg women, those from Warsaw crushed him with their mass as the mountains crush the earth. He quailed before this mass, he lost himself. He remembered he had no gift for speaking, that he was timid and faint-hearted, that strange people would hardly want to listen to and understand him, a law student in his 3rd year, a frightened and insignificant figure. The true apostleship consisted, not only in preaching, but also in deeds. When daylight came and the carts rattled on the streets, Vassiliev lay motionless on the sofa, staring at one point. He did not think any more of women or men or apostles. All his attention was fixed on the pain of his soul which tormented him. It was a dull pain, indefinite, vague. It was like anguish and the most acute fear and despair. He could say where the pain was. It was in his breast, under the heart. It could not be compared to anything. Once on a time, he used to have violent toothache. Once he had pleurisy and neuralgia. But all these pains were as nothing beside the pain of his soul. Beneath this pain life seemed repulsive. The thesis, his brilliant work already written, the people he loved, the salvation of fallen women, all that which only yesterday he loved or was indifferent to, remembered now, irritated him in the same way as the noise of the carts, the running about of the porters and the daylight. If someone now were to perform before his eyes a deed of mercy or an act of revolting violence, both would produce upon him an equally repulsive impression. Of all the thoughts which roved lazily in his head, 2 only did not irritate him. One at any moment he had the power to kill himself, the other that the pain would not last more than 3 days. The second he knew from experience. After having lain down for a while, he got up and walked wringing his hands, not from corner to corner as usually, but in a square along the walls. He caught a glimpse of himself in the glass. His face was pale and haggard, his temples hollow, his eyes bigger, darker, more immobile, as if they were not his own, and they expressed the intolerable suffering of his soul. In the afternoon, the painter knocked at the door. "Gregory, are you at home?" he asked. Receiving no answer, he stood musing for a while and said to himself good-naturedly, "Out, he's gone to the university, damn him," and went away. Vassiliev lay down on his bed and burying his head in the pillow, he began to cry with the pain. But the faster his tears flowed, the more terrible was the pain. When it was dark, he got into his mind the idea of the horrible night which was awaiting him, and awful despair seized him. He dressed quickly, ran out of his room, leaving the door wide open, and into the street without reason or purpose. Without asking himself where he was going, he walked quickly to Sadovaya Street. Snow was falling as yesterday. It was thawing. Putting his hands into his sleeves, shivering and frightened of the noises and the bells of the trams and of passers-by, Vassiliev walked from Sadovaya to Sakharev Tower, then to the Red Gates, and from here he turned and went to Basmanaya. He went into a public house and gulped down a big glass of vodka, but felt no better. Arriving at Razgalyai, he turned to the right and began to stride down streets that he had never in his life been down before. He came to that old bridge under which the river Yeyuza roars, and from whence long rows of lights are seen in the windows of the Red Barracks. In order to distract the pain of his soul by a new sensation or another pain, not knowing what to do, weeping and trembling, Vassiliev unbuttoned his coat and jacket, baring his naked breast to the damp snow and the wind. Neither lessened the pain. Then he bent over the rail of the bridge and stared down at the black, turbulent Yeyuza, and he suddenly wanted to throw himself headfirst, not from hatred of life, not for the sake of suicide, but only to hurt himself and so to kill one pain by another. But the black water, the dark, deserted banks covered with snow were frightening. He shuddered and went on. He walked as far as the Red Barracks, then back and into a wood, from the wood to the bridge again. "No, home, he thought. At home I believe it's easier." And he went back. On returning home, he tore off his wet clothes and hat, began to pace along the walls, and paced incessantly. Until the very morning, Roman 7. The next morning, when the painter and the medico came to see him, they found him in a shirt torn to ribbons, his hands bitten all over, tossing about in the room and moaning with pain. "For God's sake," he began to sob, seeing his comrades, "take me anywhere you like, do what you like, but save me, for God's sake, now. I'll kill myself." The painter went pale and was bewildered. The medico, too, nearly began to cry, but believing that medical men must be cool and serious on every occasion of life, he said coldly, "It's a fit you've got, but never mind. Come to the doctor at once. Anywhere you like, but quickly, for God's sake. Don't be agitated, you must struggle with yourself." The painter and the medico dressed Vassiliev with trembling hands and led him into the street. "Mikhail Sergeyich has been wanting to make your acquaintance for a long while," the medico said on the way. "He's a very nice man and knows his job splendidly. He took his degree in '82 and has got a huge practice already. He keeps friends with the students." Quicker, urged Vassiliev. Mikhail Sergeyich, a stout doctor with fair hair, received the friends politely, firmly, coldly, and smiled with one cheek only. "The painter and mayor have told me of your disease already," he said. "Very glad to be of service to you. Well, sit down, please." He made Vassiliev sit down in a big chair by the table, and put a box of cigarettes in front of him. "Well," he began, stroking his knees, "let's make a start. How old are you?" He put questions, and the medico answered. He asked whether Vassiliev's father suffered from any peculiar diseases, if he had fits of drinking, was he distinguished by his severity or any other eccentricities. He asked the same questions about his grandfather, mother, sisters, and brothers. Having ascertained that his mother had a fine voice and occasionally appeared on the stage, he suddenly brightened up and asked, "Excuse me, but could you recall whether the theater was not a passion with your mother?" About 20 minutes passed. Vassiliev was bored by the doctor stroking his knees and talking of the same thing all the while. "As far as I can understand your questions, doctor," he said. You want to know whether my disease is hereditary or not. It is not hereditary. The doctor went on to ask if Vassiliev had not any secret vices in his early youth, any blows on the head, any love passions, eccentricities, or exceptional infatuations. To half the questions habitually asked by careful doctors, you may return no answer without any injury to your health. But Mikhail Sergeyich, the medico and the painter looked as though, if Vassiliev failed to answer even one single question, everything would be ruined. For some reason, the doctor wrote down the answers he received on a scrap of paper. Discovering that Vassiliev had already passed through the Faculty of Natural Science and was now in the law faculty, the doctor began to be pensive. He wrote a brilliant thesis last year, said the medico. Excuse me, you mustn't interrupt me, you prevent me from concentrating, the doctor said, smiling with one cheek. Yes, certainly that is important for the anamnesis. Yes, yes. And do you drink vodka? He turned to Vassiliev. Very rarely. Another 20 minutes passed. The medico began sotto voce to give his opinion of the immediate causes of the fit, and told how he, the painter, and Vassiliev went to SV Street the day before yesterday. The indifferent, reserved, cold tone in which his friends and the doctor were speaking of the women, and the miserable street seemed to him in the highest degree strange. Doctor, tell me this one thing, he said, restraining himself from being rude. Is prostitution an evil or not? My dear fellow, who disputes it? The doctor said with an expression as though he had long ago solved all these questions for himself. Who disputes it? Are you a psychiatrist? Yes, as a psychiatrist. Perhaps all of you are right, said Vassiliev, rising and beginning to walk from corner to corner. It may be, but to me all this seems amazing. They see a great achievement in my having passed through 2 faculties at the university. They praise me to the skies because I have written a work that will be thrown away and forgotten in 3 years' time, but became I can't speak of prostitutes as indifferently as I can about these chairs. They send me to doctors, call me a lunatic, and pity me. For some reason, Vassiliev suddenly began to feel an intolerable pity for himself, his friends, and everybody whom he had seen the day before yesterday, and for the doctor. He began to sob and fell into the chair. The friends looked interrogatively at the doctor. He, looking as though he magnificently understood the tears and the despair, and knew himself a specialist in this line, approached Vassiliev and gave him some drops to drink, and then, when Vassiliev grew calm, undressed him and began to examine the sensitiveness of his skin, of the knee reflexes. And Vassiliev felt better. When he was coming out of the doctor's, he was already ashamed. The noise of the traffic did not seem irritating, and the heaviness beneath his heart became easier and easier as though it were thawing. In his hand were 2 prescriptions. One was for colibromatum, the other morphia. He used to take both before. He stood still in the street for a while, pensive, and then, taking leave of his friends, lazily dragged on towards the university. Misfortune. Sofia Pyotrovna, the wife of the solicitor Laubyanzev, a handsome young woman of about 25, was walking quickly along a forest path with her bungalow neighbor, the barrister Ilian. It was just after 4. In the distance, above the path, white feathery clouds gathered. From behind them, some bright blue pieces of cloud showed through. The clouds were motionless, as if caught on the tops of the tall, aged fir trees. It was calm and warm. In the distance, the path was cut across by a low railway embankment, along which at this hour, for some reason or other, a sentry strode. Just behind the embankment, a big, 6-towered church with a rusty roof shone white. I did not expect to meet you here, Sofia Pyotrovna was saying, looking down and touching the last year's leaves with the end of her parasol. But now I am glad to have met you. I want to speak to you seriously and finally. Ivan Mikhailovich, if you really love and respect me, I implore you to stop pursuing me. You follow me like a shad. There's such a wicked look in your eye. You make love to me, write extraordinary letters, and I don't know how all this is going to end, good heavens. What can all this lead to? Ilian was silent. Sofia Pyotrovna took a few steps and continued. And this sudden complete change has happened in 2 or 3 weeks after 5 years of friendship. I do not know you anymore, Ivan Mikhailovich. Sofia Pyotrovna glanced sideways at her companion. He was staring intently, screwing up his eyes at the feathery clouds. The expression of his face was angry, capricious, and distracted, like that of a man who suffers and at the same time must listen to nonsense. It is annoying that you yourself can't realize it. Madame Labienzev continued, shrugging her shoulders. Please understand that you're not playing a very nice game. I am married, I love and respect my husband. I have a daughter. Don't you really care in the slightest for all this? Besides, as an old friend, you know my views on family life, on the sanctity of the home, generally. Eileen gave an angry grunt and sighed. The sanctity of the home, he murmured, good Lord. Yes, yes, I love and respect my husband, and at any rate the peace of my family life is precious to me. I'd sooner let myself be killed than be the cause of Andrey's or his daughter's unhappiness. So, please, Ivan Mikhailovich, for goodness sake, leave me alone. Let us be good and dear friends, and give up these sighings and gaspings which don't suit you. It's settled and done with, not another word about it. Let us talk of something else. Sofia Pyotrovna again glanced sideways at Eileen. He was looking up. He was pale, and angrily he bit his trembling lips. Madame Labienzev could not understand why he was disturbed and angry, but his pallor moved her. Don't be cross, let's be friends, she said sweetly. Agreed, here is my hand. Eileen took her tiny plump hand in both his, pressed it, and slowly raised it to his lips. I'm not a schoolboy, he murmured. I'm not in the least attracted by the idea of friendship with the woman I love. That's enough, stop, it is all settled and done with, we have come as far as the bench, let us sit down. A sweet sense of repose filled Sofia Pyotrovna's soul. The most difficult and delicate thing was already said. The tormenting question was settled and done with. Now she could breathe easily and look straight at Eileen. She looked at him, and the egotistical sense of superiority that a woman feels over her lover caressed her pleasantly. She liked the way this big strong man with a virile angry face and a huge black beard sat obediently at her side and hung his head. They were silent for a little while. Nothing is yet settled and done with, Eileen began. You are reading me a sermon. I love and respect my husband, the sanctity of the home. I know all that for myself and I can tell you more. Honestly and sincerely I confess that I consider my conduct as criminal and immoral. What else? But why say what is known already? Instead of sermonizing, you had far better tell me what I am to do. I have already told you, go away. I have gone, you know quite well. I have started 5 times and halfway there I have come back again. I can show you the through tickets. I have kept them all safe, but I haven't the power to run away from you. I struggle frightfully, but what in heaven's name is the use, if I cannot harden myself, if I'm weak and faint-hearted? I can't fight nature. Do you understand? I cannot. I run away from her and she holds me back by my coattails. Vile, vulgar weakness. Eileen blushed, got up, and began walking by the bench. How I hate and despise myself. Good Lord, I'm like a vicious boy running after another man's wife, writing idiotic letters, degrading myself. Ach, he clutched his head, grunted, and sit down. And now comes your lack of sincerity into the bargain, he continued with bitterness. If you don't think I am playing a nice game, why are you here? What drew you? In my letters, I only ask you for a straightforward answer, yes or no, and instead of giving it me, every day you contrive that we shall meet by chance, and you treat me to quotations from a moral copybook. Madame Labienzev reddened and got frightened. She suddenly felt the kind of awkwardness that a modest woman would feel at being suddenly discovered naked. You seem to suspect some deceit on my side, she murmured. I have always given you a straight answer, and I asked you for one today. Ah, does one ask such things? If you had said to me at once, go away, I would have gone long ago, but you never told me to. Never once have you been frank. Strange irresolution. My God, either you're playing with me, or... Eileen did not finish, and rested his head in his hands. Sofia Pyotrovna recalled her behavior all through. She remembered that she had felt all these days not only in deed, but even in her most intimate thoughts opposed to Eileen's love. But at the same moment, she knew that there was a grain of truth in the barrister's words. And not knowing what kind of truth it was, she could not think, no matter how much she thought about it, what to say to him in answer to his complaint. It was awkward being silent, so she said, shrugging her shoulders. So I'm to blame for that too. I don't blame you for your insincerity, sighed Eileen. It slipped out unconsciously. Your insincerity is natural to you in the natural order of things as well. If all mankind were to agree suddenly to become serious, everything would go to the devil, to ruin. Sophia Pyotrovna was not in the mood for philosophy, but she was glad of the opportunity to change the conversation and asked, "Why indeed?" "Because only savages and animals are sincere. Since civilization introduced into society the demand, for instance, for such a luxury as woman's virtue, sincerity has been out of place." Angrily, Ilyin began to thrust his stick into the sand. Madame Loubianzev listened without understanding much of it. She liked the conversation. First of all, she was pleased that a gifted man should speak to her, an average woman, about intellectual things. Also, it gave her great pleasure to watch how the pale, lively, still angry young face was working. Much she did not understand, but the fine courage of modern man was revealed to her. The courage by which he without reflection or surmise solves the great questions and constructs his simple conclusions. Suddenly she discovered that she was admiring him, and it frightened her. "Pardon, but I don't really understand," she hastened to say. "Why did you mention insincerity? I entreat you once more, be a dear, good friend and leave me alone. Sincerely, I ask it." "Good, I'll do my best, but hardly anything will come of it. Either I'll put a bullet through my brains, or I'll start drinking in the stupidest possible way. Things will end badly for me. Everything has its limit, even a struggle with nature. Tell me now, how can one struggle with madness? If you've drunk wine, how can you get over the excitement? What can I do if your image has grown into my soul and stands incessantly before my eyes, night and day, as plain as that fir tree there? Tell me then what thing I must do to get out of this wretched, unhappy state, when all my thoughts, desires, and dreams belong not to me, but to some devil that has got hold of me. I love you so much that I've turned away from my path, given up my career and my closest friends, forgot my God. Never in my life have I loved so much." Sophia Pyotrovna, who was not expecting this turn, drew her body away from Ilyin and glanced at him frightened. Tears shone in his eyes, his lips trembled, and a hungry, suppliant expression showed over all his face. "I love you," he murmured, bringing his own eyes near to her big frightened ones. "You are so beautiful. I'm suffering now, but I swear I could remain so all my life, suffering and looking into your eyes, but keep silent, I implore you." Sophia Pyotrovna, as if taken unawares, began, quickly, to think out words with which to stop him. "I shall go away," she decided, but no sooner had she moved to get up than Ilyin was on his knees at her feet already. He embraced her knees, looked into her eyes, and spoke passionately, ardently, beautifully. She did not hear his words for her fear and agitation. Somehow now, at this dangerous moment when her knees pleasantly contracted, as in a warm bath, she sought with evil intention to read some meaning into her sensation. She was angry because the whole of her, instead of protesting virtue, was filled with weakness, laziness, and emptiness, like a drunken man to whom the ocean is but knee-deep. Only in the depths of her soul, a little remote malignant voice teased, "Why don't you go away? Then this is right, is it?" Seeking in herself an explanation, she could not understand why she had not withdrawn the hand to which Ilyin's lips clung like a leech, nor why, at the same time as Ilyin, she looked hurriedly right and left to see that they were not observed. The fir trees and the clouds stood motionless and gazed at them severely like broken-down masters who see something going on, but have been bribed not to report to the head. The sentry on the embankment stood like a stick and seemed to be staring at the bench. "Let him look," thought Sophia Pyotrovna. But listen," she said at last with despair in her voice. "What will this lead to? What will happen afterwards?" I don't know," he began to whisper, waving these unpleasant questions aside. The hoarse, jarring whistle of a railway engine became audible. This cold, prosaic sound of the everyday world made Madame Loubianzev start. "It's time I must go," she said, getting up quickly. "The train is coming, Audrey is arriving, he will want his dinner." Sophia Pyotrovna turned her blazing cheeks to the embankment. First the engine came slowly into sight, after it the carriages. It was not a bungalow train, but a goods train. In a long row, one after another like the days of man's life, the cars drew past the white background of the church, and there seemed to be no end to them. But at last the train disappeared, and the end car with the guard and the lighted lamps disappeared into the green. Sophia Pyotrovna turned sharply and, not looking at Ilyin, began to walk quickly back along the path. She had herself in control again. Red with shame, offended not by Ilyin, No eye but by the cowardice and shamelessness with which she, a good, respectable woman, allowed a stranger to embrace her knees. She had only one thought now, to reach her bungalow and her family as quickly as possible. The barrister could hardly keep up with her. Turning from the path onto a little track, she glanced at him so quickly that she noticed only the sand on his knees, and she motioned with her hand at him to let her be. Running into the house, Sofia Pyotrovna stood for about 5 minutes motionless in her room, looking now at the window then at the writing table. "You disgraceful woman," she scolded herself. Disgraceful. In spite of herself, she recollected every detail, hiding nothing, how all these days she had been against Ilyin's love-making, yet she was somehow drawn to meet him and explain. But besides this, when he was lying at her feet, she felt an extraordinary pleasure. She recalled everything, not sparing herself, and now, stifled with shame, she could have slapped her own face. Poor Andrei, she thought, trying, as she remembered her husband, to give her face the tenderest possible expression. Varya, my poor darling child, does not know what a mother she has. Forgive me, my dears, I love you very much, very much. And wishing to convince herself that she was still a good wife and mother, that corruption had not yet touched those sanctities of hers, of which she had spoken to Ilyin, Sofia Pyotrovna ran into the kitchen and scolded the cook for not having laid the table for Andrei Ilyich. She tried to imagine her husband's tired, hungry look, and pitying him aloud, she laid the table herself, a thing which she had never done before. Then she found her daughter Varya, lifted her up in her hands and kissed her passionately. The child seemed to her heavy and cold, but she would not own it to herself, and she began to tell her what a good, dear, splendid father she had. But when, soon after, Andrei Ilyich arrived, she barely greeted him. The flow of imaginary feelings had ebbed away without convincing her of anything. She was only exasperated and enraged by the lie. She sat at the window, suffered, and raged. Only in distress can people understand how difficult it is to master their thoughts and feelings. Sofia Pyotrovna said afterwards, a confusion was going on inside her as hard to define as to count a cloud of swiftly flying sparrows. Thus, from the fact that she was delighted at her husband's arrival and pleased with the way he behaved at dinner, she suddenly concluded that she had begun to hate him. Andrei Ilyich, languid with hunger and fatigue, while waiting for the soup, fell upon the sausage and ate it greedily, chewing loudly and moving his temples. My God, thought Sofia Pyotrovna, I do love and respect him, but why does he chew so disgustingly? Her thoughts were no less disturbed than her feelings. Madame Loubianzev, like all who have no experience of the struggle with unpleasant thought, did her best not to think of her unhappiness, and the more zealously she tried, the more vivid Ilyin became to her imagination, the sand on his knees, the feathery clouds, the train. Why did I, idiot, go today? She teased herself. And am I really a person who can't answer for herself? Fear has big eyes. When Andrei Ilyich had finished the last course, she had already resolved to tell him everything and so escape from danger. Andrei, I want to speak to you seriously, she began after dinner, when her husband was taking off his coat and boots in order to have a lie down. Well, let's go away from here. How, where to? It's still too early to go to town. No, travel or something like that. Travel, murmured the solicitor, stretching himself. I dream of it myself, but where shall I get the money, and who'll look after my business? After a little reflection, he added, Yes, really you are bored. Go by yourself if you want to. Sofia Pyotrovna agreed. But at the same time, she saw that Ilyin would be glad of the opportunity to travel in the same train with her, in the same carriage. She pondered and looked at her husband, who was full-fed but still languid. For some reason, her eyes stopped on his feet, tiny, almost womanish, in stupid socks. On the toe of both socks, little threads were standing out. Under the drawn blind, a bumblebee was knocking against the window pane and buzzing. Sofia Pyotrovna stared at the threads, listened to the bumblebee, and pictured her journey. Day and night Ilyin sits opposite, without taking his eyes from her, angry with his weakness and pale with the pain of his soul. He brands himself as a libertine, accuses her, tears his hair. But when the dark comes, he seizes the chance when the passengers go to sleep or alight at a station and falls on his knees before her and clasps her feet, as he did by the bench. She realized that she was dreaming. Listen, I am not going by myself, she said. You must come too. Safachka, that's all imagination. sighed Labyrinzev. You must be serious and only ask for the possible. You'll come when you and out, thought Sofia Pyotrovna. Having decided to go away at all costs, she began to feel free from danger. Her thoughts fell gradually into order, she became cheerful and even allowed herself to think about everything. Whatever she may think or dream about, she is going all the same. While her husband still slept, little by little, evening came. She sat in the drawing room playing the piano. Outside the window the evening animation, the sound of music, but chiefly the thought of her own cleverness in mastering her misery gave the final touch to her joy. Other women, her easy conscience told her, in a position like her own would surely not resist, they would spin round like a whirlwind. But she was nearly burnt up with shame. She suffered, and now she had escaped from a danger which perhaps was non-existent. Her virtue and resolution moved her so much that she even glanced at herself in the glass 3 times. When it was dark, visitors came. The men sat down to cards in the dining room, the ladies were in the drawing room and on the terrace. Ilian came last. He was stern and gloomy and looked ill. He sat down on a corner of the sofa and did not get up for the whole evening. Usually cheerful and full of conversation, he was now silent, frowning and rubbing his eyes. When he had to answer a question, he smiled with difficulty and only with his upper lip, answering abruptly and spitefully. He made about 5 jokes in all, but his jokes seemed crude and insolent. It seemed to Sofia Pyotrovna that he was on the brink of hysteria. But only now, as she sat at the piano, did she acknowledge that the unhappy man was not in the mood to joke, that he was sick in his soul. He could find no place for himself. It was for her sake he was ruining the best days of his career and his youth, wasting his last farthing on a bungalow, had left his mother and sisters uncared for, and above all was breaking down under the martyrdom of his struggle. From simple, common humanity she ought to take him seriously. All this was dear to her, even to paining her. If she were to go up to Ilian now and say to him, no, there would be such strength in her voice that it would be hard to disobey. But she did not go up to him, and she did not say it, did not even think it. The petty selfishness of a young nature seemed never to have been revealed in her as strongly as that evening. She admitted that Bayan was unhappy and that he sat on the sofa as if on hot coals. She was sorry for him, but at the same time the presence of the man who loved her so desperately filled her with a triumphant sense of her own power. She felt her youth, her beauty, her inaccessibility, and since she had decided to go away she gave herself full rein this evening. She coquetted, laughed continually, she sang with singular emotion and as one inspired. Everything made her gay and everything seemed funny. It amused her to recall the incident of the bench, the sentry looking on. The visitors seemed funny to her, Ilian's insolent jokes, his tie pin which she had never seen before. The pin was a little red snake with tiny diamond eyes. The snake seemed so funny that she was ready to kiss and kiss it. Sofia Pyotrovna nervously sang romantic songs with a kind of half-intoxication, and as if jeering at another's sorrow she chose sad, melancholy songs that spoke of lost hopes, of the past, of old age. And old age is approaching nearer and nearer, she sang. What had she to do with old age? There's something wrong going on in me, she thought now, and then through laughter and singing. At 12 o'clock the visitors departed. Ilian was the last to go. She still felt warm enough about him to go with him to the lower step of the terrace. She had the idea of telling him that she was going away with her husband, just to see what effect this news would have upon him. The moon was hiding behind the clouds, but it was so bright that Sofia Pyotrovna could see the wind playing with the tails of his overcoat and with the creepers on the terrace. It was also plain how pale Ilian was and how he twisted his upper lip, trying to smile. "Sonya, Sonishka, my dear little woman," he murmured, not letting her speak. "My darling, my pretty one." In a paroxysm of tenderness with tears in his voice, he showered her with endearing words each tenderer than the other, and was already speaking to her as if she were his wife or his mistress. Suddenly and unexpectedly to her, he put one arm round her, and with the other hand he seized her elbow. "My dear one, my beauty," he began to whisper, kissing the nape of her neck. "Be sincere, come to me now." She slipped out of his embrace and lifted her head to break out in indignation and revolt. But indignation did not come, and of all her praiseworthy virtue and purity, there was left only enough for her to say that which all average women say in similar circumstances. "You must be mad." But really let us go, continued Eileen. Just now and over there by the bench I felt convinced that you, Sonia, were as helpless as myself. You too will be all the worse for it. You love me, and you are making a useless bargain with your conscience. Seeing that she was leaving him, he seized her by her lace sleeve and ended quickly. If not today, then tomorrow, but you will have to give in. What's the good of putting it off? My dear, my darling Sonia, the verdict has been pronounced. Why postpone the execution? Why deceive yourself? Sofia Pyotrovna broke away from him and suddenly disappeared inside the door. She returned to the drawing room, shut the piano mechanically, stared for a long time at the cover of a music book, and sat down. She could neither stand nor think. From her agitation and passion remained only an awful weakness mingled with laziness and tiredness. Her conscience whispered to her that she had behaved wickedly and foolishly tonight, like a madwoman, that just now she had been kissed on the terrace, and even now she had some strange sensation in her waist and in her elbow. Not a soul was in the drawing room. Only a single candle was burning. Madame Loubianzev sat on a little round stool before the piano without stirring, as if waiting for something, and as if taking advantage of her extreme exhaustion, and the dark, a heavy, unconquerable desire began to possess her. Like a boa constrictor, it enchained her limbs and soul. It grew every second and was no longer threatening, but stood clear before her in all its nakedness. She sat thus for half an hour, not moving and not stopping herself from thinking of Eileen. Then she got up lazily and went slowly into the bedroom. Andrei Ilyitch was in bed already. She sat by the window and gave herself to her desire. She felt no more confusion. All her feelings and thoughts pressed lovingly round some clear purpose. She still had a mind to struggle, but instantly she waved her hand impotently, realizing the strength and the determination of the foe. To fight him, power and strength were necessary, but her birth, upbringing, and life had given her nothing on which to lean. You're immoral, you're horrible, she tormented herself for her weakness. You're a nice sort, you are. So indignant was her insulted modesty at this weakness that she called herself all the bad names that she knew, and she related to herself many insulting, degrading truths. Thus she told herself that she never was moral, and she had not fallen before only because there was no pretext, that her day-long struggle had been nothing but a game and a comedy. Let us admit that I struggled, she thought, but what kind of a fight was it? Even prostitutes struggle before they sell themselves, and still they do sell themselves. It's a pretty sort of fight, like milk turns in a day. She realized that it was not love that drew her from her home nor Eileen's personality, but the sensations which await her. A little weekend type like the rest of them. When the young bird's mother was killed, a hoarse tenor finished singing. If I am going, it's time, thought Sofia Pyotrovna. Her heart began to beat with a frightful force. Andrei, she almost cried. Listen, shall we go away, shall we? Yes. Yes, I've told you already, you go alone. But listen, she said, if you don't come too, you may lose me. I seem to be in love already. Who with? Andrei Ilyitch asked. It must be all the same for you. Who with? Sofia Pyotrovna cried out. Andrei Ilyitch got up, dangled his feet over the side of the bed, with a look of surprise at the dark form of his wife. Imagination, he yawned. He could not believe her, but all the same he was frightened. After having thought for a while and asked his wife some unimportant questions, he gave his views of the family, of infidelity. He spoke sleepily for about 10 minutes and then lay down again. His remarks had no success. There are a great many opinions in this world, and more than half of them belong to people who have never known misery. In spite of the late hour, the bungalow people were still moving behind their windows. Sofia Pyotrovna put on a long coat and stood for a while, thinking. She still had force of mind to say to her sleepy husband, Are you asleep? I'm going for a little walk. Would you like to come with me? That was her last hope. Receiving no answer, she walked out. It was breezy and cool. She did not feel the breeze or the darkness, but walked on and on. An irresistible power drove her, and it seemed to her that if she stopped, that power would push her in the back. You're an immoral woman, she murmured mechanically. You're horrible. She was choking for breath, burning with shame, did not feel her feet under her. For that which drove her along was stronger than her shame, her reason, her fear. After the theater, Nadia Zelenina had just returned with her mother from the theater, where they had been to see a performance of Eugene Onegin. Entering her room, she quickly threw off her dress, loosened her hair, and sat down hurriedly in her petticoat and a white blouse to write a letter in the style of Tatiana. "I love you," she wrote, "but you don't love me, no, you don't." The moment she had written this, she smiled. She was only 16 years old, and so far she had not been in love. She knew that Gorny, the officer, and Gronstev, the student, loved her. But now, after the theater, she wanted to doubt their love. To be unloved and unhappy, how interesting. There is something beautiful, affecting, romantic in the fact that one loves deeply while the other is indifferent. Onegin is interesting because he does not love at all, and Tatiana is delightful because she is very much in love. But if they loved each other equally and were happy, they would seem boring instead. "Don't go on protesting that you love me," Nadia wrote on, thinking of Gorny, the officer. "I can't believe you. You're very clever, educated, serious. You have a great talent and perhaps a splendid future waiting, but I am an uninteresting, poor-spirited girl, and you yourself know quite well that I shall only be a drag upon your life. It's true I carried you off your feet, and you thought you had met your ideal in me, but that was a mistake. Already you are asking yourself in despair, why did I meet this girl? Only your kindness prevents you from confessing it." Nadia pitied herself, she wept and went on. "If it were not so difficult for me to leave mother and brother, I would put on a nun's gown and go where my eyes direct me. You would then be free to love another. If I were to die." Through her tears, she could not make out what she had written. Brief rainbows trembled on the table, on the floor and the ceiling, as though Nadia were looking through a prism. Impossible to write. She sank back in her chair and began to think of Gorny. Oh, how fascinating, how interesting men are. Nadia remembered the beautiful expression of Gorny's face, appealing, guilty, and tender, when someone discussed music with him, the efforts he made to prevent the passion from sounding in his voice. Passion must be concealed in a society where cold reserve and indifference are the signs of good breeding. And he does try to conceal it, but he does not succeed, and everybody knows quite well that he has a passion for music. Never-ending discussions about music, blundering pronouncements by men who do not understand keep him in incessant tension. He is scared, timid, silent. He plays superbly as an ardent pianist. If he were not an officer, he would be a famous musician. The tears dried in her eyes. Nadia remembered how Gorny told her of his love at a symphony concert, and again downstairs by the cloakroom. "I am so glad you have at last made the acquaintance of the student Gronstev," she continued to write. "He is a very clever man, and you are sure to love him. Yesterday he was sitting with us till 2 o'clock in the morning. We were all so happy. I was sorry that you hadn't come to us. He said a lot of remarkable things." Nadia laid her hands on the table and lowered her head. Her hair covered the letter. She remembered that Gronstev also loved her, and that he had the same right to her letter as Gorny. Perhaps she had better write to Gronstev. For no cause, a happiness began to quicken in her breast. At first it was a little one, rolling about in her breast like a rubber ball. Then it grew broader and bigger, and broke forth like a wave. Nadia had already forgotten about Gorny and Gronstev. Her thoughts became confused. The happiness grew more and more. From her breast it ran into her arms and legs, and it seemed that a light fresh breeze blew over her head, stirring her hair. Her shoulders trembled with quiet laughter. The table and the lamp glass trembled. Tears from her eyes splashed the letter. She was powerless to stop her laughter, and to convince herself that she had a reason for it, she hastened to remember something funny. "What a funny poodle," she cried, feeling that she was choking with laughter. "What a funny poodle." She remembered how Gronstev was playing with Maxim the poodle after tea yesterday, how he told a story afterwards of a very clever poodle who was chasing a crow in the yard. The crow gave him a look and said, "Oh, you swindler." The poodle did not know he had to do with a learned crow. He was terribly confused and ran away dumbfounded. Afterwards he began to bark. No, I'd better love Gronstev, Nadia decided and tore up the letter. She began to think of the student, of his love, of her own love, with the result that the thoughts in her head swam apart and she thought about everything, about her mother, the street, the pencil, the piano. She was happy thinking, and found that everything was good, magnificent. Her happiness told her that this was not all, that a little later it would be still better. Soon it will be spring, summer. They will go with mother to Gorbuki in the country. Gorny will come for his holidays. He will walk in the orchard with her and make love to her. Gronstev will come too. He will play croquet with her and bowls. He will tell funny, wonderful stories. She passionately longed for the orchard, the darkness, the pure sky, the stars. Again her shoulders trembled with laughter, and she seemed to awake to a smell of wormhood in the room, and a branch was tapping at the window. She went to her bed and sat down. She did not know what to do with her great happiness. It overwhelmed her. She stared at the crucifix which hung at the head of her bed and saying, "Dear God, dear God, dear God." That wretched boy. Ivan Ivanitch Lapkin, a pleasant-looking young man, and Anna Zamblisky, a young girl with a little snub nose, walked down the sloping bank and sat down on the bench. The bench was close to the water's edge, among thick bushes of young willow. A heavenly spot. You sat down and you were hidden from the world. Only the fish could see you, and the catspaws which flashed over the water like lightning. The two young persons were equipped with rods, fish hooks, bags, tins of worms, and everything else necessary. Once seated, they immediately began to fish. "I am glad that we're left alone at last," said Lapkin, looking round. "I've got a lot to tell you, Anna Tremendous. When I saw you for the first time, you've got a nibble. I understood then why I am alive. I knew where my idol was, to whom I can devote my honest, hard-working life. It must be a big one. It is biting. When I saw you for the first time in my life, I fell in love passionately. I don't pull. Let it go on biting. Tell me, darling, tell me, will you let me hope?" "No, I'm not worth it. I dare not even think of it. May I hope for? Pull." Anna lifted her hand that held the rod, pulled, cried out. A silvery green fish shone in the air. "Goodness, it's a perch. Help quick. It's slipping off." The perch tore itself from the hook, danced in the grass towards its native element, and leaped into the water. But instead of the little fish that he was chasing, Lapkin quite by accident caught hold of Anna's hand, quite by accident pressed it to his lips. She drew back, but it was too late. Quite by accident their lips met and kissed. Yes, it was an absolute accident. They kissed and kissed. Then came vows and assurances, blissful moments, but there is no such thing as absolute happiness in this life. If happiness itself does not contain a poison, poison will enter in from without, which happened this time. Suddenly, while the two were kissing, a laugh was heard. They looked at the river and were paralyzed. The schoolboy Kolya, Anna's brother, was standing in the water, watching the young people and maliciously laughing. "Aha, kissing," said he. "Right-o, I'll tell mother." "I hope that you as a man of honor," Lapkin muttered, blushing. "It's disgusting to spy on us, it's loathsome to tell tales, it's rotten. As a man of honor." "Give me a shilling, then I'll shut up," the man of honor retorted. "If you don't, I'll tell." Lapkin took a shilling out of his pocket and gave it to Kolya, who squeezed it in his wet fist, whistled, and swam away. And the young people did not kiss any more just then. Next day Lapkin brought Kolya some paints and a ball from town, and his sister gave him all her empty pill boxes. Then they had to present him with a set of studs like dogs' heads. The wretched boy enjoyed this game immensely, and to keep it going he began to spy on them. Wherever Lapkin and Anna went, he was there too. He did not leave them alone for a single moment. "Beast," Lapkin gnashed his teeth. "So young and yet such a full-fledged scoundrel. What on earth will become of him later?" During the whole of July, the poor lovers had no life apart from him. He threatened to tell on them, he dogged them and demanded more presents. Nothing satisfied him. Finally, he hinted at a gold watch. All right, they had to promise the watch. Once at table, when biscuits were being handed round, he burst out laughing and said to Lapkin, "Shall I let on? Aha." Lapkin blushed fearfully, and instead of a biscuit, he began to chew his table napkin. Anna jumped up from the table and rushed out of the room. And this state of things went on until the end of August, up to the day when Lapkin at last proposed to Anna. Ah, what a happy day that was! When he had spoken to her parents and obtained their consent, Lapkin rushed into the garden after Kolya. When he found him, he nearly cried for joy and caught hold of the wretched boy by the ear. Anna, who was also looking for Kolya, came running up and grabbed him by the other ear. You should have seen the happiness depicted on their faces while Kolya roared and begged them. "Darling, precious pets, I won't do it again. Oh, forgive me." And both of them confessed afterwards that during all the time they were in love with each other, they never experienced such happiness, such overwhelming joy as during those moments when they pulled the wretched boy's ears. Enemies. About 10 o'clock of a dark September evening, the Zemstvo doctor, Kirilov's only son, 6-year-old Andrei, died of diphtheria. As the doctor's wife dropped onto her knees before the dead child's cot and the first paroxysm of despair took hold of her, the bell rang sharply in the hall. When the diphtheria came, all the servants were sent away from the house that very morning. Kirillov himself went to the door, just as he was, in his shirt sleeves with his waistcoat unbuttoned, without wiping his wet face or hands, which had been burnt with carbolic acid. It was dark in the hall, and of the person who entered could be distinguished only his middle height, a white scarf and a big, extraordinarily pale face, so pale that it seemed as though its appearance made the hall brighter. "Is the doctor in?" the visitor asked abruptly. "I'm at home," answered Kirillov. "What do you want?" "Oh, you're the doctor. I'm so glad." The visitor was overjoyed and began to seek for the doctor's hand in the darkness. He found it and squeezed it hard in his own. "I'm very, very glad we were introduced. I am a Bogwin, had the pleasure of meeting you this summer at Mr. Naushev's. I am very glad to have found you at home. For God's sake, don't say you won't come with me immediately. My wife has been taken dangerously ill. I have the carriage with me." From the visitor's voice and movements, it was evident that he had been in a state of violent agitation. Exactly as though he had been frightened by a fire or a mad dog, he could hardly restrain his hurried breathing, and he spoke quickly in a trembling voice. In his speech there sounded a note of real sincerity, of childish fright. Like all men who are frightened and dazed, he spoke in short, abrupt phrases and uttered many superfluous, quite unnecessary, words. "I was afraid I shouldn't find you at home," he continued. "While I was coming to you I suffered terribly. Dress yourself and let us go, for God's sake. It happened like this. Papchinsky came to me, Alexander Semyonovitch, you know him? We were chatting. Then we sat down to tea. Suddenly my wife cries out, presses her hands to her heart, and falls back in her chair. We carried her off to her bed, and I rubbed her forehead with sal volatile and splashed her with water. She lies like a corpse. I'm afraid that her heart's failed. Let us go. Her father too died of heart failure." Kirillov listened in silence, as though he did not understand the Russian language. When a Bogwin once more mentioned Papchinsky and his wife's father, and once more began to seek for the doctor's hand in the darkness, the doctor shook his head and said, drawling each word listlessly, "Excuse me, but I can't go. 5 minutes ago my son died." "Is that true?" a Bogwin whispered, stepping back. "My God, what an awful moment to come. It's a terribly fated day. Terribly, what a coincidence, and it might have been on purpose." A Bogwin took hold of the door handle and drooped his head in meditation. Evidently, he was hesitating, not knowing whether to go away or to ask the doctor once more. "Listen," he said eagerly, seizing Kirillov by the sleeve. "I fully understand your state. God knows I'm ashamed to try to hold your attention at such a moment, but what can I do? Think yourself, who can I go to? There isn't another doctor here besides you. For heaven's sake, come. I'm not asking for myself. It's not I that's ill." Silence began. Kirillov turned his back to a Bogwin, stood still for a while, and slowly went out of the hall into the drawing room. To judge by his uncertain, machine-like movement, and by the attentiveness with which he arranged the hanging shade on the unlighted lamp in the drawing room, and consulted a thick book which lay on the table at such a moment, he had neither purpose nor desire, nor did he think of anything, and probably had already forgotten that there was a stranger standing in his hall. The gloom and the quiet of the drawing room apparently increased his insanity. As he went from the drawing room to his study, he raised his right foot higher than he need, felt with his hands for the doorposts, and then one felt a certain perplexity in his whole figure, as though he had entered a strange house by chance, or for the first time in his life had got drunk, and now was giving himself up in bewilderment to the new sensation. A wide line of light stretched across the bookshelves on one wall of the study. This light, together with the heavy stifling smell of carbolic acid and ether, came from the door ajar that led from the study into the bedroom. The doctor sank into a chair before the table. For a while he looked drowsily at the shining books, then rose and went into the bedroom. Here in the bedroom, dead quiet reigned. Everything, down to the last trifle, spoke eloquently of the tempest undergone, of weariness, and everything rested. The candle, which stood among a close crowd of files, boxes and jars on the stool, and the big lamp on the chest of drawers, brightly lit the room. On the bed, by the window, the boy lay open-eyed, with a look of wonder on his face. He did not move, but it seemed that his open eyes became darker and darker every second and sank into his skull. Having laid her hands on his body and hid her face in the folds of the bedclothes, The mother now was on her knees before the bed. Like the boy, she did not move, but how much living movement was felt in the coil of her body and in her hands. She was pressing close to the bed with her whole being, with eager vehemence, as though she were afraid to violate the quiet and comfortable pose which she had found at last for her weary body. Blankets, cloths, basins, splashes on the floor, brushes and spoons scattered everywhere. A white bottle of lime water, the stifling heavy air itself, everything died away, and as it were plunged into quietude. The doctor stopped by his wife, thrust his hands into his trouser pockets, and bending his head on one side looked fixedly at his son. His face showed indifference. Only the drops which glistened on his beard revealed that he had been lately weeping. The repulsive terror of which we think when we speak of death was absent from the bedroom. In the pervading dumbness, in the mother's pose, in the indifference of the doctor's face was something attractive that touched the heart, the subtle and elusive beauty of human grief, which it will take men long to understand and describe, and only music, it seems, is able to express. Beauty, too, was felt in the stern stillness. Kirillov and his wife were silent and did not weep, as though they confessed all the poetry of their condition. As once the season of their youth passed away, so now in this boy their right to bear children had passed away, alas, forever to eternity. The doctor is 44 years old, already gray and looks like an old man. His faded, sick wife is 35. Audrey was not merely the only son but the last. In contrast to his wife, the doctor's nature belonged to those which feel the necessity of movement when their soul is in pain. After standing by his wife for about 5 minutes, he passed from the bedroom, lifting his right foot too high, into a little room half filled with a big, broad divan. From there, he went to the kitchen. After wandering about the fireplace and the cook's bed, he stooped through a little door and came into the hall. Here he saw the white scarf and the pale face again. "At last," sighed Abogwin, seizing the door handle. "Let us go, please." The doctor shuddered, glanced at him and remembered. "Listen, I've told you already that I can't go," he said, livening. "What a strange idea." "Doctor, I'm made of flesh and blood, too. I fully understand your condition. I sympathize with you," Abogwin said in an imploring voice, putting his hand to his scarf. "But I am not asking for myself. My wife is dying. If you had heard her cry, if you'd seen her face, you would understand my insistence. My God, and I thought that you'd gone to dress yourself. The time is precious, doctor. Let us go, I beg of you." "I can't come," Kirillov said after a pause and stepped into his drawing room. Abogwin followed him and seized him by the sleeve. "You're in sorrow, I understand, but I'm not asking you to cure a toothache or to give expert evidence but to save a human life." He went on imploring like a beggar. "This life is more than any personal grief. I ask you for courage, for a brave deed in the name of humanity." "Humanity cuts both ways," Kirillov said irritably. "In the name of the same humanity, I ask you not to take me away. My God, what a strange idea. I can hardly stand on my feet and you frighten me with humanity. I'm not fit for anything now. I won't go for anything. With whom shall I leave my wife? No, no." Kirillov flung out his open hands and drew back. And don't ask me," he continued, disturbed. "I'm sorry. Under the laws, Volume 13, I'm obliged to go and you have the right to drag me by the neck. Well, drag me, but I'm not fit. I'm not even able to speak. Excuse me." "It's quite unfair to speak to me in that tone, doctor," said Abogwin again, taking the doctor by the sleeve. "The 13th volume be damned, I have no right to do violence to your will. If you want to come, if you don't, then God be with you, but it's not to your will that I apply, but to your feelings. A young woman is dying. You say your son died just now. Who could understand my terror better than you?" Abogwin's voice trembled with agitation. His tremor and his tone were much more convincing than his words. Abogwin was sincere, but it is remarkable that every phrase he used came out stilted, soulless, inopportunely florid, and as it were insulted the atmosphere of the doctor's house and the woman who was dying. He felt it himself, and in his fear of being misunderstood, he exerted himself to the utmost to make his voice soft and tender so as to convince by the sincerity of his tone at least, if not by his words. As a rule, however deep and beautiful the words, they affect only the unconcerned. They cannot always satisfy those who are happy or distressed, because the highest expression of happiness or distress is most often silence. Lovers understand each other best when they are silent, and a fervent, passionate speech at the graveside affects only outsiders. To the widow and children, it seems cold and trivial. Kirillov stood still and was silent. When Abogwin uttered some more words on the higher vocation of a doctor and self-sacrifice, the doctor sternly asked, "Is it far?" 13 or 14 versts. "I've got good horses, doctor. I give you my word of honor that I'll take you there and back in an hour. Only an hour." The last words impressed the doctor more strongly than the references to humanity or the doctor's vocation. He thought for a while and said with a sigh, "Well, let us go." He went off quickly, with a step that was now sure, to his study and soon after returned in a long coat. Abogwin, delighted, danced impatiently round him, helped him on with his overcoat, and accompanied him out of the house. Outside it was dark, but brighter than in the hall. Now in the darkness, the tall, stooping figure of the doctor was clearly visible with the long, narrow beard and the aquiline nose. Besides his pale face, Abogwin's big face could now be seen, and a little student's cap which hardly covered the crown of his head. The scarf showed white only in front, but behind it was hid under his long hair. "Believe me, I'm able to appreciate your magnanimity," murmured Abogwin, as he helped the doctor to a seat in the carriage. "We'll whirl away. Luke, dear man, drive as fast as you can do." The coachman drove quickly. First appeared a row of bare buildings, which stood along the hospital yard. It was dark everywhere, save that at the end of the yard, a bright light from someone's window broke through the garden fence, and 3 windows in the upper story of the separate house seemed to be paler than the air. Then the carriage drove into dense obscurity where you could smell mushroom damp and hear the whisper of the trees. The noise of the wheels awoke the rooks who began to stir in the leaves and raised a doleful, bewildered cry as if they knew that the doctor's son was dead and Abogwin's wife ill. Then began to appear separate trees, a shrub. Sternly gleamed the pond, where big black shadows slept. The carriage rolled along over an even plain. Now the cry of the rooks was but faintly heard far away behind. Soon it became completely still. Almost all the way Kirillov and Abogwin were silent, save that once Abogwin sighed profoundly and murmured, "It's terrible pain. One never loves his nearest so much as when there is the risk of losing them." And when the carriage was quietly passing through the river, Kirillov gave a sudden start, as though the dashing of the water frightened him, and he began to move impatiently. "Let me go," he said in anguish. "I'll come to you later. I only want to send the attendant to my wife. She is all alone." Abogwin was silent. The carriage, swaying and rattling against the stones, drove over the sandy bank and went on. Kirillov began to toss about in anguish and glanced around. Behind the road was visible in the scant light of the stars and the willows that fringed the bank disappearing into the darkness. To the right the plain stretched smooth and boundless as heaven. On it in the distance here and there dim lights were burning, probably on the turf pits. To the left, parallel with the road stretched a little hill, tufted with tiny shrubs, and on the hill a big half-moon stood motionless, red, slightly veiled with a mist, and surrounded with fine clouds which seemed to be gazing upon it from every side, and guarding it lest it should disappear. In all nature one felt something hopeless and sick. Like a fallen woman who sits alone in a dark room trying not to think of her past, the earth languished with reminiscence of spring and summer and waited in apathy for ineluctable winter. Wherever one's glance turned, nature showed everywhere like a dark, cold, bottomless pit, whence neither Kirillov nor Abogwin nor the red half-moon could escape. The nearer the carriage approached the destination, the more impatient did Abogwin become. He moved about, jumped up and stared over the driver's shoulder in front of him. And when at last the carriage drew up at the foot of the grand staircase, nicely covered with a striped linen awning, and he looked up at the lighted windows of the first floor, one could hear his breath trembling. "If anything happens, I shan't survive it," he said, entering the hall with the doctor and slowly rubbing his hands in his agitation. "But I can't hear any noise. That means it's all right so far," he added, listening to the stillness. No voices or steps were heard in the hall. For all the bright illumination, the whole house seemed asleep. Now the doctor and Abogwin, who had been in darkness up till now, could examine each other. The doctor was tall, with a stoop, slovenly dressed, and his face was plain. There was something unpleasantly sharp, ungracious, and severe in his thick Negro lips, his aquiline nose, and his faded, indifferent look. His tangled hair, his sunken temples, The early gray in his long, thin beard that showed his shining chin, his pale gray complexion, and the slipshod awkwardness of his manners, the hardness of it, all suggested to the mind bad times undergone, an unjust lot and weariness of life and men. To look at the hard figure of the man, you could not believe that he had a wife and could weep over his child. Abogwin revealed something different. He was robust, solid, and fair-haired, with a big head and large, yet soft, features, exquisitely dressed in the latest fashion. In his carriage, his tight-buttoned coat and his mane of hair, you felt something noble and leonine. He walked with his head straight and his chest prominent. He spoke in a pleasant baritone, and in his manner of removing his scarf or arranging his hair there appeared a subtle, almost feminine, elegance. Even his pallor and childish fear as he glanced upwards to the staircase while taking off his coat did not disturb his carriage or take from the satisfaction, the health and aplomb which his figure breathed. "There's no one about, nothing I can hear," he said, walking upstairs. "No commotion, may God be good." He accompanied the doctor through the hall to a large salon, where a big piano showed dark and a luster hung in a white cover. Thence they both passed into a small and beautiful drawing-room, very cozy, filled with a pleasant, rosy half-darkness. "Please sit here a moment, doctor," said Abogwin. I won't be a second. I'll just have a look and tell them." Kirillov was left alone. The luxury of the drawing-room, the pleasant half-darkness, even his presence in a stranger's unfamiliar house evidently did not move him. He sat in a chair looking at his hands burnt with carbolic acid. He had no more than a glimpse of the bright red lampshade, the cello case, and when he looked sideways across the room to where the dock was ticking, he noticed a stuffed wolf, as solid and satisfied as Abogwin himself. It was still. Somewhere far away in the other rooms someone uttered a loud "ah." A glass door, probably a cupboard door, rang, and again everything was still. After 5 minutes had passed, Kirillov did not look at his hands anymore. He raised his eyes to the door through which Abogwin had disappeared. Abogwin was standing on the threshold, but not the same man as went out. The expression of satisfaction and subtle elegance had disappeared from him. His face and hands, the attitude of his body were distorted with a disgusting expression either of horror or of tormenting physical pain. His nose, lips, mustache, all his features were moving, and as it were trying to tear themselves away from his face, but the eyes were as though laughing from pain. Abogwin took a long, heavy step into the middle of the room, stooped, moaned, and shook his fists. "Deceived," he cried, emphasizing the syllable C. "She deceived me, she's gone. She fell ill and sent me for the doctor only to run away with this fool Papchinsky. My God!" Abogwin stepped heavily towards the doctor, thrust his white, soft fists before his face, and went on wailing, shaking his fists the while. "She's gone off, she's deceived me, but why this lie? My God, why this dirty, foul trick, this devilish, serpent's game? What have I done to her? She's gone off." Tears gushed from his eyes. He turned on his heel and began to pace the drawing-room. Now in his short jacket and his fashionable narrow trousers in which his legs seemed too thin for his body, he was extraordinarily like a lion. Curiosity kindled in the doctor's impassive face. He rose and eyed Abogwin. "Well, where's the patient?" The patient," cried Abogwin, laughing, weeping, and still shaking his fists. "She's not ill, but accursed, vile dastardly. The devil himself couldn't have planned a fouler trick. She sent me so that she could run away with a fool, an utter clown, an Alphonse. My God, far better she should have died. I'll not bear it. I shall not bear it." The doctor stood up straight. His eyes began to blink, filled with tears. His thin beard began to move with his jaw right and left. "What's this?" he asked, looking curiously about. "My child's dead, my wife in anguish, alone in all the house. I can hardly stand on my feet, I haven't slept for 3 nights, and I'm made to play in a vulgar comedy, to play the part of a stage property. I don't understand it." Abogwin opened one fist, flung a crumpled note on the floor and trod on it, as upon an insect he wished to crush. "And I didn't understand," he said through his set teeth, brandishing one fist round his head with an expression as though someone had trod on a corn. "I didn't notice how he came to see us every day. I didn't notice that he came in a carriage today. What was the carriage for? And I didn't see. Innocent." I don't understand," the doctor murmured. "What's it all mean? It's jeering at a man, laughing at a man's suffering. That's impossible. I've never seen it in my life before." With the dull bewilderment of a man who has just begun to understand that someone has bitterly offended him, the doctor shrugged his shoulders, waved his hands, and not knowing what to say or do, dropped exhausted into a chair. Well, she didn't love me anymore. She loved another man. Very well, but why the deceit, why this foul treachery? Abogwin spoke with tears in his voice. Why, what have I done to you? Listen, doctor, he said passionately approaching Kirillov. You were the unwilling witness of my misfortune, and I am not going to hide the truth from you. I swear I loved this woman. I loved her with devotion, like a slave. I sacrificed everything for her. I broke with my family. I gave up the service and my music. I forgave her things I could not have forgiven my mother and sister. I never once gave her an angry look. I never gave her any cause. Why this lie, then? I do not demand love, but why this abominable deceit? If you don't love any more, then speak out honestly, above all when you know what I feel about this matter. With tears in his eyes and trembling in all his bones, Abogwin was pouring out his soul to the doctor. He spoke passionately, pressing both hands to his heart. He revealed all the family secrets without hesitation, as though he were glad that these secrets were being torn from his heart. Had he spoken thus for an hour or two and poured out all his soul, he would surely have been easier. Who can say whether, had the doctor listened and given him friendly sympathy, he would not, as so often happens, have been reconciled to his grief unprotesting, without turning to unprofitable follies. But it happened otherwise. While Abogwin was speaking, the offended doctor changed countenance visibly. The indifference and amazement in his face gradually gave way to an expression of bitter outrage, indignation, and anger. His features became still sharper, harder, and more forbidding. When Abogwin put before his eyes the photograph of his young wife, with a pretty but dry, inexpressive face like a nun's, and asked if it were possible to look at that face and grant that it could express a lie, the doctor suddenly started away, with flashing eyes, and said, coarsely forging out each several word. Why do you tell me all this? I do not want to hear. I don't want to, he cried and banged his fist upon the table. I don't want your trivial vulgar secrets, to hell with them. You dare not tell me such trivialities. Or do you think I have not yet been insulted enough? That am a lackey to whom you can give the last insult? Yes. Abogwin drew back from Kirillov and stared at him in surprise. Why did you bring me here? The doctor went on, shaking his beard. You marry out of high spirits, get angry out of high spirits, and make a melodrama, but where do I come in? What have I got to do with your romances? Leave me alone, I get on with your noble grabbing, parade your humane ideas, play. The doctor gave a side glance at the cello case, the double bass and the trombone, stuff yourselves like capons, but don't dare to jeer at a real man. If you can't respect him, then you can at least spare him your attentions. What does all this mean? Abogwin asked, blushing. It means that it's vile and foul to play with a man. I'm a doctor. You consider doctors and all men who work and don't reek of scent and harlotry, your footmen, your mauvaise tons. Very well, but no one gave you the right to turn a man who suffers into a property. How dare you say that? Abogwin asked quietly. Again his face began to twist about, this time in visible anger. How dare you bring me here to listen to trivial rubbish when you know that I'm in sorrow? The doctor cried and banged his fists on the table once more. Who gave you the right to jeer at another's grief? You're mad, cried Abogwin. You're ungenerous. I too am deeply unhappy and... Unhappy, the doctor gave a sneering laugh. Don't touch the word. It's got nothing to do with you. Wasters who can't get money on a bill call themselves unhappy too. A capon's unhappy, oppressed with all its superfluous fat. You worthless lot. Sir, you're forgetting yourself. Abogwin gave a piercing scream. For words like those, people are beaten. Do you understand? Abogwin thrust his hand into his side pocket, took out a pocketbook, found 2 notes, and flung them on the table. There's your fee, he said, and his nostrils trembled. You're paid. You dare not offer me money, said the doctor, and brushed the notes from the table to the floor. You don't settle an insult with money. Abogwin and the doctor stood face to face, heaping each other with undeserved insults. Never in their lives, even in a frenzy, had they said so much that was unjust and cruel and absurd. In both, the selfishness of the unhappy is violently manifest. Unhappy men are selfish, wicked, unjust, and less able to understand each other than fools. Unhappiness does not unite people, but separates them. And just where one would imagine that people should be united by the community of grief, there is more injustice and cruelty done than among the comparatively contented. "Send me home, please," the doctor cried out of breath. Abogwin rang the bell violently. Nobody came. He rang once more, then flung the bell angrily to the floor. It struck dully on the carpet and gave out a mournful sound like a death moan. The footman appeared. "Where have you been hiding, damn you?" The master sprang upon him with clenched fists. "Where have you been just now? Go away and tell them to send the carriage round for this gentleman, and get the brougham ready for me. Wait," he called out as the footman turned to go. "Not a single traitor remains tomorrow. Pack off all of you, I will engage new ones. Rabble." While they waited, Abogwin and the doctor were silent. Already the expression of satisfaction and the subtle elegance had returned to the former. He paced the drawing room, shook his head elegantly, and evidently was planning something. His anger was not yet cool, but he tried to make as if he did not notice his enemy. The doctor stood with one hand on the edge of the table, looking at Abogwin with that deep, rather cynical, ugly contempt with which only grief and an unjust lot can look, when they see satiety and elegance before them. A little later, when the doctor took his seat in the carriage and drove away, his eyes still glanced contemptuously. It was dark, much darker than an hour ago. The red half-moon had now disappeared behind the little hill, and the clouds which watched it lay in dark spots round the stars. The brougham with the red lamps began to rattle on the road and passed the doctor. It was Abogwin on his way to protest, to commit all manner of folly. All the way the doctor thought not of his wife or Andry, but only of Abogwin and those who lived in the house he just left. His thoughts were unjust, inhuman, and cruel. He passed sentence on Abogwin, his wife, Papchinsky, and all those who live in rosy semi-darkness and smell of scent. All the way he hated them, and his heart ached with his contempt for them. The conviction he formed about them would last his life long. Time will pass and Kirilov's sorrow, but this conviction, unjust and unworthy of the human heart, will not pass, but will remain in the doctor's mind until the grave. A trifling occurrence. Nikolai Ilyich Byaliev, a Petersburg landlord, very fond of the racecourse, a well-fed, pink young man of about 32, once called towards evening on Madame Olga Ivanovna with whom he had a liaison, or, to use his own phrase, spun out a long and tedious romance. And indeed the first pages of this romance, pages of interest and inspiration, had been read long ago. Now they dragged on, and presented neither novelty nor interest. Finding that Olga Ivanovna was not at home, my hero lay down a moment on the drawing-room sofa and began to wait. "Good evening, Nikolai Ilyich," he suddenly heard a child's voice say. "Mother will be in a moment. She's gone to the dressmaker's with Sonya." In the same drawing-room on the sofa lay Olga Vasilievna's son, Alyosha, a boy about 8 years old, well-built, well-looked after, dressed up like a picture in a velvet jacket and long black stockings. He lay on a satin pillow, and apparently imitating an acrobat whom he had lately seen in the circus, lifted up first one leg then the other. When his elegant legs began to be tired, he moved his hands, or he jumped up impetuously and then went on all fours, trying to stand with his legs in the air. All this he did with a most serious face, breathing heavily, as if he himself found no happiness in God's gift of such a restless body. "Ah, how do you do, my friend?" said Byaliev. "Is it you? I didn't notice you. Is your mother well?" At the moment, Alyosha had just taken hold of the toe of his left foot in his right hand and got into a most awkward pose. He turned head over heels, jumped up, and glanced from under the big, fluffy lampshade at Byaliev. "How can I put it?" he said, shrugging his shoulders. "As a matter of plain fact, mother is never well. You see, she's a woman, and women, Nikolai Ilyich, have always some pain or another." For something to do, Byaliev began to examine Alyosha's face. All the time he had been acquainted with Olga Ivanovna, he had never once turned his attention to the boy and had completely ignored his existence. A boy is stuck in front of your eyes, but what is he doing here? What is his role? You don't want to give a single thought to the question. In the evening dusk, Alyosha's face with a pale forehead and steady black eyes unexpectedly reminded Byaliev of Olga Vasilievna, as she was in the first pages of the romance. He had the desire to be affectionate to the boy. "Come here, whippersnapper," he said. "Come and let me have a good look at you, quite close." The boy jumped off the sofa and ran to Byliev. "Well," Nikolai Ilyich began, putting his hand on the thin shoulders, "and how are things with you? How shall I put it, they used to be much better before." "How?" "Quite simple. Before, Sonia and I only had to do music and reading, and now we're given French verses to learn. You've had your hair cut lately." "Yes, just lately." "That's why I noticed it. Your beard's shorter. May I touch it? Doesn't it hurt?" "No, not a bit." "Why is it that it hurts if you pull one hair, and when you pull a whole lot, it doesn't hurt a bit?" You know it's a pity you don't have side whiskers. You should shave here and at the sides and leave the hair just here." The boy pressed close to Byliev and began to play with his watch chain. "When I go to the gymnasium," he said, "Mother is going to buy me a watch. I'll ask her to buy me a chain just like this. What a fine locket Father has one just the same, but yours has stripes here and his has got letters. Inside it's Mother's picture. Father has another chain now, not in links but like a ribbon." "How do you know? Do you see your father?" "I knows I." Alyosha blushed, and in the violent confusion of being detected in a lie, began to scratch the locket busily with his fingernail. Byliev looked steadily at his face and asked, "Do you see your father?" "No. "But be honest on your honor. By your face I can see you're not telling me the truth. If you made a slip of the tongue by mistake, what's the use of shuffling? Tell me, do you see him?" as one friend to another. Alyosha mused. "And you won't tell Mother?" he asked. "What next?" "On your word of honor." "My word of honor." "Swear an oath." "What a nuisance you are. What do you take me for?" Alyosha looked round, made big eyes and began to whisper. "Only for God's sake don't tell Mother. Never tell it to anyone at all, because it's a secret. God forbid that Mother should ever get to know, then I and Sonia and Pelagia will pay for it. Listen, Sonia and I meet Father every Tuesday and Friday. When Pelagia takes us for a walk before dinner, we go into Upfel's sweet shop and Father's waiting for us. He always sits in a separate room, you know, where there's a splendid marble table and an ashtray shaped like a goose without a back." "And what do you do there?" "Nothing. First, we welcome one another, then we sit down at a little table and Father begins to treat us to coffee and cakes. You know, Sonia eats meat pies, and I can't bear pies with meat in them. I like them made of cabbage and eggs. We eat so much that afterwards at dinner, we try to eat as much as we possibly can so that Mother shan't notice." "What do you talk about there?" "To Father, about anything. He kisses us and cuddles us, tells us all kinds of funny stories. You know, he says that he will take us to live with him when we are grown up. Sonia doesn't want to go, but I say yes. Of course, it'll be lonely without Mother, but I'll write letters to her. How funny, we could go to her for our holidays then, couldn't we? Besides, Father says that he'll buy me a horse. He's a splendid man. I can't understand why Mother doesn't invite him to live with her or why she says we mustn't meet him. He loves Mother very much indeed. He's always asking us how she is and what she's doing. When she was ill, he took hold of his head like this, and ran all the time. He is always telling us to obey and respect her. Tell me, is it true that we're unlucky?" How?" "Father says so. He says, you are unlucky children. It's quite strange to listen to him. He says, you are unhappy, I'm unhappy, and Mother's unhappy. He says, pray to God for yourselves and for her." Alyosha's eyes rested upon the stuffed bird and he mused. "Exactly," snorted Byliev. "This is what you do. You arrange conferences in sweet shops, and your mother doesn't know? And no, how could she know? Pelagia won't tell for anything. The day before yesterday Father stood us pears. Sweet like jam, I had two." Well now, tell me, doesn't your father speak about me?" "About you, how shall I put it?" Alyosha gave a searching glance to Byliev's face and shrugged his shoulders. "He doesn't say anything in particular." "What does he say, for instance?" "You won't be offended." "What next? Why does he abuse me?" "He doesn't abuse you, but you know, he is cross with you. He says that it's through you that Mother's unhappy and that you ruined Mother. But he is so queer. I explain to him that you are good and never shout at Mother, but he only shakes his head." "Does he say those very words, that I ruined her?" "Yes, don't be offended, Nikolai Ilyich." Byliev got up, stood still a moment, and then began to walk about the drawing room. "This is strange and funny," he murmured, shrugging his shoulders and smiling ironically. He is to blame all round, and now I've ruined her, eh? What an innocent lamb. Did he say those very words to you, that I ruined your mother? Yes, but you said that you wouldn't get offended. I'm not offended, and it's none of your business. No, it's quite funny, though. I fell into the trap, yet I'm to be blamed as well. The bell rang. The boy dashed from his place and ran out. In a minute, a lady entered the room with a little girl. It was Olga Ivanovna, Alyosha's mother. After her, hopping, humming noisily, and waving his hands, followed Alyosha. Of course, who is there to accuse except me? He murmured, sniffing. He's right, he's the injured husband. What's the matter? Asked Olga Ivanovna. What's the matter? Listen to the kind of sermon your dear husband preaches. It appears I'm a scoundrel and a murderer. I've ruined you and the children. All of you are unhappy, and only I am awfully happy, awfully, awfully happy. I don't understand, Nikolai. What is it? Just listen to this young gentleman, Byliev said, pointing to Alyosha. Alyosha blushed, then became pale suddenly, and his whole face was twisted in fright. Nikolai Ilyich, he whispered loudly. SHH. Olga Ivanovna glanced in surprise at Alyosha, at Byliev, and then again at Alyosha. Ask him, if you please, went on Byliev. That stupid fool Pelagia of yours takes them to sweet shops and arranges meetings with their dear father there. But that's not the point. The point is that the dear father is a martyr, and I'm a murderer, I'm a scoundrel who broke the lives of both of you. Nikolai Ilyich, moaned Alyosha, you gave your word of honor. Ah, let me alone, Byliev waved his hand. This is something more important than any words of honor. The hypocrisy revolts me, the lie. I don't understand, muttered Olga Ivanovna, and tears began to glimmer in her eyes. Tell me, Lyuka, she turned to her son, do you see your father? Alyosha did not hear, and looked with horror at Byliev. It's impossible, said the mother. I'll go and ask Pelagia. Olga Ivanovna went out. But you gave me your word of honor, Alyosha said, trembling all over. Byliev waved his hand at him and went on walking up and down. He was absorbed in his insult, and now, as before, he did not notice the presence of the boy. He, a big serious man, had nothing to do with boys, and Alyosha sat down in a corner and in terror told Sonia how he had been deceived. He trembled, stammered, wept. This was the first time in his life that he had been set, roughly, face to face with a lie. He had never known before that in this world, besides sweet pears and cakes and expensive watches, there exist many other things which have no name in children's language. A gentleman friend. When she came out of the hospital, the charming Vanda, or, according to her passport, the honorable lady citizen Nastasia Kanevkina, found herself in a position in which she had never been before, without a roof and without a son. What was to be done? First of all, she went to a pawnshop to pledge her turquoise ring, her only jewelry. They gave her a ruble for the ring, but what can you buy for a ruble? For that you can't get a short jacket, la mode, or an elaborate hat, or a pair of brown shoes. Yet without these things she felt naked. She felt as though not only the people, but even the horses and dogs were staring at her and laughing at the plainness of her clothes. And her only thought was for her clothes. She did not care at all what she ate or where she slept. If only I were to meet a gentleman friend, she thought, I could get some money, nobody would say no because. But she came across no gentleman men's. It's easy to find them of nights in the Renaissance, but they wouldn't let her go into the Renaissance in that plain dress and without a hat. What's to be done? After a long time of anguish, vexed and weary with walking, sitting, and thinking, Vanda made up her mind to play her last card, to go straight to the rooms of some gentleman friend and ask him for money. But who shall I go to? She pondered. I can't possibly go to Misha, he's got a family. The ginger-headed old man is at his office. Vanda recollected Finkel, the dentist, the converted Jew, who gave her a bracelet 3 months ago. Once she poured a glass of beer on his head at the German dub. She was awfully glad that she had thought of Finkel. He'll be certain to give me some, if only I find him in, she thought, on her way to him. And if he won't, then I'll break every single thing there. She had her plan already prepared. She approached the dentist's door. She would run up the stairs, with a laugh fly into his private room and ask for 25 rubles. But when she took hold of the bell pull, the plan went clean out of her head. Vonda suddenly began to be afraid and agitated, a thing which had never happened to her before. She was never anything but bold and independent in drunken company. But now, dressed in common clothes, and just like any ordinary person begging a favor, she felt timid and humble. Perhaps he has forgotten me, she thought, not daring to pull the bell. And how can I go up to him in a dress like this, as if I were a pauper or a dowdy respectable? She rang the bell irresolutely. There were steps behind the door. It was the porter. "Is the doctor at home?" she asked. She would have been very pleased now if the porter had said no. But instead of answering, he showed her into the hall and took her jacket. The stairs seemed to her luxurious and magnificent, but what she noticed first of all in all the luxury was a large mirror in which she saw a ragged creature without an elaborate hat, without a modish jacket, and without a pair of brown shoes. And Vonda found it strange that, now that she was poorly dressed and looking more like a seamstress or a washerwoman, for the first time she felt ashamed and had no more assurance or boldness left. In her thoughts, she began to call herself Nastya Kinevkina instead of Vonda as she used. "This way, please," said the maidservant, leading her to the private room. "The doctor will be here immediately. Please take a seat." Vonda dropped into an easy chair. "I'll say, lend me," she thought. "That's the right thing because we are acquainted, but the maid must go out of the room. It's awkward in front of the maid. What is she standing there for?" In 5 minutes the door opened and Finkel entered a tall, swarthy, convert Jew with fat cheeks and goggle eyes. His cheeks, eyes, belly, fleshy hips were all so full, repulsive, and coarse. At the Renaissance and the German club he used always to be a little drunk, to spend a lot of money on women, patiently put up with all their tricks for instance. When Vonda poured the beer on his head, he only smiled and shook his finger at her, but now he looked dull and sleepy. He had the pompous, chilly expression of a superior, and he was chewing something. "What is the matter?" he asked, without looking at Vonda. Vonda glanced at the maid's serious face, at the blown-out figure of Finkel, who obviously did not recognize her, and she blushed. "What's the matter?" the dentist repeated, irritated. "Tooth ache," whispered Vonda. "Ah, which tooth, where?" Vonda remembered she had a tooth with a hole. "At the bottom, to the right," she said. Open your mouth." Finkel frowned, held his breath, and began to work the aching tooth loose. "Do you feel any pain?" he asked, picking at her tooth with some instrument. "Yes, I do," Vonda lied. "Shall I remind him?" she thought. "He'll be sure to remember. But the maid, what is she standing there for?" Finkel suddenly snorted like a steam engine straight into her mouth, and said, "I don't advise you to have a stopping. Anyhow, the tooth is quite useless." Again he picked at the tooth for a little, and soiled Vonda's lips and gums with his tobacco-stained fingers. Again he held his breath and dived into her mouth with something cold. Vonda suddenly felt a terrible pain, shrieked and seized Finkel's hand. "Never mind," he murmured. "Don't be frightened. This tooth isn't any use." And his tobacco-stained fingers, covered with blood, held up the extracted tooth before her eyes. The maid came forward and put a bowl to her lips. "Rinse your mouth with cold water at home," said Finkel. "That will make the blood stop." He stood before her, in the attitude of a man impatient to be left alone at last. "Goodbye," she said, turning to the door. And who's to pay me for the work?" Finkel asked laughingly. "Ah, yes." Vonda recollected, blushed, and gave the dentist the ruble she had got for the turquoise ring. When she came into the street, she felt still more ashamed than before, but she was not ashamed of her poverty anymore. Nor did she notice any more that she hadn't an elaborate hat or a modish jacket. She walked along the street spitting blood, and each red spittle told her about her life, a bad, hard life, about the insults she had suffered and had still to suffer tomorrow, a week, a year, hence her whole life, till death. "Oh, how terrible it is," she whispered. "My God, how terrible." But the next day she was at the Renaissance and she danced there. She wore a new, immense red hat, a new jacket, la mode, and a pair of brown shoes. She was treated to supper by a young merchant from Kazan.